Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Long live Disperser.
Oh, he's still got the banner. Give it to someone else.
He dropped it.
Okay.
He held. Full guarding greaves now for Mary. And this is the reveal of the blue hole. You have to be very, very careful here. They do not pop the BKB just yet here from Young G. They will turn back around with another global size. With the amplified damage rune, it's a lot of money. Wants to try and get in and get this Thunder going. XX Vampire goes forward onto Ankred. Ankred blinks away. Continues to keep this war forward. Yale will just get sundered. Quantum, and they give them ego quite a lot of kills.
Quite a big fight recap as well. Lasted for an eternity, it felt. I honestly thought that Tiny had done a lot more than that in the team fight. I mean, he got level 25 mid-team fight, so that extra 8-second reduction on the avalanche cooldown means that he's throwing it out every 4.5 seconds. Especially now when it's getting to this stage where... Oh, see you later, Mary.
Yeah, just walks forward. I mean, macropie in the creep wave. It's probably not the worst end.
It's not connecting on all of them, though.
Yeah, for some reason it was just not hitting those range creeps. I thought it was a little weird.
Time for an egg.
Alright. Ankred. I'm to see if he can take down Monodrama here. And unfortunately, they have just squandered this lead. They are trying to get away, but unfortunately for Ankred, that's a BKB piercing stun, mate.
That is a dieback as well.
Yeah.
So they know that there's no Tiny for the next 2 minutes, and can they do off the back of this? I mean, Deuce is up, Jakira's up in 15 seconds. You've got your big ultimates available again for the Undying, but that Tiny provides so much in the form of initiation and forcing out these BKBs that it's a scary prospect to have to lane into. Right now, I really wouldn't want Emptiness to be buying any sort of item. He needs to save that buyback because he is your initiation. He is the one that's going to force Storm Spirit to use his BKB.
100%. And now it's getting to a very dire time here for Quantum. Disperser's up for the Dawnbreaker, and also Disperser up now. Well, he's almost completed it for the Terrorblade. So there's a lot of this mana burn is going to be coming the way here of Lucas, and it's going to be very hard for him to try and hold on to the big lead that they have. So Rashka, let's try and take down this tier 3 tower. He's a very tanky hero here on the front lines. So it looks like they're going to survive for now. I don't know if this whole tier 3 tower is going to survive to 50 seconds. Okay.
I'm just watching, like, the supports are so scared of Young G at this point. Yep. And he's got a haste tree, but that's not really going to help him in these team fights. But they're not willing to put themselves on the front lines to be able to even just throw down the macro pile. We saw what happened previously. Of course, Blink Hex on Shadow Shaman is going to be effective as well, but you just can't run the risk at this stage. He did actually start to buy towards that Lotus Orb. I guess that's just a silencer counter.
Look at how much mana burn that is going through this. They got stuck out. Young G's oh so low. They are trying to clean up on the Storm Spirit. They don't get it just yet, but a lot of ultimates being used, and they will just back out.
Can go back in though. It's only Covis 9 that backs off, and they do still have the cheese, but no, Storm Spirit decides against it. Gonna back off completely. Not even popping the refresher as well on Monodrama, so might even just be able to hope that the next team fight comes in 60 plus seconds, so that they're going to have the double global again, and he's working his way towards the Aghanim Scepter for himself as well. So that'll be really nice, applying to everyone. Ends up being a little bit of a saving mechanism for himself as well, right? He's got the Suffer in Silence facet, so means that he's going to be able to have 20% reduced damage coming his way.
She's quite big. Able to survive just a little bit longer, but where these fights are going, it'll take a few very specific things to go the way of Quantum for them to be able to survive the way this goes. And Lucas
walking maybe a bit too far forward under the vision.
Monodrama. They've been able to find him out, but now they're just going to go in here with the blue hole. Look at the damage that he's doing here. Out onto emptiness. It's getting very, very low here on the Shadow Shaman. But look at the damage that turns back around here from Lucas with no Terrorblade here. This means this is a fight that he starts to win. Now he's going in on the sideline as well. Bashka's getting very, very low. They want to try and turn around here for Lucas. He does a lot of damage back onto the TV, but there is so much that he is trying to fight through. They will buy back now onto XX Vampire. They will all just get out, and everybody will shake hands and say thank you very much for that fight. We'll take the lead right now for Quantum.
Thing is, the net worth lead is kind of continuing to grow still for Namiga, despite all of this happening. It was XS Vampire using the buyback, but they get out of there, out of dodge. That's the difference maker, right? Like, he just went way too far forward on Monodrama. No need to walk down to the low ground there after placing that that observer ward. It never really should be him putting himself in harm's way.
Yeah, he definitely, I mean, much at this point he can almost just sit in base. We've seen that before.
Getting close to that point.
Time ago.
Yeah, he's basically an alternate Glimmer Cape is all that he's providing at this stage.
You can see the fact that it's literally Glimmer Cape and Refresher.
Still wants to hold that buyback money though. Doesn't want to run the risk of losing a bunch, although it looks like they're trying to go for a bit of a wraparound here, perhaps, or even just playing around that vision that they've got. What's Tiny going for? E-Blade, just really trying to go for the 100-0 burst, huh?
The one tap. I was going to question about whether or not he wanted to try and start to transition a little bit to a bit more of this right-click damage from Ankred and try and go for like Ags plus a Daedalus build. But
it is nice to have. E-Blade. Once you're level 25 with the Avalanche having 4.5 second cooldown, toss 8 seconds, it's good enough to be able to go full magic, I think. Of course, you'd love to be able to do physical damage as well, but I think this avenue feels really nice too.
I agree.
Nearly able to Manta dodge the Sunder in the last fight as well was Lucas. Well, he did. There wasn't enough follow-up damage to kill TB before the Sunder still happened.
Yeah. So they at least now know that the TV versus Medusa matchup is a bit of a spicy one. Especially now with a lot of the different items that are coming up. Going to get this Aghanim's Blessing coming out for Lucas. Doesn't have anything to replace it with just yet, so it's either he's...
He'll get a Blink Dagger.
Yeah, I guess he's waiting for Blessing plus Dagger. So what?
Yep.
3,800. Getting close. 700 gold away from having that and buyback.
Correct. What are we getting close to? Level 3 ulti on Shadow Shaman still not claimed at the 49-minute mark, but looks like this Wisdom Rune will be able to secure that for him. Will mean that he doesn't have buyback, but could go and buy the completed Lotus Orb now if he really wanted to. It's also gotten late enough that I think these are the buffed up versions of the Healing Lotuses as well, so single one gives him a great Healing Lotus. This is very ballsy to be going that deep into the lane and instantly able to blink away and still dies. Okay.
Yeah. So being a little bit too far out.
A lot too far out. And this high ground ward is still here, by the way. How have they not dewarded this?
Another fight here that's going to be breaking out. XX Vampire's one that goes in, but that is a massive blue hole coming in from Young G, and they just delete the entirety of Quantum, and it's Lucas that's next on the chopping block, and he is dead as well. Emptiness will lose his life after a buyback, and Quantum, they just walk into the meat grinder, and Young G puts the team on his back and says, thank you very much.
What did he buy?
Oh, Ancred.
Buy it.
He's just dead.
Kind of what he was forced to do. I mean, he's got the buyback, so they're just trying to slow this push down, but the one that's doing the majority of the pushing, and Bashka is still in the bottom side of the map. He's still pushing in to that tier 3 tower, and even though Metamorphosis is just about to wear off, they should be able to have enough to be able to at least get a tier 3? Maybe, maybe not. Double buyback, maybe he'll be forced to... off. Was it upgrading a Crystallis to a Daedalus after that? I'm not sure.
It was the BKB.
Everything else. Oh, yeah.
Buying the full BKB there.
Not able to pop it.
Yeah. I mean, at that point as well, it just felt like that everyone just got deleted. Yayo really didn't get to utilize anything here, so they're just going to go forward once again. 29 seconds till they have the Medusa. One Lennorax has gone down. We're going to see if they can try and make this a second. So basically, even when it comes to the creeps,
they have to just cut their losses and hope to try and protect before mega creeps are coming out.
NG. We're going to try and force a bit of this back here from Yayo. So much of this mana burn comes in from the TB illusions. It's like playing up against a Phantom Lancer, but now they're going to use the Global Silence once again. Deuce is going to get the TP going forward. Windmaker comes in from Ancred, misses out with the Avalanche, and they have no way of stopping the BKB TP away. So Covus Knight, ooh, Bashka. He's going to go again.
He's going to be thinking about it, but maybe just feeling like the rest of the boys aren't there, and that middle lane pushing in is always a little bit of a cause for concern. E-Blade finished up, Lotus Orb finished up. You don't need to worry about buyback at this stage. Really is the all or nothing sort of style that they're going for on Quantum. And going for a Daedalus next on Lucas. Wonder what he's even going to drop. I mean, pop the BKB, swap the MKB in.
Yep, potentially.
Nope, he sells the... What did he sell? God damn.
What was it?
5-second memory.
Scanning for enemies.
Never mind, he sells all the other components of the MKB and he's like, alright, rapier time. Nope, never mind. What did he sell? Butterfly.
Oh.
I mean, maybe he's just saying, look, this MKB on the TB is doing enough. Let's just do our own damage.
Yep. Now, Butterfly's going to break out once again. The blue hole goes into the background. Jakiro down. Monodrama down as well. Same with the Shadow Shaman. Losing his HP. Wants to try and stay alive. So Emptiness is able to live just for a little bit longer. Now, they're going to try and go into Bashka in the backlines here. It's Lucas and Ancred versus that Terrorblade. You have to be very, very careful here, though. He does pop that BKB. Young G's going to go into the backlines as well. Getting relatively low on the mana. Ancred's going to turn back around with his own BKB. How much damage can they do here from Lucas? Beautiful shackle from XX Vampire. It provides all of that extra space, and just look at all of the drama that goes in onto Lucas off the back of Monodrama doing his thing, and that is going to be another dead hero. And let's make it 2 more. It looks like Quantum aren't going to be able to hold on. They'll drop the GGs, and that is a big comeback from Nemiga to be able to take this all the way to a 3rd dead. That has been a nice little turn around for them in this game number 2.
Completely, and it's just a night and day difference in terms of the mentality throughout all of them. I mean, Young G is just like, yeah, just a standard day on my Storm Spirit, 15, 0, and 9.
seconds.
Well, Young G played the perfect storm last game. That's the real thing that I'm looking at. And honestly, he kind of played the role that we've seen a lot of these dominant Svens play. You know, you talk about that ability to just jump in onto the backlines and wipe out the enemy team before they're even able to react. That's exactly what he did. You know, he had the Parasma, he had the level 25 overload bounce talent. He had, you know, so much damage just coming through from raw stats. All the galvanize that he had meant that he had so much mana regen to constantly just be zipping around back and forth, and it honestly wasn't even TB killing anyone other than Dusa at the very end of the fights. It was basically all Storm Spirit.
Yeah, it really did feel like that that game was very much Young G's to dominate, and that's what he did. So looking across that more
they'll take more time to be able to make this pick just because the TB is banned out, right? So that's something that I think Namiga would have still gone back to the well for. I wonder if they're considering, well, whatever we pick, do we just want to get rid of the Undying now and not have to worry about it? Or do we want to pick it ourselves, potentially? It is something that Monodrama can play, but, you know, I wouldn't want to see Kovas Stein on something like an Undying. I feel like he's at his best when he's doing the initiation / counter initiation, and that really isn't what Undying's main strength is.
Yeah, 100%. And that's why I think they got rid of the Pangolier. That has been kind of one of his top tier heroes. I mean, I really enjoyed his Dawnbreaker in that previous game. So potentially that's something you look towards. Definitely not going to be a first pick material. I think maybe you might even just be looking towards here for Nemega. Do you tempt yourself with a Templar Assassin here? Do you try and play that fast kind of style? Do you try and look towards the Shadow Shaman? Okay. I'm gonna say Shadow Shaman AA, Nature's Prophet, TA, all still in the pool.
Yeah, so what do you do now? Like, is this... I'd be kind of happy with a TA at this point, to be honest. Like,
10 seconds.
There are few bad TA games. And I think ever since it's just like, it's just so much damage that you're able to output. The lack of Gossamer Cape is so good. The ability to take Tormentor almost solo is pretty good, you know, like it's just so good at so many different things. Even the flex between 1 and 2 is still there if they try and puck against you. You just throw it mid. But Doom, another really high priority hero. I'm surprised we haven't seen more of it during these qualifiers, to be honest, and we can see the win rate when it does get picked up 2 out of 3 games. The one game that it didn't win was the one where it was just heavily focused down in, I think it was Rinsik playing it in the position 1 role, where it just felt like he didn't want to join into any fights at all. And I think you've got to be a little bit more active. I think
Doom win rate would have been 666 if it was Batman.
that's just how maths works. I know it's not how they teach it in the Wollongong school system.
No, I just would have liked the rounding to be down just 666 to Doom, and then we could round up for everything else, okay?
Okay. For Doom specifically, okay.
Yeah,
production,
just
can you
Doom
please change that to
specifically.
666.
I don't know how much of a coding headache that's going to be for that, but let's get it sorted, okay?
If Doom 666, there we go.
Bro, that hurt me more than the 50%. You either win or you lose.
Bro, I've got half a year of first year uni Python. Like, that's my level of coding knowledge at this point.
Yep. So seems like right now Quantum, they saw the prowess of the Silencer in that previous game. You know, just being able to hit the Global Silence and just kind of what it can do against the Shadow Shaman, and what it can do against these teams as well. Just gives you those couple of seconds, and even if you do break out of it with like a Manta or a BKB or whatever, it still gives you those extra couple of seconds for everybody else to have to try and deal with it.
I wonder how much of this is like a semi-dawn counter as well, just because Silencer is one of those heroes that can ruin its ultimate. Or honestly, any hero that can look to try and connect across the map. Like, yes, it's great against the Shadow Shaman, don't get me wrong, but I don't know, it just feels like nice to be able to be as a bit of a block pick, and wouldn't you know it, busted heroes come to the fore, and it just feels like such a solid combo.
This also, against the Silencer as well, I feel like Sven is such a strong hero into that, because you pre-pop God Strength in most of these fights. So the Global Silence doesn't really matter for you. because you're going to be using Blink, Harpoon, BKB to try and get on top of people anyways. So I'm really liking this draft here from Omega, and they just have such strong heroes. Like these heroes, like if I look at all three of them, like yes, Doom and Silencer I feel like are strong as well. Like Doom is very, very good, but I just look at these three heroes across the last couple of days of these qualifiers that we've been covering, Matt, and it just feels like whenever I see these three heroes, something good's going to happen.
So are you basically saying what you want to see is something more reactive to the Sven, as in like you can pop Global Silence, but that's not going to change anything. You can pop Doom, but that's not going to change anything because he's already kind of used everything. So like, how do you actually respond to the Sven? Like,
I think you have to pick Shadow Demon.
Sure, I could see that working. I'd be down for it, although it might lead you to be a little too passive with your supports.
Yeah.
But I totally get where you're coming from. Oracle. You can get a tiny bit more aggressive with the Oracle.
Oh, okay.
Bane, okay. Nightmare,
Yeah.
Sure.
Nightmare
Bane's Grip for the BKB.
Yeah. That's mainly what I was thinking around, is trying to make that time during God Strength as not as useful as Sven would like. Yes, God Strength can last a little while, but I feel like those initial couple of seconds is so important for the Sven. Like that before you can react factor, right? Like where you were talking about a little bit earlier on with the Sven, where it's like in those first couple of seconds of you popping God Strength to BKB, it feels like you're getting 2 or 3 kills. And if you're able to mitigate those first couple of seconds and make it so you can actually have time to react, that's when Sven really starts to struggle. But so Lifestealer gets the return.
Lifestealer. Also, a lot of the Svens that we're seeing join into a lot of these team fights, they'll have Mask of Madness, Echo Saber, and Blink Dagger, and then they'll look to join in. What I don't see there is BKB, and so even something like Enfeeble is going to be very effective against the Sven. Like, you've got the Nightmare as a response, and then the Enfeeble for after the fact, you know, so to be able to change things around. So, really interested to see how this is going to be as a response, because there aren't many as a response to the Sven jump in. But I'm just a little worried that there's not going to be, like, who do you dangle out there to get jumped is my issue at this point.
Yeah.
Like we've been saying, the Global Silence isn't going to do jack. The Bane, I'm not sure if they're going to play it as a 4 or a 5, but I feel like you kind of need to get into your own Blink Dagger or Aether Lens as quickly as possible, just so that you are able to stay far enough back that you're not going to be the one that gets picked off by the Sven, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. Maybe you start looking towards
Storm or Puck at this stage, like just Storm with the Shivas just to find someone. Okay, good enough in the lane, I suppose.
It is that that response to the Lifestealer. A lot of minus armor. You're able to stand and fight him in the lane most of the time. We saw this. It was Kamachata that had this full minus armor
Mid-lane
draft.
Yes, Reality Rift, this.
Yep.
I think he had a Blightstone as well on it, plus the Sven, I believe.
Yeah, there was another minus armor thing that was in there too. What was the offlane?
Oh well, she'll be right. Not sure off the top.
Oh, that was the Timber game.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyways, so good hero versus Lifestealer.
That still screams to me Storm Spirit though, like getting rid of Puck.
5 seconds remain.
I think that combination of the blue hole plus Ice Blast is just. I mean, I know it's very deep into the game, but I mean, it feels like
blue
such a late game ender.
Sven Cleave, even,
yeah,
you know.
You just catch multiple heroes and you just say, "See you later" to you. So they get rid of 2 spirits here for Quantum. Oh, what's the last one that you're looking towards here?
I think Void Spirit's still okay.
Tiny?
It's all right, but like, again, what I want to see is just someone that's going to be able to find the Bane, and Bane specifically, right? Because Bane's the only one that once you've got the BKB there that's going to be able to stop you from killing the other support. So Bane is priority number 1. Is there anything left? I mean, do you go mid Slardar and go that Night Stalker that I've kind of been wanting, but into the Lifestealer, that's probably not why you look to pick it up.
Yeah, I think for me, with the Dragonite, another transformation hero, you press L Dragon form. Yes, the Doom's going to hurt, but Global Silence doesn't matter. kind of gives you another target to be able to walk around with the Slardar while the Sven's trying to still farm up those 3 core items that he wants. So they've got a lot of pressure.
Doom,
for Nemega.
Doom is very good this game, and the lifesteal. Like the percent damage that you're going to be doing is really nice. Do they need more? Like, are they going to consider the Timbersaw as well this game as an option? I think it's possible. Can't Necro because of the AA. Underlord, maybe. It's not the worst, but then maybe run Doom mid.
I'm a big Underlord fan, so anytime I can see him, I'm very excited. The big old slug.
Just that atrophy aura feels so nice.
A lot of percent-based damage as well. A lot of area denial for the Sven pre-BKB, which can be quite annoying for him.
Okay, more percent. Mid Phoenix.
The ultimate choice.
I like it.
Okay,
I like it a lot. It's a lot of tempo, it's a lot of playmaking, it's a lot of damage onto these supposedly beefy heroes.
They are lacking stuns, though. Like, lacking stuns.
They are. So they're probably going to look to try and finish this one ASAP. Yeah, I'm interested to see the item build that Anchorad goes for. Like, can you afford to go Orchid on this Phoenix? Do you need to try and rush a Hex as quickly as possible? Is it just Vessel and try and use that percent damage before the BKB start to come out? I'd probably be leaning more towards like Vessel, Shiva's Hex as my item build for Anchorad, just to be able to really be that effective frontliner, because they are heavily lacking in stuns. They're heavily lacking in frontline if Anchorad isn't the one being there and landing the perfect fiery spirits. And it's not like they even have AoE control either to be able to stop people from hitting the egg, you know? Like, Emptiness can nightmare someone and grip the other, but most of the time people are going to be able to just right click. So I don't know, this is not the simple draft that we're saying wins the majority of games, but I'm interested to see if they're going to be able to execute it effectively, because if they do, I think it'll be very entertaining to watch.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see Anchorad be able to do here on the Phoenix about what kind of item build he wants to go for, how he wants to play this hero, about whether or not they're just going to constantly try and team fight all the time. But you know, circling back to your comment about simple drafts, I think Nemega, pretty straightforward, man. Like, very straightforward support duo, pretty straightforward lanes. Slidar's going to do well. The Dragonite potentially could have a bit of a rough time, but Young G has been such a consistent force for Nemega that I'm kind of happy with him just playing whatever. And then we've just seen Sven. And this is something I think I touched on yesterday. I think Bashka's best hero has been the Sven so far. That's been the one hero that I've actually been impressed with for Bashka. So
I think a lot of players' best hero has been the Sven, though, is the thing. How much of it is the player, how much of it is the hero?
I like to give credit.
Sure.
Most of the time.
I see it. I guess the one small thing that I have an issue with Nemega's draft is that you've got 3 cores that all essentially do very similar things. Like, big beefy hero that gets into melee range-ish and right-clicks for big damage, you know? And so if you're able to get around that somehow with building into a bunch of plus armor, getting something like the Shivas, having multiple sources of percent damage, which you can, you know, use from afar-ish, it's going to be pretty effective. So I don't know, like this is going to be an interesting one to see how it all turns out. My eyes are firmly on Anchorad though, for honestly, even from like level 3 onwards, I think he could potentially be looking to go for dives onto Young G.
Yeah, I think this middle lane, I don't want to say it's going to make or break the game for Quantum, but very much can set them up for...
I'll say that.
Okay. Can very much set them up for a very easy mid game or a very hard mid game. If you have a Phoenix at 15 minutes, that's basically another position 4. Then pack her up, boys. It's time to go home, I think. But if they're a nuisance and are really, really hard to deal with, and enables this lifestealer to be able to sit back and farm until they get, you know, maybe Radiance +1, or maybe like, you know, Armlet, SMY, all that kind of stuff. And that's when things can really start to open up here for Quantum.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, I'm really interested to see how this one is going to turn out. It's all on the back of Anchorad for me. You're a little hesitant. You're on the fence, and you know that's pretty standard with you. But you know, I'm happy to put my money where my mouth is. Anchorad will win or lose the game for Quantic here. Quantic?
Yeah. See, you've got the nice shiny Immortal badge. I'm unranked. So, you know, for me, I don't really have much street cred to lose. So I'll try and keep the small amount that I have, okay?
All right, acceptable. Quantum. Why did I keep saying Quantic? I'm just remembering old school Dota over and over again. I was referencing Ice 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 TI2 for God's sake.
There's nothing like the Dota boomers being like, I remember back in my day. Well, I mean, I was referencing old parts of Heroes before as well. So.
I mean, TI is going back to Germany, like TI1, so...
Yeah, that's true. Let's bring it back. Let's have a show match of TI1 Dota.
Before
The originals of that grand final. Love that. Make free to play too.
Nearly ended up dying there, but a fairy fire at the very end ends up keeping Emptiness alive.
Denied.
Solid start for all the calls here from Quantum, from the Mega, pardon me.
Oh,
Just living.
Just living, but can't really look to join back with too much ease. Again, I keep harping on about the attack range difference, and it's a big one. 275 attack range difference between AA and Bane.
Oh, Emptiness.
And that's what happens. Most of the
I'm
time,
not sure.
you get a more favorable trade with Bane, just because you've got the brain sap to be able to come back, but not against AA. You just slowly chip him down.
Just donk. I was expecting maybe he would have returned back to base, but maybe wanted to trade some life, and now Mary gets bashed up there by Covis 9. He's looking to see if they can try and bash up Lucas as well. Doesn't get the bash of the deep, and Ankrad, as you said, level 3, dives underneath the tower, gets the kill on the Dragon Knight.
Occasionally I'm right, and I'm happy that that's still the case.
I heard the small little fist bump to yourself, and you're like, yes,
Yes!
that's a Reddit clip.
Not even.
Dano
End of the high
predicts
these days.
Ankred killing Young G at level 3.
Whoa! I mean,
Whoa.
Dendy playing LOL because he didn't get to a certain MMR was on the front page, so...
Yeah, you ain't beating that, brother. Sorry.
Nah.
It's a good start, though, for Ankred. Obviously, solo kill is huge, but means now that getting a lot of these early levels for Phoenix, I think, is a big thing. Not so much about the gold. The gold will come. It's all about the experience and the levels here. Just trying to make sure that he builds towards a lot of those deep levels of the fiery spirits, gets towards that egg as quickly as possible, trying to get those hits up and the cooldown down, just so they can fight.
Yep. And it's also just helps so much with... I know he's only got 3 so far, but denying against the DK becomes so much easier if he's got less of that... hold on. See that one going on? Up on the top side, Purpose 9 able to get another kill onto Mary. Yeah, it's really just about trying to get into that Urn of Shadows as quickly as possible, and... I mean, even honestly, the innate from Phoenix is pretty good, right? The Blinding Sun against 3 melee heroes. Melee physical damage heroes is going to be amazing.
Yeah, I think that'll be a big thing for a lot of these heroes to try and contend with from Ankred. Will be blind.
Yep.
So, we'll see as we go.
Indeed. Wonder if he's going to, like, as soon as this Urn of Shadows comes out, make that rotation. He's got it brought up already, but looks like he wants to have the full magic wand first. Probably just anticipating having his supernova at that point. I think you can instantly go for a rotation. Actually, goes on mid. Oh, gets stunned up.
He does have the level 6. Wants to see if he can get the kill here onto Young G.
Not worth. Oh, AA.
He does have the egg available. He's going to have to pop it at a very inopportune time. I'm not going to be able to commit for it, so Monodrama is just going to leave it be. But, I mean, Supernova's on cooldown for 2 minutes.
It is. I was wondering, like, do you wait for your Urn of Shadows? Like, that is a kill if he doesn't get that stun off. So again, Young G just showing his prowess in that mid lane, literally the difference maker between a really massively snowballed Phoenix and one that has to sit back a little bit further.
Luke just giving him the tip there from Ankred. Well done, mate. Bottom side, though, they're putting a lot of pressure here onto Bashka. Yayo's going to go underneath the tower here with level 3 of that Scorched Earth. Oh, that slow coming in from the Chilling Touch could potentially save Bashka's life, but it looks like no. With the Scorched Earth, it's a little bit too far. Oh, it does survive. It does pan out, and now Bashka. Oh! If he got that auto attack on the neutrals, that was going to be a deny every day of the week.
He's got a shield ring to be able to play around with on Ankrad as well, so I'm still fine for him to go for these dives, Supernova or not. Just try and keep Young G pressured back as much as possible. Well, the shield rings can be kind of counterintuitive to the Phoenix, considering he's got the dying light facet, so he kind of wants to be missing health so that he's doing more of that damage.
Radiant's bottom tower is in danger.
Could you imagine if the shield rune carried on into the Phoenix egg?
Has fallen.
Bro, it's already busted enough. Why does it last like an hour? It feels like.
Eager to know Dire's
6 seconds is a long time.
Level 7 versus level 5. I mean, gotta go for it. Seems like he's going to rotate up towards the top side, but it'll be over a... Actually, I think the Watcher just expired after it got vision. So it's going to be making this rotation while they see that he's coming. Will it matter though? 2 seconds on the Supernova.
He has the egg available.
I think
there's a lot of people that are coming over here.
He still kills them, in my opinion.
He's going to look to see if he can take down Corvus 9. This is basically a 1v3 monodrama. Ooh, okay, egg in an awkward spot.
Could have been a lot better, I'll be honest. A lot of these early rotations, or the couple first uses of the Supernova, but still does put them in a decent spot to be able to get some damage in onto this tower. And then level 6 on Young G, is that going to be the difference? Quick fingers on the Rage. It's going away from Excess Vampire.
Still does have the dive, but look at the damage that comes in there onto Ankrad. Beautiful save there from Lucas, and it's just not going to be enough. He thought it was going to be enough to be able to jump inside of the Phoenix and keep him alive for a little bit longer, but yeah, Ankrad just overstepping his bounds a little bit there. It was a big rotation from the Mega. They sent 4 heroes at him.
Got to run away, Bashka. Just go back to not the most efficient farm, but any farm will do at this stage, just to make sure that you're not completely falling behind, because Doom has Doom available, and he has got Bashka in his sights. I don't think he stepped into the range of that Observer Ward, but he'll see him now.
He does want to try and find him out. Drop that first Doom. TP's coming in here from the Shadow Shaman, though. XX Vampire wants to see if he can get this far. He threw the hands up into the air. He's quite tanky here, but there's a lot of stuns that goes forward. Yayo's going to turn back around. They will throw the Doom out, so at least he's going to be able to walk away from this one.
Should look to their middle tower.
He won't die to the Doom, but he lives from a gank, and now Doom's on cooldown.
3 in mid lane, Young G.
Yeah, he's definitely dead with this one. That Fiery Spirits hits, and -1 to the sanity.
I mean, the thing is, even without a lot of the kills that Ankrad could have been getting, they've still been doing a good job of just pressuring them away from being able to farm at all on Namiga's side. Even the Doom, right? Like, yeah, you don't kill the Sven, but he had to back off and just not farm, and you denied away, I think, a wave and a half of creeps at the same time. So that's what's led into this 3k net worth lead. It's just
monodrama.
A bunch of anti-carries, basically.
Wow. They just brain sapped him, hit him with an urn, drove by and hit him with like 2 Fiery Spirits, and they just left him, and he just died.
Yep. Phoenix is pretty busted in the right hands. He's looking to potentially go for more.
So much damage.
250 gold away from being able to... Oh, hold on. That is a
They've
very
got to
deep
sleep.
dive.
Oh, no. Ankrad. Not a good set of auto attacks there. He does pop the Phoenix egg.
It's a good one. It just forces them to back off entirely and gives them an avenue to be able to escape.
Corvus 9 now standing here trying to fight as well. They got a few more of these Fiery Spirits going forward. We don't do available for another 40 seconds. They will just leave them be. All the meanwhile, Lucas is freely hitting creeps.
Yep. Again, this is one of the things that I'm talking about, right? Like, yeah, you might not be getting the most kills that you probably could have. Like, that's 3 separate mess ups by Ankrad, and I'm sure he's kicking himself because he could easily be like 7-1-1 at this stage, but
Yeah.
he pushed back a little bit further. Means that he's going to be further away from that Spirit Vessel. Doesn't, again, have the Supernova to make plays around, but they should be able to get this kill up on the top side onto Excess Vampire. Even the Siege Creep is going to stay alive because of the tower hitting into the Lifestealer, so this is just going to be another fresh morsel for him.
Yeah, amplify damage rune, and he just ticks down so fast. Junji is able to at least get rid of Mary. And that's one of the beauties of the Phoenix. You do have that damage over time. So the foul play is not as annoying as what it used to be.
Yep. And should get a tier 1 tower off the back of this as well. I don't think you're really in a position on Cobus 9 to be testing this all that much. Just wants to give a little bit of vision onto Lucas. He's not trying anything too sneaky.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
That is... that is the vessel already completed up, actually.
Getting those last couple of kills really pushed him towards it. Gonna try and get this kill here on the Cobus 9. No, not so much of a kill. More of a nuisance.
Yep, he's just saying, you ain't farming, pretty much.
Yep.
But it's just about being able to find that right balance between, keeping yourself alive completely or, not getting any farm. You can see the net worth lead continuing to grow. Again, it's just going to even out more and more once you start getting these blink daggers and once you start making a few counter punches of your own.
Encrad.
Invest? Oh, no, it's not on cooldown.
It's on cooldown.
That would have been the kill, yeah.
Almost at Radiance now as well for Lucas.
Yep.
Couple hundred gold away. Oh, and they're stealing this Ancient Stack too. Well, not stealing, but creating an Ancient Stack and then taking it.
Dude.
Global Silence does come out here. He's actually able to survive, yeah.
They're going to go for a counterplay. They got the Fiend's Grip available. I'm not sure if Monodrama is the one that you want to be using it onto, though.
Yeah, probably not. They're looking towards Young G here in the top side. Lucas and Ancrad are here as well. They don't have any Spirit Vessel charges, so Ancrad using those out, just pumping them out willy-nilly. Doesn't have any left for another kill. Excess Vampire takes down Emptiness on the bottom side of the map as well, so it seems like the Bane just hovered around a little bit too long.
Yeah, with the Doom not available, there really wasn't that follow-up damage anyway to be able to secure the kill, so not really the best place to be sitting at that point in time. But again, net worth lead slowly creeping up. 100 gold away from the Radiance for Lucas, so it's going to be nice and useful again against a lot of this physical damage as well. Just that evasion component and the mischance. But
Yeah, pre-BKB it's going to be rough for the Sven to hit people.
yes, and you've got the Blink Dagger to contend with as well on Young G. So this is the first potential counterpunch. Maybe they're going to wait for Slardar to have his, because he's got it potentially coming out on the career right now. To me, it seems like the perfect time to go for a bit of a movement, right? You secure the Wisdom Rune for yourself, you get a little bit of that extra experience, you go for a group up smoke, you look to try and get a kill onto probably the Lifestealer, because again, Phoenix you're worried about now, Lifestealer you're worried about later, so it's just about controlling him at this stage of the game.
Making sure he doesn't continue that snowball to buy that time for the Lifestealer. So it's smoke on smoke action here.
Find the
Smoke
Phoenix.
does get popped here.
Oh, the Invis-Rune though.
They've gone on to the Silencer here, but Merritt's going to be able to turn it around here. That is a very bad egg from Ancred. It was in front of 4 heroes, and there was nobody that was left available for him. The Ice Blaster is going to go wide as well. So Mary,
Spirited 1 only.
thanks to the help of the... Okay, doesn't get the save there as well. So the drums were able to at least get them a little bit far away. Nice little sleep there that comes in onto Cobra's 9. They're going to try and walk forward here with the God Strength, and they catch out our Emptiness as well. And Quantum, that was a blunder.
That was a big blunder.
Not fighting
Blunder
on their own
after blunder
terms.
after blunder. Not fighting on their own terms. They popped the smoke perfectly. They didn't have any detection to see him, and then he just says, you know what, I can 1v4 with only one person attack speed slowed. It's a really winning position that they were in, and yeah, giving it up fucking fast.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Yeah, it was a potential for that to be a really big gank breaker. If that doesn't work out there, maybe they lose Young G, maybe they lose Cobus 9. That could have been a really big fight for the side of Quantum, and they just weren't able to connect together, and now they have to sit back and wait for a little bit longer as well.
So a lot of our
Lucas
focus
is still hitting creeps.
Yep. A lot of our focus has been on Ankrad for this first little bit of the game, but I think he's going to take a bit of a backseat. Maybe go for one more play, but the Boots of Travel is the item that I'm really looking for from him. Like, any time that you see a Bane, it's just about playing around that as Protoss 9 will die.
Oh, the save there on Emptiness. That was actually huge there from Lucas. They're able to try and get away from the Ice Blast. Look at the amount of damage they're able to do. Emptiness turns back around. How much damage can they do onto Young G? Not enough. Especially with the help of the Shadow Shaman. So XX Vampire walks his way over there to help out his buddy, and that potentially could have been a turnaround if Lucas was able to stay a little bit longer and not get clipped by that Ice Blast.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're in the Eastern European region. Anytime I think of Bane and what you're able to potentially do with it, I just think of Spirit, right? Like, they just play amazingly around that hero. You're able to use something like the Boots of Travel to be able to set up in a really... You just need to read the enemy team. You need to be better at reading them than they are at reading where you could potentially be. Nightmare into TP and into most people will die from a full Phoenix combination.
Especially with the Fiend's Grip on top of it as well.
Yep.
Radiant's
Just such a
courier
long
has been
duration
killed.
CC. G's Courier does lose the cornucopia.
Yeah, Mage Slayer is going for, so that would be huge at being able to stop a lot of this damage coming up from the Phoenix in particular. It's now level 12, so Supernova a little bit harder to be able to take out, but he's got to be a lot better with his usages of it. Laning, never in doubt. It's just skirmishes haven't been ideal, and level, or almost level, with the DK is not the position that you want to be in.
Definitely want to be leading from the front if you are some of these much more unorthodox mid laners. Something like a Phoenix as well. It's going to potentially drop off as the game does go on. So you really want to try and abuse it while it's strong.
Radiant's top tower is in danger.
And now Luke's is doing a really good job here on the life stealer, just constantly staying in the top side of this map. Imagine if you saw his heat map, it would just be literally top left corner.
Structures are
Yep.
fortified.
Nice little movement coming through there from Emptiness as well. He ends up walking all the way just into that tiny little sliver of forest.
Oh no, they found out the Doom. They are just going to go directly on top of Yayo. They will turn around with the Doom, at least they're onto the Slider. He wants to try and get away, but they don't hit the sleep. He will eventually die in the fountain though anyways. Now they're turning back around, seeing if they can try and take down Lucas on the top side as well.
Had way too much damage over time there, but the downside is because he died inside the fountain, they don't get the Spirit Vessel charges. It was the Doom that ended up getting the kill and not the Phoenix, so it does, you know, lessen his output for the next little bit. But while he's playing with such low HP as see you later Monodrama, he is going to be dealing a lot of damage again through that dying light, right? And as he continues to look to scale up on the Phoenix, it'll just get more and more severe.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Let's try and make sure he completes that usefulness pre-BKBs. Because had the BKB piercing stun in the Supernova though, so... Let's travel up now. It's much like what you were talking about before, Mr. Danog, about the Boots Travel being able to set up with the Bane sleeps, especially with the Sleepwalk facet.
And my eyes are on Emptiness on his Bane here. Is he going to go for like a solo smoke to try and just set himself up in a position to be able to go on him? I really wonder if it's... Does the lack of Spirit Vessel charges change their attitude towards that sort of thing? Does he now feel like he needs the Shiva's Guard to be able to have that extra little bit of oomph? Or at least information about where others could potentially be coming in to assist whoever does get jumped on?
Yeah, I definitely feel like with, you know, if you catch any of these cores, kind of lacking. Even the solo smoke should be fine. Got the Veil of Discord as well as all the percent-based damage that can come through. Emptiness is trying to poke his head out onto the lane. Gets spotted out there by XX Vampire.
Amp damage as well coming up here from Lucas, and I'm sure that's going to be pinged out by Monodrama, which he does. They're going to have to back off. Do they want to fight into this Tormentor is my main question, because you've got the AA Blast, you've got multiple Blink Daggers to be able to play around with, but still yet to pick up your BKBs. And if I'm Amiga, I'm just cutting my losses with this Tormentor and saying, let him have it. Our BKBs are so much more important. Once we've got them, we don't need to worry about Global. We don't need to worry about Phoenix at all. We're not really as worried about the Radiance.
Attack.
I think he dies.
Sleep? Nah, it did. Alright.
Are scanning
Put
for
on monodrama. Snipe across the map.
Dire's middle tower
In the tree line, but it is
Try to make a
daytime.
fight here towards Lucas. They will go forward with the Blink Dagger. They've got the jump forward as well, but the Global Silence. Now Lucas is going to turn back around here onto Cover's 9. And they will just TP away. Actually, no. Emptiness is able to catch that one out. So now, eventually, when the sleep does wear away, it will just walk forward and try and take him down. Was that a smoke?
It was, yes. He
Press the
smoke.
button.
He sure did.
Ah, well, happens to the best of us.
A bit of a bummer though. I mean, again, you need to be playing this more ganky style. Even like for the game, probably the Blinding Sun mischance. Ooh, not the greatest egg once more. The level 10 talent on the Phoenix, the Blinding Sun mischance, probably would have been better for the later stages of the game, especially once those BKBs start wearing off a little bit more. But it's clear that they were playing for early game around this Phoenix. It's just nothing really seems to have been connecting in a significant enough way. It sounds so weird to say when you've got a 6k net worth lead, but honestly, it could have been 15k easily if even like one or two of those gank attempts have paid off.
Yeah, it could have been very reminiscent of game 1, right?
Yeah.
Where they were just kind of running around the map doing whatever they wanted. Whereas now, it is much more of... Yes, it is a net worth lead for the lifestealer, but it doesn't feel like there's a big stranglehold on the map, which is a big positive for Namiga. They definitely have a few avenues to be able to walk through now, especially now with the BKBs up and available. Surprising that Bashka went for the BKB pre-Blink Dagger, because they haven't really fought in time, but I mean, hitting that timing with all 3 BKBs is definitely going to feel quite nice.
I think that's exactly what they're going for, right? Like, they just don't want to give anything up for free. We're seeing TPs come through towards this mid lane, but it's going to be a little bit too slow to be able to stop them from taking this Roshan completely. So, a big deal for them to be able to get it that quickly, and still, I feel, should be making this move. I mean, Supernova's got 25 seconds cooldown, but I don't think you should really care at this point. Like, you've still got a lot of damage to be outputting. You're level 15, you're buffed up your fiery spirits. You should be getting a spirit vessel charge pretty soon into the fight if you can find the correct target. And it's whoever doesn't have a BKB, essentially. But that's Dragon Knight and Shadow Shaman and AA. They're keeping themselves hidden pretty well.
Well, they know exactly what's going on now. They saw that ward go up on the high ground with the sentry ward position. So Quantum, unfortunately, they will have to just say goodbye for that one.
They see Slardar.
Actually, a little tip.
Or just about to wear off, so I wonder if he's going to see that or went for the Blink Dagger and the Fiend's grip onto him, but just wasn't able to nail it.
Dire's bottom tower is
Should still get a tier 2 though.
Yeah, I don't really see them wanting to fight without God Strength here for Bashka.
Lift though.
structures
Alright.
fortified.
Lifts on 19 health on the tower.
Just what
Just
I
click it, Lucas.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Surprising that he walked out of the tower range and then walked back into click it.
Never know. I mean, they've got Aegis, so he was in danger of being jumped. Now you've got a Blink Dagger on the Sven as well. And BKB on DK after this wave as well. So this is the time for Namiga. This is what they've been waiting for the first 24.5 minutes of this game. Is all of these timings to come together. Mage Slayer, triple Blink Dagger, triple BKB, Aegis. You've got everything you could possibly want to take a successful team fight. You just need to find the right hero. Is Bane that hero? Maybe not, but they'll take it just to be able to get another objective. They've still, tier 1 tower is still standing, and that's exactly what's getting pinged out right now from
Top
Bashka.
tower is under attack.
Yeah. Might not be, you know, such a large scalp to get, but it at least gives them enough space to take these tier 1 towers. They can start to spread across the map. They can push in these mid in the top lane, and they can start heading towards potentially these tier 2 towers. They are looking to see if they can try and convert this into something else. Covers 9.
They know Sven's not there.
Yayo just, yeah, and he's getting very, very close. Now they will. They go in with the closer pace. Dragontail on top as well. Not really much that you can do. They're going to pop the global silence, turn back around here onto Cover's 9. He wants to see if he can try and get this TP out. They have no way of stopping this TP. Now Blink Forward comes in from the bank, walks forward once again at the big AB. XS Vampire wants to try and just save this for his boys. Everybody walks away from the Ice Blast except for the bank. Emptiness though takes a lot of damage from that, and the Breeze Fire will be able to finish him off, and they walk towards Mary. Their Bashka will just take him through with a few more swipes of the God Strength. So,
Dude, Anchorite
I mean, they saved the Doom.
He cancelled the TP onto the outpost. Like, he was there. He was ready to join in onto the rest of them. And by not being there, yeah, he's got his boots of travel, but you lose a team fight. You don't lose the Aegis. You shove it in the mid lane. You lose a bunch of XP. Doom's expended. I don't know. I'd say pretty worth still if you're an Amiga.
Yeah, definitely a good trade for them. Just the fact that, yeah, they don't get any cores, but it really does feel like it was just... what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say confidence, but just means they're able to get a little bit more of a stranglehold on the map. They take they put a lot of pressure on a tier 2 tower. They don't exactly take it just yet, but it's all about the map movements for them now.
And even now, like when you're hitting a bunch of these big timings on the Phoenix, he even got lucky enough with getting Whisper of the Dread. It's into triple BKB, so it's not really going to be that useful to be able to have all of that. Same sort of thing with level 18 Supernova, level 20 max health Sunray. Like, all this sort of stuff sounds nice in isolation, but only if you can catch people without their BKBs. And Amiga's a good enough team that they're not just going to walk into dangerous positions with no BKB.
Exactly. So, fortunately there for Monodrama, he does just walk into a life stealer. I guess the question is now, with only 30 seconds left on this Aegis, who feels more confident on the map potentially with this gank? Oh, let's just miss out on Ancred there. You don't see him. They do want to try and just play around a bit of this vision, see if anybody from the Dire side wants to walk into their own jungle.
Would have been nice to be able to pick that one up, but doesn't look like they'll be able to land it. Although now that the DK's here...
Oh, they found him. They're just going to keep going forward, and look at the stuns that they have. They have the Hex, they have the chicken fingers, they have everything. And Young G takes down Ancred. I feel like even if he popped the Supernova, he would have had to have gotten out the quickest Fiery Spirit Shivas and ulti.
Yep.
Known to man.
I really feel like if it was just Shaman and Sven, I think he might actually live. But the fact that the DK, like, the fact that he wasn't caught previously when we were seeing into the right-hand side of that tier 2 tower was actually a little bit unfortunate for Ancred. I think he could have survived through all that, but not with the DK there.
Yeah, now they're just going to walk up onto the high ground.
Look at this, even body blocking the creep wave so they're not getting hit by as many of the multi-shot hits from the tower. Nicely done.
30 seconds left here on Ancred. Come back in, so they will clean up the Serpent Wards here off the back of Lucas, but man, look at the damage they've done here on the tier 3 tower. It's nice little start for them. They can push their way towards this tier 2 tower off the back end of the Elder Dragon form, and that is just more eyes and more T's being dots and crossed. Oh, they found another. I mean, it's just emptiness. It's not the end of the world. It is.
He's just
annoying
shoving out waves.
Hero.
He's just shoving out waves right now. Like, he wants to use his Aghanim Shard to be able to just AoE brain sap a lot of these waves and force them back. You do now have Aghanim Scepter, though, for Lucas. So that's another way to be able to combat the all these, like, BKBs that they've got on the enemy team.
Oh, that's a very early rage. Let's get the early bash, but now they walk back in. They've got the Dragon Tail as well. Can they try and get their life stealer out of dodge? No, they do not.
Couldn't invest.
And Lucas, he was very trigger happy on pressing that rage. That meant they were able to wait it out, and now Mary, couple of clicks from Cobus, and eventually they didn't get him. Now they're looking in towards the back line here. Oh, that's a massive storm hammer. They found out 2 cores holding hands on the high ground. And the Ice Blast misses out, so Yayo will be able to at least regen, but that was a big Stormhammer that came in, found 2 cores, and it is all crumbling away here for Quantum.
It really feels like a big missed opportunity for them as well. They were in the driver's seat with this great last pick, and just nothing's working out for them. They used the glyph there as well, so not going to be able to force them back outside of the base. Right now, just doing his best to try and drag the creeps away, hope that backdoor protection kicks back in, but the damage coming out is just way too much for them to stop.
Yeah, full Rax is gone now as well. Elder Dragon form.
See you later,
It's
Monodrama.
still here for a little bit.
Maybe not. Maybe yes. Maybe not. They've got 3 blink daggers, remember. You can't just walk in, Yayo.
You have to be very, very careful here. They want to see if they can take down the A. They will just leave him. With the respawn coming in from the lifestealer.
Walking in very confidently as Yayo with no Doom, no BKB. No two position 1 or 2 joining in.
So they're going to smoke out. Feeling like this is a good opportunity for them to try and catch out a few members of the Mega. Shield rune up on Bashka though. He will be able to break the smoke there on the oh my god, there was a bait. There is not anymore. Now, big egg up on the high ground, but they just BKB and they kill the egg in time. There is no way for them to try and keep this fight going. And now Lucas gets clipped by the Ice Blast as well. The Global Silence feels like it's a little bit too little too late there from Mary. And eventually they will lose out more and more members. It's the godlike double kill for Young G. Looking for Yayo. Seeing if they can catch out this Doom and take the last straggler from Quantum, but they set their sights on the base. They will just be able to walk through this middle lane, walk towards the top side and take another lane.
Oh, it's just, they're collapsing. There's no better term for it, right? Like, you mentioned the Global Silence being a little too late. By the time they walked up onto that high ground, it had like 5 seconds on the cooldown. So you just see the difference. Like, what if you had a Bane at the very start of these team fights? What if this, the Fiery Spirits hit a few more than one hero, which they all had BKBs anyway? I mean, it all started as well because the Observer Ward that was placed down by Monodrama clipped that smoke when it was happening as well. So they knew exactly where it was. They put the Sven on the front lines who had the shield rune. Sure, you end up killing the Sven, but it's such a big price to pay.
Especially when there's all these other multi-cores as well. You know, yeah, you lose a Sven, but this feels like this draft is kind of centered around both the Sven and the Dragon Knight. Usually we're used to the Sven being the guy, but as you said, it's just these small little disconnects from every piece of the puzzle coming in here from Quantum. And that's kind of what you need. You need that 100% execution to be able to win some of these games here. And unfortunately for them, they are behind the 8-ball. Lucas,
the backline.
He popped the early rage here, so he's not going to have this for the fight. At least the safe will go forward. Now, Sven on the background. This is bad for them. They actually get the stop onto the Fiend's grip, so Emptiness will lose his life as well. Yayo's just going to walk back into the base, and both their supports are in the grave now for Quantum.
BKBs are all used though, so that Supernova, it's up in 1 second. This is the time where you want to be looking to try and re-engage, but are they going to back off? Yeah, I suppose he used his own BKB as well, but they've got an Urn Charge. I would be going in right now if I'm Anchorite. This is your last opportunity, but Spidey senses were tingling and they're going to back off.
Yeah. You just leave it for now. Another awkward interaction there with Lucas picking up his Aghanim Scepter. He jumped inside of the Sven. And then the Sven got Fiend's grip, and then so Lucas jumped out of the Sven. He was like, "Oh, it's Fiend's grip. I don't need to be, infesting inside of him to do more damage outside of it." And then the Fiend's grip instantly got stopped.
Yeah.
So he infested into him, infested out, and then was like, "Oh, I don't have my anti-Sven ability anymore." So we're gonna get an Aegis going on Covus.
Nice. Yeah. Maybe they just wanted to get anyone because they, again, another one of these Observer Wards clipped that smoke attempt, so they knew that just whoever could grab it. Oh,
they at least get the out there on the Sven. Oh, they don't even get the ice cream cone.
He could have gotten out. Like he could have got his BKB ended like with a second left after it. So a Nightmare would have done it. I don't really think they have anything else. I guess an Infernal Blade from the Doom would have done it. It's getting to the point where you mentioned that being a little trigger happy on the Rage previously. Lifestealer's gone for a BKB.
Yeah, I think he needs it. I honestly think he needs it. He's getting really kind of hammered by this Orchid that's coming out here from Young G. Well, it's actually a Bloodthorn. Like, it just feels like there's just so many of these different stuns and stuff that he needs to try and play around with. A lot of them do pierce BKB though, so I don't think it's really an end-all be-all solution for him.
Yep. But you just need to be able to just stand there and man fight. He's got all the right items so far, in my opinion. The AC to help not just himself, but the team. Aghanim Scepter, good way to respond to the BKBs, and then BKB of his own to be able to, again, just use that potential to be dealing all of that that damage to the enemy team through the Feast innate.
Yep. I also, unfortunately, have not felt the power of the Silencer here. I really don't feel like that Quantum kind of drafted around it. In the previous game, yes, the Silencer looked very strong because he was playing around with the Storm Spirit. A hero that can really abuse those couple of seconds of being like, oh, you have to pop an item here for you to be able to try and deal with me, or I will run rampant. Whereas for the side of Quantum, like, is it supposed to be the Phoenix Egg? And then you look on the other side of it for Namiga, they've just got heroes that don't really care. Sven, transformation hero. Dragonite, transformation hero. Slider, punch hero.
See you later, Bane.
What are you supposed to do?
Ooh, maybe not.
That's good.
I think the difference is, hold on, they might look to re-engage on this. Very ballsy as Bane. He doesn't have the Blink Dagger this time.
Either just Curves 9 them.
It's not just him that has the Blink, though. It's DK and Sven are around too. I think the difference is, like, when Phoenix is going in and you're popping the Global Silence, it's just into BKBs.
Lucas is going to go forward here. That's a beautiful Lotus Orb. They do get the Doom out before the God Strength. So this Sven is in trouble. He will lose his life. So that's a big initiation for them. Young G in the backline, though, takes down the Silencer. So they will not have this position 5. The Ice Blast actually does wear up there on Yayo. So now they're able to use the work of the Laser Beam. And eventually, Ankrad's going to sit in the backline. So he wants to see if he can try and keep the fight going here for Lucas. And they will be able to take down the Dragonite. So a big fight victory here for the side of Quantum. And it all came off the back of a massive Lotus Orb into a big Doom, and they're able to take down these cores with no God Strength and BKB from the Sven. XX Vampire is pretty quick here.
Yeah, he's still got that Enfeeble tick in though, so it's disabling the Blink Dagger right now, and just a little bit too slow. He's got the Blink of his own on the Bane, just trying to see if he can find him, linking off into the Fog of War, but won't be able to land it. But you just see the difference in being able to finally get the initiation onto the right targets. You know, Lifestealer just through existing for the majority of the time was able to deal so much damage for the entire team, and it finally, again, an egg doesn't die at the very start of a team fight, so you're able to block off an area of effect, and he's even got the Dazoon Blood Ride as well, which is a perfect combination as we look at the replay here. Doom onto the correct target. Ice Blast doesn't mean jack. You know, he was inside of the Sven at the time. And then this is the time for Phoenix to really start having that level of impact is, you know, 1, the healing comes through for the Doom. 2, he's able to disable further blinks. And then once these BKBs start to wear off, his Spirit Vessel can really start to kick into the equation. So it's not completely beyond them to be able to come back into this game. It's just going to be a lot harder than what they initially thought based on how well they came out of that laning stage.
Yeah. Big team fight for them to win off the back of Sven doing a total of 200 damage in that team fight.
So what you were saying before about like the difference between the Storm Silencer combination and the Phoenix Silencer is that Storm was always able to jump onto the area of the supports, and they didn't have a BKB. They didn't have a way to be able to withstand that. Every single time it feels like they're initiating, it's onto cores. So you need to catch at least one of these supports on the backline when you're popping the Global Silence, just so that they're actually impacted by this, because neither of them have Guardian Greaves. Neither of them have a way to be able to break out of the Global Silence, at least at this point. They're both going into a Lotus Orb to eventually have it for that plus the Doom, but for right now it just means that these are the people that you need to be focusing down.
They're walking towards this base here as well, and now they've got the Axe Fiend script, but they've been able to find out the real one here. The Global Silence will go down. They take down one of the supports. That's 100 seconds without a Shadow Shaman there for XX Vampire. Curvis 9 walks back in, bashes up Lucas. You have to be careful here, though. There's no Global Silence. Ankrat is still waiting in the wings here with the egg. BKB is still at the ready for both of these two teams. Everyone's ready and available to fight.
And Doom has Doom. Don't forget about that as well. Even Lifestealer holding on to a magnifying monocle. Not sure how I feel about that. Like, it acts like Blink, right? Where if you take damage, it's disabled. And I think most of the time it's going to be pretty rare that you're... Hold on. Speaking of...
He's taken a lot here. He's able to turn around with his own BKB, but he doesn't get the lifesteal back in. He's able to at least jump inside of Yayo. So he will survive the Ice Blast for now. How long will they stay inside of the Doom, though? He comes out and he gets cleaved down. And that's the problem with the Doom. Yes, you are dooming out onto the Sven, but the Sven has already transformed into the God Amongst Men, and that will just be 2 cores going goodbye.
Hopping out into an amp damage, Sven is certainly a ballsy move to make. And I mean, honestly, he nearly did die as well. He got down to 500 HP, but with the Satanic being popped all the way back up to full now that that he is capable and outside of that Doom duration. that could be enough. I mean, no Supernova, no Lifestealer, no Doom, no tier 2 towers remaining. All they have is a Fiend's Grip, really, to be able to try and make something happen. Fresher actually just got popped by Anchoret.
Wants to see if he can try and fight. Massive Fiend's
not
Grip out
bad.
onto the Sven. They've
Not
got
bad at all.
nothing to keep him alive, and he will go down. The egg eventually will get dealt with as well by the 2 cores coming out here from the Mega. They will get a buyback out here of the Bane, but I don't think it's going to matter. It's just Young G on the high ground, who is just the leading players of Quantum. And this is going to be Mega Creeps. Actually, it's going to be the end of the game. The GGs are called. Anchorad will disappear out of the server. And unfortunately for Quantum, this is them bowing out here. They do put up a good fight up against the side of the Mega, but they will just eventually fall at the final hurdle and start for them.
middle tower.
Hydropower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. The radiant glyph is now active. Killing spree! Radiant should look to their middle tower. The Radiant scan, eager to know what Radiant should look to their bottom tower. Killing spree!
need to start making the big plays, because we're going to start prospect regardless of which team wins this.
Yeah, and that's as you start getting the tippity top, the pointy end of a lot of these tournaments, that's when you really have to kind of put up or shut up. And unfortunately for Cyber Goose, they lost their extra life a little earlier than they'd had hoped, and so it kind of puts them in this do or die scenario a lot earlier than what they had anticipated. But they're here to game, and they're here to play, so we're very excited to see what they can do here. I was looking back at that series against Quantum, and it looked like it was kind of mainly just a Ancred kind of masterclass throughout those games they did win. So maybe Cyber Goose just weren't ready for that. So we'll see what they bring out today. Looks like Notice is in quite high spirits here, just goofing with the boys as they get themselves into this first draft. And being on the first pick here for Runa team, it's like, what do they want?
With his forearm sleeves on, don't forget about that.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, what is left in the pool? NP's left in the pool, TA's left in the pool, AA's left in the pool. Everything's left. Everything's left right now. Like, there's a lot of stuff that you could still opt to. Beastmaster is still in the pool. I know Notice loves a Beastmaster to be able to go down that route, and we haven't seen it yet throughout these quals. Another one of these players, kind of like what we saw from Palantimos in that previous series, Alberca, another one of these people that have gone from the position 1 to the position 3 role. So I'm interested how well he's going to be able to adjust to it. Shigetsu, Nikki Cole, Queasy, he's gone by till the end now, but I know him as H-Duo, is, having a much better time, I think, than a lot of other people at adjusting to the current POS 5 meta, just because it really suits the style that he likes to play. He's one of the few people, kind of like what we saw from Ike on Kalmichata, who still plays like even the DP position 5. He can look to try and make it work, and I'm interested to see how this one is going to end up resulting. But I don't know, the Bristle, maybe this seems more calculated from Cyber Goose because it's an instant Shaman pick. Like, Shaman's good in its own right, but that level 15 Hex talent feels nice against it, and maybe they feel like they've got other heroes to be able to deal with it as well.
5 seconds.
So that's going to be the question on the lips of everybody watching on your home, is how do you deal with this Bristleback for Cyber Goose? And it looks like they're trying to get rid of some of these heroes that can kind of have that play rolling. Shadow Shaman is obviously one of them that can deal with it. There's not really much natural break in the game, is there, anymore? I feel like that's kind of one of the reasons why Bristle has that natural prowess. Obviously, Hex is not like straight up breaking anymore, which they haven't done for like 5 years now, but you know what I mean?
Kanda has it, but it's just for like very brief amount of time, and it's dispellable, so it's like a little bit rougher, especially maybe against a Bristleback. You don't always like to go a super early BKB. You want to get a few other items, but I think it's a fair ways in when you're getting the Kanda as well, so it's not like the be all and end all either. I don't know. I think this is one of these heroes that you got to get rid of. It's way too much to have to deal with. It's got way too much synergy with too many other different heroes. We saw how great it was together with the Medusa, just with the AoE minus armor and slows, and then the split shot was just ripping through everyone. It was noticed, right, that did this, so they know exactly what they're going to be going into if they allow it to happen again.
We'll see what they want to try and utilize here on the side of Cyber Goose to try and take down the Bristleback. Maybe they just don't have those natural counters and they just put a lot of emphasis on his lane, and they just throw some heroes at him for a little bit and try and put him behind the 8-ball. So that's the real question that we've got going on here. We'll see who's going to do what. I really like that Runa team right now. They're just getting rid of some more of these much more annoying heroes to try and play around with. The Abaddon as well as the Oracle are two other heroes that you're trying to look towards now, that can just keep people alive for a lot longer and potentially win that fight out against the Bristleback. So not wanting to deal with those.
10 seconds.
I mean, it's most likely going to be the Shaman into it. I always thought, like, maybe it's not as big of an issue now, considering Bristle's most likely going to be played as a position 3, and it's actually why I quite like this TB pick. Anything that's just got high armor is going to be great against the Bristleback. So one of the supports that I was just about to mention that I'm surprised wasn't picked up more was the Bounty Hunter, just because it slows down a lot of those early timings. You are able to withstand a bunch of the quill spray hits, because basically everything in Bristleback's pool is physical, and Bounty's fast, has a lot of armor, doesn't need to stay in to right click as well. You just want to kind of get in and out and use the Janata to be able to yoink away some of that gold.
Wind Ranger at your service.
So here they can utilize the little bits of minus armor being thrown out by the snot rockets. Also just another hero that kind of has that, obviously the assassination facet, the kill shot, to be able to stop all of this. But it's also kind of long range stun to be able to stop the shackles. Whether or not you hit the shackle doesn't matter. You can at least stop it for your Bristleback if he's turned the wrong way.
I wonder if Runa Team is going to pivot this into being like a POS 1 Bristle, just so that the lane is better set up for it. I wouldn't be picking their POS 3 anytime soon, and I quite like this, just having the flexibility of Naga being able to be position 4, position 3, doesn't really matter. Again, another one of these heroes that TB doesn't necessarily deal with that well, so Naga Siren is another one of those heroes that can be played across multiple roles, not just like 4 or 5, I'm talking 1 or 4 or 5. And I do quite like it. It's actually one of the other heroes that, at least at pro level, 100% of the time you go the Deluge facet, basically never going Riptide, just because it is much more reliable and you're able to split up your illusions and deal that, I think it's 280 damage to 50 million different camps at once. So you can really get out of control if you go down this avenue. So I do like the fact that they're going down a slightly different route now with the Dazzle, but also the Kunkka, just to be able to deal with AoE, deal AoE damage, just covering the fact that this Naga might be played as a core. So 1, you can use the Aghanim Shard to be able to instantly wipe out all the illusions. 2, you can go Aghanim Scepter on the Dazzle as well to be able to, turn those against them in terms of using the Shadow Wave. This feels pretty good.
Yeah. Interesting that you're going for these heroes when there is an AA still in the pool, especially with the flexibility that you've got here from Runa Team. So maybe they want to try and go with like an AA. I mean, I guess you'd have to pivot the Naga or the Wind Ranger to being a core. Maybe Wind Ranger as a core might not be too bad. Or you just go the Naga POS 1 and you just go Wind Ranger plus AA. And you just play around this kind of combo. You just get rid of a lot of these pesky healing heroes.
I don't know how I feel about it, right? Like, it also pretty heavily, like, if this Dazzle is going to be played as a mid, you could have it. Like, it really limits the sort of heroes that you can opt to go for, right? Like, I think there's very few that you could still look to pick, like a Lina, or they're going to pick Timber, but like Sniper was another option for mine, just something that's going to stay way the hell back, because they don't really have any great form of initiation, etc., etc. That could have been pretty effective to be able to have that tool.
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel like Sniper is kind of underutilized at this point for a lot of these teams. Maybe it's just not fast enough as a mid laner. Maybe it doesn't provide enough. But I do agree with you, especially when you're getting rid of a lot of these heroes that don't just naturally jump the backline. It is kind of one of those heroes who can just sit away and do quite a lot of work. Can farm quite fast with the shrapnels.
5
So Queasy, maybe feeling it right now. Trying to lock in. See what these next couple of heroes are. They get rid of the cheese in the Huskar, so they're not going to have Chiro Jr. Huskaring them just yet.
No. I mean, it does lead me to believe that this is going to be a mid Timbersaw for Nikki Cool, right? Like,
Yep.
Timber's probably one of the few heroes that actually does have a decent time against the Kunkka and the Dazzle. So you just wanted to take away that direct counter, I suppose, to this sort of situation. What do they opt to go now? Like, is it too single target focused to go like OD or something like that, just to have to deal with this? Who has the last pick overall? Cybergoose
who picked
does.
second. It was Cybergoose, yeah.
Remain.
Okay, I think they could go OD, like in a sort of niche scenario, just to be able to A, counter the Timber, B, you're going to have enough answers to the Naga Siren if she is a core, but if she's not, you'll know that at that point because Runa Team would have picked by that stage. So I could see it working for sure.
Wouldn't hate to see it. I'm going to be real with you. Got no clue what the hero does anymore. I feel like they've changed him 6 times and I stopped giving a crap after the 3rd time.
The old outhouse demolisher.
Yeah. Does he still have the mana allergy thing?
Sure, let's go with that. I agree. Like it's honestly, I almost
I don't
never
know.
see it being picked up.
I don't even know what Sanity's Eclipse does anymore. Is it like...
It's just burst.
Okay, I was like, is it based on missing mana again? Do you have the mana allergy tied to it? What do you got? You know,
Mana diff.
I don't know. Do you feel like OD should get the OD staff as well for his neutral item? That'd be fun.
True, double. Just get it to start the game with, you reckon?
Yeah, like Monkey King should start with an MKB.
True.
Yeah.
Satanic
that's
should start with the Satanic.
It's turn to pick.
There we go.
So,
That's
yeah.
what I was
It's
expecting. Although it
basically what
could
you're
still be a 1. It could still be a 1 is the thing. You know, you've got a Naga Siren that could be being played as a position 5 in this sort of scenario. Could be a mid Timber. Could be a 3 Bristle with a win range of 4. Makes a lot of sense to me.
10 seconds.
Carry
They
Bristle
just
too.
could be, yes.
5 seconds remain.
Yeah, no, I'd be on board with that. I just want to be avoiding the TB if I was the Bristleback.
Yeah.
And it's not like there's great Snot Rocket synergy. Okay, this is good because I wanted some sort of backline dive to be able to attack the Lina specifically. It's going to be Shigetsu playing it, which means that it's going to be a position 1. It's going to be a H duo Naga Siren, mid Timber, and Alberca on the offlane Bristleback. So kind of like what we were expecting. I just don't know how it's actually going to result, you know, because again, it's going to be pretty nice for TA 2000 to be laning into this. Not really going to be suffering too much, I don't think. I think Noticed will have a fine enough time going up against the Naga Illusions, going up against the Lina in that lane. Chira Jr. and Nikki Cool should just be trading farm. So I don't know. I think in terms of lanes, I would give it a slight edge to Cybergoose at this point in time. But beyond that, I am still seeing a couple of issues with how they're going to be able to deal with Shigetsu if he is allowed to just sit back and do whatever he wants. You know, they're going to need to get active. Tier 2000 specifically is going to need to get active because he is the main tower taker on this team outside of the Shadow Shaman. So I'm going to need to see him making a lot of rotations through the Twin Gate to be able to try and put some additional pressure onto Lina so that she can't just get into that maelstrom really early on.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the big problem for me as well, right? Just what happens to Shigetsu once we get towards that middle portion of the game. Who's going to be the one that's going to try and get into their face, especially if they get off to a rip-roar of a start. It's going to be hard to try and wrangle that Lina back into the game, especially without a lot of these heroes trying her face. So it's going to be a lot of emphasis, I feel like, on Chira Jr. to be able to create a lot of that chaos in the mid game for them, to really just enable them to have this good start against a lot of these other heroes. So we'll have to wait and see. There's a lot of things that we can look forward to for both of these two teams.
He's got a lot to live up to after the performance of Storm Spirit that we just saw, right? Like it was pretty impressive, but Chira Jr.'s got the stuff to be able to match that. That's
Very true. It is also good seeing Solo back on the Dazzle. Brings back some old memories.
Blew it! You blew it!
All right, you're gonna crank the smoke. 40 seconds into the game. See if they're able to find anybody just yet. Queasy gets a nice little ward in the middle lane here, and same with Chira
30
Jr.
seconds and counting.
But
Did he use the Light Strike Array on a specific tree on Shigetsu? Because he's already leveled it up. Some people put just the 1 point into the Dragon Slave as well, particularly when you're playing the position 1. So I'm interested to see if his attitude is going to be similar to Satanic's in that way, just using it as a Fiery Soul reapplicator.
The match.
Yeah, that's probably a good way of doing it. I mean, Dragon Slave will be able to get rid of a lot of these TB illusions quite quickly, so I wouldn't hate to see it.
Sure, but maybe they think the Maelstrom procs will be able to do that too, and you just want to make sure that you're living a little better off the back of leveling stats instead.
Yes, to me, it all kind of depends on how the game's going. Do you need the stats? Do you want to try and get that extra burst for Dragon Slave? Wait and see. I feel like a lot of carry players are much more... There is very few spells in the game that they actually want to level. And I feel like if they can level stats from level 1, I feel like a lot of carry players would.
Yeah. Yeah, they're sick in the head, I agree.
Carry players.
I mean, I still remember like watching Sing Sing back in the day, playing with friends, and then would level up stats and then swap hero with a friend just to ruin their day.
So right now we're just starting off with a big intro to this first wave for Chira Jr. 5-1. So got every creep so far, looking to try and get a few more. Look at that one as well. So nice little start to these first couple of waves here for Chira Jr. Whereas Nicky Cool's just popping a licking.
I wonder how chill this start of the game is going to be. Like, they're just going to be going back and forth. Both of them kind of need to be spamming out their spells pretty frequently. So in terms of the race to the bottle, Chira Jr. is going to get that one. Come out on top in that one, excuse me. But beyond that, like, how well are they going to be able to, you know, just get that magic stick up really quickly? How well are they going to be able to trade? Who's the better team as well at being able to make a rotation to be able to get that first blood in the mid lane? Because I really feel like the ultimate's going to be pretty vital at the very start of this game. You know, that's going to be at the stage where TA2000 still won't have a ton of mana to be able to play around, HP to be able to play around with. So an early rotation coming through from Timber could be enormous.
Yeah. And being able to put the pressure on the Terrorblade just kind of sets back the tempo for the side of Cyber Goose. So if that's where you want to lean, if you are the Runa team, it's a good place to start. So we'll see where these first couple of moves come from. I'd imagine it's probably looking towards the side of Cyber Goose. Just having problem walk around on the Shadow Shaman, I'd imagine is where you're going to be looking. Solo's not really going to be able to do much on a Dazzle, but you know, much conversely for Runa team, you know, Naga Siren's probably not going to make too many rotations. It's mainly just going to be on the Wind Ranger for them to walk around. So we'll see how it ends up.
Yeah, for sure. Straight up rushing a Falcon Blade, it seems, as well, on Shigetsu, realizing that he's not really in a position to be under too much stress, although with H2OB, see how strong the Naga Siren actually is. Plenty of armor to be able to play around with. 330 base movement speed must be nice. To be able to have something like that. Only wish.
It seems like a few too many years playing Crystal Maiden.
Yeah. Wyvern's not great either. It's like 285.
Now for TA2000, wants to try and get a little bit of a fight going here against Alberca, but all this damage is starting to come back towards him on TA2000. He's getting gooed up, he's getting clicked up as well. Does have a lot of these stick charges, so it seems like he's okay for now.
I think he would have actually died there if the power shot ended up hitting onto him. It was the heal came just a split second after the fact as well. And I mean, if they are going to make those attempts, it's a really risky situation to be in, because even with all of TB's armor, he was still brought down to 2 off the back of all of those Viscous Nasals goo stacks that built up onto him.
It just makes it really hard for him to even get close to trying to contest with the amount of minus armor that comes in from Alberca. And if you're Dazzle, you go anywhere close to that, you get 1 or 2 snots, and it's kind of negative city for you.
Yep. Alberca as well, though, isn't exactly having the best time overall. I mean, he's behind the TB on net worth. He's still level 2, not yet level 3, so these Quill Sprays aren't actually doing all that much damage, and it's making it quite hard for him to last hit. Doing his best to try and disrupt any way possible, but even though TA2000 doesn't necessarily have the highest net worth himself, he's still not an awful spot.
Yeah, till the end, gets brought back, and the first blood will go the way of the Kunkka. So Notice starting out with a nice little intro to this top lane by taking down the Naga Siren.
Will be okay. Careful about where he's running. I mean, TB Orpheus illusion that was just hitting into Queasy, wanting to get rid of that that clarity that he had on himself, but potentially turn his attention towards Alberca instead and kill on towards him.
Isn't close enough just yet to be able to get that, but I'm going to see now going on to Shigetsu. So Notice we'll get that Tidebringer as well. They're going to come in with the Shackle. So Big Stick comes in there once again from Shigetsu. Maybe with another Tidebringer. No, it's still off cooldown. So do a lot of damage there to the Shigetsu. And with Till the End coming in with that Deluge, it's very hard for them to try and fight back into the Naga Siren.
Pretty good Kunkka game the more I look at it, right? Like, you've got the ability to be left alone in this lane and have a bunch of stacks be made up for you. Blade Mail, amazing item this game, just in terms of turning back a lot of the damage that Shigetsu is going to be putting it onto you. Timber has a lot of unavoidable damage, Bristle has a lot of unavoidable damage, and then straight into the Radiance after that. So helps you deal with the Naga illusions, does a little bit of that extra damage to the Timber as well, helps you farm, and they're just going to have such a rough time taking him down that it's going to give him so much value this game.
We're going to try and see if they can make this rotation to TA2000. It's what you touched on just before with the Timbersaw for Nicky Cool. We'll just leave it be for now, so he's just going to walk away. Didn't want to put the emphasis on it. And early level 6 now for the Timbersaw means that there is potential for them to get that kill.
Spotted out by the Observer that he'd placed down previously, but no kill on the TB, but no significant damage onto the mid tier 1 tower as well. Really does just feel like Alberca, his main role is just live for as long as possible. You are the Lina enabler at this stage. You're not going to be doing too much killing in your own right. It's just a matter of what can the rest of the team get done when they try and go for you. So I wonder if there might be some baiting going on so far this, well, not so far this game, but eventually this game. As he gets the, I wonder if he's even going to go for a halberd this game, or if it's going to be more of a Crimson Guard that he's leaning towards.
Good question. The illusions probably leans me towards the Crimson Guard. Halberd being Halberd leans me towards the Halberd. I feel like Crimson's probably the better way to do it. Just provide that enablement to the rest of the team. Amplify damage.
There's that rotation.
And that is just Nicky Cool just getting the freest TA2000 kill I've ever seen in my life. And Solo will be able to at least get out of that one.
That's the other aspect as well that I didn't quite think of, is up top. They're actually making a bit of a play here on Shigetsu, and they should be able to secure it.
Yeah, they get the kill.
Well, Queasy was actually TPing up there, but instead TPs to mid to get a bit of this free farm. Gets a shield rune from himself as well, denying it away from Chira Jr. Going up against the Dazzle, they do have the kill shot as well, so works like an axe execute. We'll actually look to be able to take him out even with the Shallow Grave. So,
all right, Chira Jr. goes in there on the Nicky Cool, but that's a lot of burst damage that goes forward on from the Timbersaw. Now Chira Jr. looking to try and get this kill onto the Timbersaw. They do. Now once again looking to try and set their sights on until the end. And they take down the Naga. So a big rotation there from the Storm Spirit, much like the Timber, his counterpart. Turn around and get a kill on the big call.
Tower is under attack.
yeah, I'm really going to be interested to see, like, once these team fights really start breaking out in earnest, how is Queasy going to be using that power shot? Because 9-second cooldown, still pretty significant early on into the team fight. So is he actually just going to hold it entirely for any sort of, you know, Shallow Grave TP escape potential?
Good question. I feel like that's going to be a lot of finesse. And notice they don't have damage.
Not in range.
Oh, that
Legolas.
on my screen. I've got a little bit of packet loss on my end, so that looked like the animation was nowhere near noticed. But
it's just one of those things where you're coming up or down a stairs that it's just all wonky.
yeah. But good snipe there from Queasy. Solo. Oh, Solo. It's an awkward spot here for the Dazzle. And they will just be able to power shot away and take him down.
Queasy getting involved. Just 2 kills of the game. A bit of extra harassment in onto this tower. Doesn't look like Shigetsu should be in any sort of danger. Ooh, very nicely done. Timing of the electric vortex to be able to stop the Timbersaw from escaping, and they should be able to go for more as well on top of this. Still not yet level 6 on into the end.
There's a lot of mana that Chira Jr. still be able to walk around with here. Doesn't get the next static remnant, looking to try and convert it, and it is a triple kill for Chira Jr. 4-0-1 right now. 2 of those kills being on the enemy Timber. He is starting out red hot, and this is exactly what you want if you are the Cyber Geese.
Oh yeah. I mean, he's just been again something about these Eastern European Storm players, man. Even, you know, we haven't seen him play it, but Kiyotaka plays a mean Storm as well. I think Lyle do it as well from that mid lane, so nutty.
I mean, you've even got the OG GOAT, no one.
True.
Been one of those players for a long time. Been able to whip him out.
Loaded to the gills.
Question is for you, Matt. What noise does a Cyber Goose make?
Like a dial-up modem. All the Zoomers in chat will be like, what's a dial-up? But I actually had a friend, so hold on. Let's wait for this death.
Well, I mean, Chira Jr. is just going to get a free kill.
Yeah.
Can't feel my
The galvanizing out of control. I've told you this, but no one else knows. I played an online version of Survivor, and one of the people that I ended up playing with, he was like 18, and he was, you know, on the other side. I ended up voting him out, get wrecked. He didn't know what dial-up was, and I'm like, oh damn, no.
Yep.
I ended up getting second, by the way, lost by 1 vote at the very end.
Feels bad, man. Matt, the Ultimate Survivor, online.
The best loser.
Well, again, it is a good start here from the Cyber Geese. Putting up a few more of these stacks here as well for Noticed, who's just going to start cleaving through them. And it's kind of, I don't want to say it's go time for the Storm, but, you know, they've taken that tier 1 tower. They've taken the tier 1 tower top as well. This kind of unlocks him for a little bit here for Chira Jr. Got the Kaya built up. He's going to go directly into the Kaya Sanj. It's going to be a bit of a menace. Let's play around this map.
Oh, absolutely. Like, it's just anything that's going to amp up that regen for himself is going to feel amazing. Sometimes I feel horrible for these supports just because I've been there before. Like, they literally had no idea that Nagasiren was coming to place an Observer Ward, and the second after they placed a Sentry, so you just got 0 value out of it. It's like, man, why do I even bother sometimes?
Does feel really bad when that happens, but sometimes you just end up playing a better position and you just play offlane instead and you don't have to worry about that. Let's go.
You're an offlane Wraith King player though, so your opinion is invalid.
True, build auras, walk forward. That is the mantra of the offlane. Right, so smoke up here. They're going to see if they can try and get a core kill under a tier 1 tower and see if they can turn that into another tower. They're going to go here onto Alberta. They do have Queasy here available as well, but it's a lot of damage they can do out here onto that bristleback. But you can just see how many of these goo stacks go out when the Snock rockets come down. TA2000 is still able to hold up here, and the Dazzle is just trying to keep them up with the weave armor.
So he did end up going the halberd, huh? Doesn't really matter if you're getting chained 100 to 0. Then again, doesn't really matter if you go Crimson Guard in that sort of scenario either, but it's just one of those things where it's like, what would actually save you in that position other than like a really quick Naga TP and Song of the Siren? Speaking of Naga, able to dodge out the torrent, very nicely done with a mirror image, but only just hit her level 6. So at least now that you've got that press in case of emergency ability to be able to play around with, but I have to wonder how they're going to be able to make up this net worth deficit because it's already at 4k. I was about to say almost exclusively off the back of Chira Jr., but everyone's doing a pretty good job. And Noticed again, like, only going to kill him with any consistency.
Solo is able to get in onto the party, and they get another kill by taking down to the end in the bottom side. Now they're looking to try and see if they can get damage onto Alberca. He continues to walk away for free. TA2000 takes the rest of the tier 2 tower, and the Cyber Geese continue to march forward. That was something that I looked at roughly around about the 10-minute mark. Oh, that Shadow Wave damage. Was, you know, I was pretty much in the same boat as you, right? You know, basically just being like, oh, this net worth lead is mainly just Chira Jr. Nope. But it's actually just everyone just doing such a good time. Obviously, Notice getting that first blood. TA2000 really didn't get pressed too hard in that lane either. So Cyber Goose just were able to stay in a good spot.
This is the thing, like, it really just does go back to what I was talking about in terms of who's going to lane where, and I feel like the Bristleback laying into the TB was a mistake, you know, like, you just weren't able to get too much done of anything, and look at what it's resulted in, like, more than a 2k net worth lead just in that lane specifically, because if you only do physical damage and you're against the highest armor hero in the game, what are you expecting to happen?
That's a good question. Chira Jr. just on the aggressive. Just sees out Mickey Cool and just goes, yep, I'm just going to walk in. Oh, I mean, this is the problem with Storm. It's just like, it's so hard to lock them down. And I mean, I hadn't even touched on it, but look at the heroes for Ruda team. How do they catch a Storm Spirit?
The Atos that Queasy's buying.
Yeah, I guess so.
Basically it. Atos into Light Strike, into Shackle, into Ensnare, like, it's all very slow to come out. A lot of these lockdowns. I mean, even the Atos, right? You basically need to be on top of him already.
Huzzah!
Yeah, it's going to be a hard task, I feel like, especially with the BKB. That's why I'm really enjoying this Kai Sanj pickup from Chira Jr. He's able to just constantly walk around the map, and he basically at no threat of losing their life. Potentially could find Queasy.
I feel like we're going to remember why Poor Man's Shield was taken out of the game pretty quickly, because it's only just been pretty recently re-added in, and it's like, oh, see you later, Queasy. Maybe not.
Didn't want to overextend with till the end around.
But I mean, you just go on a hero like Kunkka, right? The Poor Man's Shield. And he's got a bunch of lifesteal and spell lifesteal, and he's got a blade mail, and he's got Admiral's Rum. Like, how are you supposed to actually kill this guy? And it just means that he's pretty unopposed going to be able to get into this 18-minute Radiance on an off lane with a blade mail as well. Like, it's too much.
And especially with the Admiral's Rum as well, as he's like innate. So he takes less damage already, and then he has all this block and all this auto attack damage. Just doesn't really do anything for you. Then he builds armor naturally because he likes playing blade mail because of Admiral's Rum. So yeah, I mean, there is very obvious reasons as to why things are taken out. Shigetsu put out here by Chira Jr. This is the potential for them to actually get the kill. Light Strike Array, Laguna Blade, kill shot. So that is the...
Not the hero you want it to go on to, though. Oh, maybe it is. It'll give him his Atos.
I was going to say, that's the overstep that Chira Jr. didn't want to do earlier. But unfortunately, he did it this time around. Alberca. And a lot of these goose stacks are going to go forward here. Comes in with the boat. They get a lot of this extra damage. They do get the shackles going forward as well here from Problems. Alberca getting very, very low. They're seeing if they can try and get this kill onto him. They do. So executed there by Solo. But look at all the goose stacks, man. That's the funny part. Is they all end up with like 7 to 8 goose stacks on them by the time he's dead.
Yeah. It takes a lot to be able to kill him. He waited until he was about 10% HP to even use his halberd as well. Wasn't the perfect stun combination either. Could have potentially lowered a little bit of the damage coming out from Noticed, but you know, it's not been the greatest game so far for Alberca. I think it could change, although this would hurt if your core ends up getting killed up on the top side, having gone basically 0 stats as well. Like Falcon Blade gives a little stats, but outside of that, she's still squishy as hell. Mjolnir not really going to change things either.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of time until she becomes hard to kill. So TA2000 is going to dump the boys off at the pool and see if they can take a tier 2 tower.
Look to their middle tower.
They'll be able to get this Nagasan, who's just trying to cut waves as well.
Radiant's middle tower
So again,
is
just
under attack.
beautiful execution coming in from the Cyber Geese. This feels like they're splitting their resources in the correct ways, you know, making sure, okay, we only need Problems plus Chiro Jr. to be able to take down Shigetsu. All right, TA2000, you can solo push for a tier 2 tower. What? Meanwhile, we've got Solo and Notice who are returning back to this tier 2 to try and get this Naga Siren while she's cutting waves, and then the TB comes back, and it just feels like their resource allocation is really on point. And again, just kind of circling back to, you know, day number 1 of these qualifiers. That's when things start to get really, really scary, because what's kind of happening with them? It seems like they've locked it in going into
How
these
quickly are
next
they going to be able to take this? Quick enough, it seems, before the Song of the Siren is available. It could have been a potential for them to try and contest this, but still had about 10 seconds left on the duration, and they're all just going to counter dodge together through the Twin Gate. I mean, technically, this is where they want to be playing anyway, right? 21 minutes, Wisdom Rune coming up in about 25 seconds from now. You mentioned hitting the Tier 2 tower previously. They don't have the glyph available, so why not just position yourself down here on the bottom side of the map? It doesn't really feel like Runa Team is responding effectively enough either to be able to stop them. I mean, Timbersaw's doing it, but I don't think they needed to back off.
They may be feeling like they're close enough to a few more of these extra items coming up.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I don't know. Free XP, free tier 2 tower while the glyph's on cooldown. Metamorphosis was available as well. Maybe just fearing the Song of the Siren after what happened previously to Chiro Jr.
That's true. There's a lot of respect being given out there by the Cyber Goose. They understand they're in a quite commanding position right now. Especially with the Terror Blade as well as the Conquer just kind of constantly streaming forward, and then the Storm's just going to get to the point where he becomes a much larger menace on the map than they can actually handle.
Is under attack.
He's got his BKB as well, so he's going to be feeling very confident to be able to dive in, but he probably wants someone to be able to assist. They will get Queasy off the back of nice Shackle.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, didn't see Problems in the bottom side of the map, and I was like, oh, maybe with the Shackle, he's able to live, but no, Problems joins the fray. That means fight. Fray does.
I knew that one.
I learned that one.
They also
from
sing
French class.
How to Save a Life.
Dire's top tower.
What's your
is
karaoke
under
go-to
attack.
song? I haven't asked you this.
Tower has
It's Untouched by the Veronicas.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, that's my karaoke song. Just gets everyone popped up, you know.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's many different Veronica songs that I could easily say for that.
Yeah, but that one's like, yeah. I just
like,
really enjoyed the ah la 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 part of it. Yeah.
It was like FIFA 09 as well. Was one of the tracks on that.
It's very funny. I feel like a lot of people following along at home with the amount of references we make, they tend to increase when the games are looking rather static.
Or one-sided.
Yeah.
It'll be cool. We'll be okay, and so we'll notice. Even disabling his Radiance Aura. Making sure that he wasn't revealing himself on the side lanes.
Yeah, only very specific heroes could have stopped him from making that TP, but he still didn't want to put himself in harm's way to Mr. Notice, so they're just going to walk into the road pit here. I mean, dotting their eyes, crossing their T's. The Cyber Goose, and this is exactly what we'd expect from a team with the players that are on it. A lot of them have been at the top of Dota in one way, shape or form, I feel like.
Yeah, for sure. And you've even got like more items coming out now. BKB, double BKB. So both Storm and Conquer have it. You've got an Aegis for TA2000, which is essentially as good as a BKB with how long it's going to take to be able to kill him. With even, you know, the Dazzle sitting behind with the mech that he's got available. Shadow Wave, Weave for all the additional armor.
So there's a lot of different avenues for TA2000 to survive a lot of these ganks, and they are looking towards somebody here, so they will be able to stop the TP here onto the Bristleback. So Alberca, yes, he will get the Halberd, but now TA2000 is able to freely go to the front. It's a lot of these goo stacks, but it's not the damage that you're afraid of, because everybody else has already gotten out of dodge. Is that Problems in the middle of nowhere? It looks like it's Problems and Noticed, who are inside of the base looking to try and get themselves a Naga Siren kills. So the The
Still with Mass
fish.
Serpent mods, by the way. TA 2000. He literally force-staffed the flag bearer creep just so that the creep wave would get there a little bit faster on the top side. Acting as a bodyguard a little bit, but also just wanting to disable that backdoor protection. And here we go, problems. Level 2 Mass Serpent Ward, I would imagine, is about to drop down. He does.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Aggressive glyph as well.
Is under attack.
It just seems very simple, very straightforward for the Cyber Geese. And right now, the avenue is probably the BKB on the Lina, correct? We're going to try and at least get them out of their house, but they've already taken what they wanted and they will just leave.
Over here!
Lina does have that BKB available for herself, as well as level 18, so lots of burst potential available. A decent amount of movement speed as well. It's going to need to be the perfect setup. I mean, this is really just off the back of H2O till the end, landing the perfect Song of the Siren to be able to set up onto it. But who do you actually focus is the question. Like, you can't get these perfect stun combinations. It's not like you have a black hole or an RP to be able to follow up onto the BKB cores.
And you can just see that Chiro Jr. just perfectly says, see you guys up on the high ground. And have this fight going. An awful projection is getting themselves forward. TA 2000 gets about half HP, gets this undergoing till the end. Who needed to have the perfect song, unfortunately can't sing anymore from the grave. They will walk forward into an Light Striker raid. TA 2000 gets about half HP, doesn't have the Sunder to play around with, still does have 2.5 minutes left on his Aegis though, and they will be able to be kept alive thanks to Mr. Solo.
Yeah,
And
Solo
with that,
backing him up. That's just as good, honestly, as the Aegis or a Sunder. They're doing a phenomenal job so far. Creeps looks like they will get the tower. So it does open up the map a tiny bit more. Buyback coming through from the Naga Siren. We haven't felt too much of the impact come from till the end so far this game. Not necessarily anything to do with him. It's just how well they've been playing around it in the draft, in terms of being able to pick these heroes that just don't care about all the illusions, that are able to even counter them when you pop the Knockle protection and the poison touch. And always seems to be priority number one for the Cyber Geeks to be able to take out this Naga that can look to reset a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the game plan for them, right? Is walk forward, take down the Naga Siren, they don't have to worry about the song. And then at that point, it's like, how do they really team fight if you're the side of Runa team? You would have hoped it would have been off the back of a Lina with BKB, or maybe Nikki Cool can kind of create a bit of chaos for you, but they've just been so far ahead for all these different heroes, the side of the Cyber Geese. They can just freely do whatever they want. TA 2000 goes about half HP. Queasy though. Oh my god, that is so much damage from Chiro Jr. 2 attempts to get to the low ground, 2 of them failed.
Last glyph too, so you better be making something out of this team fight. I mean, you've still got 50 seconds left on that Aegis though, and they're not exactly doing a great job of dealing with these Mass Serpent wards either.
Yeah, they're getting through a few of them now, so they will be able to get through the majority of it, not without the tier 3 tower going down though. So they will be losing another lane of racks here, it seems like momentarily. On the TA 30 seconds left, they come back in once again. She gets to about half HP, has to pop that BKB Song of the Siren, but there's BKBs once again here from Notice. They want to see if they can try and wait out TA 2000 with this Aegis. There's 25 seconds left for him to do whatever he wants. Just goes for a nice early Sunder to try and get a little bit of tempo in this fight. But now with TA 2000, pops a Demon Zeal, wants to try and go in and hit some creeps. 15 seconds left on the Aegis. Have to be careful for that if you're TA 2000.
They're gonna back
8
off.
seconds left, they're going to back off.
Scanning for enemies.
It's somewhat of a defense, I suppose. Didn't have to buy back on anyone. You had to use the Song of the Siren though, which it's so rough because it's like it's your initiation and it's your defense, and you need it for healing. And like, how are you supposed to actually utilize something that just now got leveled up to level 2? So it's still got a 2-minute 10-second cooldown on it.
Notice is sitting in a very forward position. Let's have Solo to sit behind him as well though, so you have to be very, very careful about going the high ground here. So Notice will be okay. About half HP on the Conquer. But as we're starting to look towards the rest of this map, they have just sent TA 2000's Illusions to go deal with the bottom side, walk in towards that tier 2 tower and start knocking on the door again.
honestly a little surprised that we haven't seen more of Till the End's illusions looking to try and cut waves, right? I mentioned it before with the Deluge facet, just being able to split them up across the map, get the Deluge going, and 377 damage being done to multiple waves should at least be able to stop every single wave from pushing into your base at once. That's really where Cyber Geese are overwhelming Arena team, it seems.
Yeah, they're just being able to choke out the map, right? They've just been locked inside their base for probably the last 5-10 minutes. And it's a bit of an exponential gold lead where it's just, you're getting so much more gold, they're getting so much less gold. It's hard for them to try and fight. Notice? They found it. Till the end, caught outside of the base. 12 for the level, and unfortunately for her, she will lose the life of the Nagasara, and it's Chira Jr. gets another galvanized stack, and 67 seconds on the sideline without your Nagasara. Now, let's get the kill there onto Solo, but now Alberca.
Nice shot.
Unfortunately, he's starting to face towards TA2000. Look at all the damage that comes in from this Terrorblade setting on the high ground. Takes down Queasy as well. It's double kill for TA2000, and potentially the end of the game here at the 30-minute mark. Shigetsu looking to try and do something, but a Shigetsu defense with just a Timber Saw, it's unlikely that this is going to be another full lane of racks, and the Cyber Geese marching towards a map 1 victory.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it was Problems that was drawing on the minimap, basically saying, hey, this is where they're looking to set up, this is how they're trying to cut the waves. Let's kill this Naga Siren. Let's try and finish off the game. Problems again. He's the one. Yep.
Nikki Cool, unfortunately, is not going to be able to stand for much longer. Shigetsu, yes, with the BKB, is able to get away from the X-Master spot, but all the damage coming in from TA2000, and we're going to have Mega Creeps in just a moment here for Cyber Goose.
That's not what you wanted to use that BKB for. You want to use it for that uninterrupted right click. Even the Manta dodge coming through there from TA2000, avoiding the shackle.
He's starting to feel it now, and they're starting to feel the pain on the side of Bruno team. They will get shackled up here on Nikki Cool. Chira Jr. is low on mana, so he does not have that little bit of extra damage to be able to go through the rest of this fight. So I'm going to Siren, though. Double BKB from the side of the Cyber Goose, and we'll get the Light Striker Ray here out onto No Problem. He's going to walk forward. Oh, that's Alina. She gets caught out. She has no BKB, but the disarm's big there onto the Terrorblade. TA2000 4 steps in towards the backside of this team fight. Wants to try and get it going, but the GGs have been dropped already, and that will be a first victory here for the Cyber Geese in their lower bracket run to tomorrow. They need to win another map to continue their fight here in the road to the International, but looking nice and clean and concise in a
Team Pink.
What is the hero? I mean, even a Brew,
like Centaur's the-
honestly?
Best bet?
Brew's okay.
It
You
is
can get
done.
rid of the Naga illusions, which can be annoying. You can just toss up
Oh,
a Tide Hunter. Alright. Must not be a good Brew player. No, I'm kidding. But no, it's a fine Centaur game, to be sure. But it's like,
Yep.
again, I'm going to ask, where is the initiation coming from? Of course, it's coming with the last pick overall, but now you've got the potential to be able to ban out, you know, some of the biggest ones. I would be shocked if we don't see a Puck or a Storm ban come through from
Radiant's
Runa
turn
team.
to ban.
This is kind of the scenario that you're reading now for Cyber Gooses. Do you ban
It is
Dragon Knight?
Radiant's ban. Dire's turn to ban.
Well, they banned the
Because?
Storm themselves. Now you ban the Dragon Knight. Well, I mean, I feel like he's done a lot of good work so far in the mid lane. Very straightforward hero. You can be in the front lines for the Drow. Gives you that blink initiator that you would like. Maybe not online as quickly as the Storm, but it's already been banned out by Runa team.
5 seconds remain.
That's my thought process. Is it just gives you another one of these blink initiators. Quite hard to kill. Can deal with the poison touch. You know, the Wind Ranger really doesn't do much to it. Has a lot of mix of magic and physical damage to deal with the Terror Blade.
I'm still looking at what Cyber Goose are going to pick with their last one overall. Like, they're just deciding like what lane matchup I think they want to have. Void Spirit, Earth Spirit, not Earth Spirit, Ember Spirit, the two that are still left in the pool. Like, how are you going to reliably make these power shots work? How are you going to be able to disable the backline more effectively? So for me, Void Spirit's probably the one for me for Cyber Goose to be able to go for.
Yeah, they definitely need something that just gets on top of Drow.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Monkey, okay, does get on top of Drow.
Deals with the Tide Hunter as well, to an extent. Wukong's is very scary for them to be stuck inside of. With the Gale Force. Gale Force, is that what it's called?
The Wind Ranger shard,
Ranger
yeah.
Shard?
10
Gale Force,
seconds
yeah.
remain. 5 seconds
Is this the Invoker game? It gives you 0 initiation. Quaff, okay.
your hero?
Sure. Sonic Wave can be useful to being able to stop the Stampede, I suppose, and to be able to contest relatively alright against Chira Jr., but I don't know. It doesn't. Where's the stuns? Where's the setup for a lot of these team fights? Can you really rely on Alberca? Because he's going to not have the easiest time. He's not going to be going for a super fast Blink Dagger as well.
Mm-hmm.
So where is all of your initiation going to be coming from? And it's not like Shigetsu wants to just be sitting in place, right-clicking a tower for ages and ages and ages either. So it's going to need to be win a team fight into take a tower, but I don't know. I just feel like the tower pressure that's going to be coming from Cyber Goose is going to be far and away more than Runa teams.
Yeah, and that's why I feel like maybe the Invoker was going to be able to alleviate a bit of that pressure, but maybe feeling like for Nikki Cool that wasn't the best lane matchup against the Monkey King. Who knows? Maybe the hero is just kind of in the dumps right now. So we'll have to wait for another day till we get that Invoker pick for us. But I do agree with you. It feels like there's kind of a lot of emphasis put once again on Runa team to come out on top of their lanes. I feel like if they have a little bit of an advantage coming out of this laning phase, then Nikki Cool can not so much be their initiator, but be kind of the guy who's walking in front for them until they can get that big kind of ravage, and that's how they win their team fights and take those towers. So I have to wait here for Runa team. It's a very stock standard draft for Cyber Goose. It feels like they've picked 5 heroes that all 5 of them have played quite a lot throughout these qualifiers themselves. So it is going to be a nice little draft here for the Cyber Goose, and it's going to be on, I feel like, Runa team to prove us wrong here in this second game, to try and push us to a third and see if we can continue the trend in Eastern Europe of 3-game series.
Something tells me that might not be the case this time around. I mean, I'm very confident with how Chira Jr. was able to play that game number 1, and yes, you don't have the... such an old guy. I keep forgetting the names. The old facet where you can just boundless something, jumping between trees.
Oh, Simeon Stride.
That's the one. Where you're just able to really get on top of the Drow Ranger and make her life hell. And then if that's the case, then TB is just going to be able to take over the game.
Just
So
30 seconds now.
He's gone the changing of the guard facet instead, which really useful for a lot of these team fights. And if you're on point, you might even be able to dodge out a Ravage or two. But I just think that it's way too... You might get one use out of the Sonic Wave from the Quap, and then by the time it's up again, you need to set up with Song of the Siren into Ravage into Quap ulti. And that's going to be the case for pretty much every single team fight, you know? So it just comes a matter of, all right, well, don't clump up right on top of each other and we're not going to lose these fights.
And I feel like there's also just those big windows in between all of those ultimates being back up again, that there is quite a lot of room to move for the Cyber Goose. So we'll see. It seems like there's an uphill battle already here for Runa team to be able to overcome this very, very strong team in the lower bracket. And this will be something they'll have to look towards here. So they are starting out to try and win out these lanes for the opener and get themselves off to a good start. So far, I haven't really seen anything crazy. There was no real shenanigans in the opening couple of minutes. So I guess the question is now for the heroes on the side of Cyber Goose, are you just expecting a very straightforward kind of tri-core coming in from them with, Chiro Jr. just going this, straightforward Monkey King kind of build BKB into maybe like an Echo Saver, maybe a farming item? Or would you like to see him be a little bit more aggressive with things like a Mage Slayer, etc.?
I wouldn't hate the Mage Slayer. I think it's just one of those items that it reduces the damage quite heavily, but also gives you a lot of protection, in the form of what it passively has. And considering a lot of the stuff that you're up against, the Dark Willow, the Quap, sure, not the Sonic Wave, but everything else that she's got in her toolkit, plus the Dagon, going to be nice just to be able to keep yourself alive.
It's true. So see what the builds are going to be for a lot of these different players. I'm definitely looking at Alberca as well to see what kind of build he wants to go for, whether or not he's going to rush towards that Blink Dagger or feeling like a lot more of this Guardian Greaves, Pipe, Crimson Guard is the way to go. And then you get the Blink Dagger as kind of like a secondary or tertiary even item as they get deeper into the game.
Doesn't really feel like a pipe game to me. Till the end, just able to get away, and Solo doing a decent job of trading as well. It doesn't feel like a great pipe game for the Tide Hunter, because like, look at all the damage that you've got coming through. Where is the magic? It's basically just Power Shot and Double Edge. That's about it. Everything else is going to be physical.
Oh, TA. TA 2000 is dead here. He walks into a Bramble and cops at Alberca with the first blood. So we said they needed to start fast, and it's exactly what they do. TA 2000 just copped a couple of clicks there. I think he copped like one too many anchor smashes, and that was it. Yeah, it's just auto attacks from the Dark Willow.
It's caught in place a little bit too much, slowed down by the Gush. Dark Willow isn't a bad right clicker as well by any stretch. She's able to pretty frequently win out on a lot of trades just due to a good attack animation, and goes from good to better, being able to get this pull off. You get the Lotus Rune.
Problem. This is a deluge.
Yeah, they do, but he's going to be able to back off in time. He has the Healing Lotus to be able to play around with too.
That's true. What are they? Tango regen. So first blood going the way here of Runa team, and looking to see if they can continue the rest of this for their lanes. Just having a quick little check in here. Mid lane, Chiro Jr. is putting the smackdown on Nikki Cool. 20-10 against 11-2. This is not a start that you want for your Queen of Pain, considering this is your last overall pick.
Definitely not, but I don't know. I think they just wanted, a response to the Stampede. He's even got the Orb of Frost to be able to not right-click a few of these creeps, and getting a little bit too antsy with that Orb of Frost in the mid lane. As we look up top, Solo, he's getting focused down as well. No.
Oh, he got around the corner. Queasy.
Bot lane, though.
Shadow Realm. And as you said, bottom lane, they take down notice. Chiro Jr. had a 10-stick or 9-stick charge, and he had Jingu stacks.
Yep. He'd already used his Boundless, but
it was coming off cooldown though.
Yeah. I don't know.
That was an interesting one. Anyways, I was singing his praises and then he dies in a 1v1, so maybe I should have shut him out. Yeah, 2000. Copping it now. It's a big shadow wave though from Solo. Alperka is doing a really, really good job here in this top lane on the Tidehunter. Him and Queasy are just putting the smack down on TA2000. It's just so much of this HP just keeps swinging away from him.
I don't think no one's died under the effects of Anchor Smash, so he hasn't got any of this Kraken Swell bonuses coming through. Would be very useful to have, as once again noticed is a fair amount of right clicks just coming his way. He is off the back of the turnaround potential though. They went for their own aggressive attempt first, but also meant that you were losing a lot of creeps underneath this bottom tier 1 tower. Ooh, shit, gotta be a little careful here. Lucky he had the infused raindrops, otherwise that would have been a kill.
Sometimes raindrops remind me that they are potentially one of the strongest items in the game, especially this early on. So the side step will come in here from Shigetsu, and notice now with the hoof stomp, the kill shot isn't there in time. Oh, the dodge there with a mirror image as well till the end. He's going to be able to just get far enough away. Thought he was going to be able to live here. Problems.
Good
Yeah,
micro.
Shigetsu's, he's got the frost arrows, and that's going to be it.
Monkey King's here though, although they see it. Never mind. Maybe yes.
Junior. Orbital Frost, the sidestep. 1, 2. Nikki Cool's here as well. 3. Chira Jr. Oof. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. I feel like he's just getting a little bit too overzealous with Boundless striking to get the Jingus instead of Boundless striking after the Jingu.
It's a lot of vision down on this bottom side as well. 2 observer wards pretty damn close to each other. He's still hungry for more.
That kill shot was getting close.
Primal Spring about to come through from the monkey.
Easy. Stuck in an awkward spot here, so they're just going to drop the Wukong's command. The kill shot is enough to at least bring them in range for Chira Jr. to get that kill. It looks like there's a lot of emphasis being put towards the bottom side of this map till the end though. So he gets nice and healthy off of that stick, Chira Jr. with a nice little dodge there to be able to get away from the scream of pain. And it is just Chira Jr.
Denied.
to lose his life once again. And as you said, a deny and Shigetsu now wanted to come forward and get that kill onto the Monkey King. Is going to turn around and give the kill to Notice. And it looks like the Cyber Goose were starting to get cooked. But they've turned around and now they've honked.
To their middle tower.
Untitled Goose Game. Oh no. This
I
is...
feel like they're just like a cybernetic goose from like Cyberpunk set in 2076 and just being like,
Radiant's is in
Is that the noise that you wanted me to make
Yeah.
before? Okay.
goose locked in. Like rocket arms or something.
Oh, that would be sick.
That would be my ultimate upgrade. Just be like Barrett. Final Fantasy VII.
Could 100 of those geese kill a gorilla, a silverback gorilla?
Yes, if they had rocket arms, yes. Undoubtedly so.
I mean, geese are ferocious for their like size, so...
That's true, they got little teeth as well.
Do they actually?
Yeah, they got backwards facing teeth. In their mouth. Look it up. Actually, don't look it up.
Okay.
It's gonna be gross. Problems? Wants to try and get the deny, but it's the Shadow Realm.
A lot more action this game though, compared to previous. A lot of it, not necessarily what they were wanting to receive from Runa Team, but Shigetsu is still already part of more kills than he was the entire previous game, just 8 minutes in, so that's a good sign.
Dire's top tower.
Big
is in
start
danger.
for Runa Team. They started out nice and quick here. Be able to put some pressure back onto Cyber Goose, and I feel like that's a good showing for this team to get themselves back into this series. You need to show this team that you're not afraid of them. You're not going to go into your shell. You're not going to just fall back here. So Alberka is going to try and go for an early Vlad. Solo loses his courier, which just has a TP on it.
And they actually pinged exactly where Drow was farming as well. They know on point. This comes from just frequent playing of pubs where this man is going to be. Overlaying their stuns a little bit, so might get dusted out of the Wukongs. No, not going to be enough to be able to save him.
And so being able to take down the Drow Ranger is a big start here. So that means now that they can put the pressure on the tier 1 tower, thanks to Noticed. who's got that Vanguard up and available. They will be losing their mid-tier 1 tower here, but I think they're more than happy with taking the tower trades and then getting the kill on Shigetsu. But
Topside,
Solo,
though.
yeah, he's trying to get his level 6. And Alberca's going to be able to chase him down here. Doesn't want to pop the Ravage. Doesn't have the extra kind of damage either. So the Bramble Maze, Solo will dodge that up for now, but walks into Queasy, who hits him with the Shadow Realm, and that will be another kill going the way here of the Titan.
Thought he could live for another second or two, was holding on to the Shallow Grave, but oh well, still, he didn't really delay much of anything either, right? Like the creep waves still coming in pretty strong. Yeah, they did lose the tier 1 tower bot on Runa team while this was happening, but they got mid like we were saying, and they're going to get their own tier 1 tower top as well. So I have to say that's a far better trade for Runa team at this stage. Remember how important it is if you are going to have a few of these heroes that just like to, you know, sit in the side lanes, pick up a little bit more of this quote-unquote safe farm, in particular the TB with the real hero, and just let the illusions do a lot of the lane cutting. So the fact that they've already taken away that top tower just 10 minutes in without the siege creep. Nice.
Being found out here, but yeah, notice with the correct usage there of the Stampede, being able to get Chira Jr. away from all of the pesky stuns that keep him in place, especially the reel in.
Not the real in. It's not getting greedy either with going full. Never mind. It is with getting one of those creeps, so won't really have the tools to be able to get away. Just gets away in time as the Scream of Pain is about to reach him, drops the Mischief. Very easily and a death for him. Wonder if they do want to give till the end just a little bit of this farm in the lane. Not farm, but XP. Having that that combination available is huge.
Ooh, I thought they were going to try and go there onto the Tide Hunter. Bit of a hard kill. I think they're going to definitely need more than just 3 heroes. I think with the Centaur, can they kill him? I don't know. Feels like it needs to be TB plus meta to try and kill the Tide Hunter at this point. TA2000 loses his courier there to Queasy.
Not ideal, and neither is getting caught out.
He's going to lose a lot of his life here to the Dark Willow.
Uses meta, but Willow's getting away.
Yeah. And Alberca's here as well, cutting that creep wave, and he doesn't want to have any of the snacks that the Tide Hunter's trying to bring in.
Even just TP's back to this tier 2 tower on the top side, so not moving across the map. Doesn't have the Yasha completed because of the courier going down. Doesn't get a kill. Doesn't have TP now to be able to move around freely, so a little restrictive as a result of this, and Alberca sees where he's looking to try and pick up some of this farm. So not the worst past few minutes for Runa team. And now they've also got the Song of the Sirens, so they wanted to start making a bit of a smoke move up towards the top side. It could work out really well for them.
Especially if they connect onto TA2000, like you were saying. The big injection of gold could be the potential.
Just on the hunt right now is this soul tree. Just a tree, nothing to worry about. You don't want to go on to them when Nagasaran is right there, having shown on the lane.
You can't dive a tier 2 tower. All it takes is Tide Hunter to TP and Ravage and everybody's dead.
Depends if Centaur's there though. If Centaur's there, I think you have enough damage to kill the Drow. And then you just stampede away.
Nope, he tried to walk away there with the Gauntlet. We go forward here, does pop the Blade Mail, does have the Stampede to try and play around with as well, but with the reel in, they were able to finish it off. So, Chira, please don't. Glad that he
wants to.
Thought secondly about that.
Hasn't really been achieving too much though off the back of a lot of these early rotations. Like, yeah, the one onto the Drow was really nice, but he's fallen a full level behind the Queen of Pain now. He's not doing anything to be able to help with taking a lot of these towers, and yeah, you just have a compare with Runa team. All tier 1 towers gone now, so a lot less space for TV to be able to farm. Monkey King isn't prioritizing farm, he's prioritizing just getting objectives or getting gank kills, but really nice TP movements coming through from Runa team to be able to stop this.
He's gonna try there on Alberca.
I don't know about this. Like, you
wants to see if he can try and come up with Wisdom Rune, but even inside of the entirety of this Wukong's command, he at least gets himself out thanks to the changing of the guard.
He's just going to get further and further behind though. He's straight up hasn't accomplished anything in terms of his net worth in the past like 2 minutes, which only 14 minutes into the game is a pretty big deal.
Well, Nicky Cool finds out another by being able to take down problems. And this game is slowly starting to slip away here from the Cyber Geese. We said that Runa team needed to have a good start and continue to do that ball rolling. We've been able to do that.
Pinging out TA2000 as well, exactly where he's looking to farm. Got Alberca nearby, still yet to use a Ravage, but doing a great job regardless. The thing is though, for Cyber Goose, they've got a bunch of items just about to come. You're going to have the Aghanim Shard shortly. You're going to have Blink Dagger on Centaur shortly. You're going to have Maelstrom on Monkey King shortly. You're going to have Manta Style shortly. So it's a bunch of stuff that you're going to be able to A, either more effectively push out a lot of these lanes, or B, take a few more team fights with a much higher level of success.
Scanning for enemies.
That is true. A lot more of these farming items are starting to come up, and I think Notice is just quietly achieving in the sidelines as well. Getting himself a Vanguard as well as his Blade Mail, getting close towards that Blink Dagger. He's about, what, 500 gold away from that now? A little bit more than that, 600 gold. So once that picks up, then probably looking to try and go a little bit further into the other side of the map here for Cyber Goose.
Really complimenting Shigetsu getting a whole lot more active, but honestly, kind of wants to dodge fights now.
Finding Chira Jr. and they're just going to dump everything on him. They didn't even use the Ravage, they just jumped in, Sonic Waves, took down the Monkey King.
They're going to go for more. See,
They still have the
farming
Ravage.
roughly around the top side. Yep, still having the Ravage. Will they have the damage to be able to pick this up? Dagon's got about 10 seconds left on it.
Scanning for enemies.
Beautiful, dude.
Found the real one.
Solo is very far out, but look at how quick he is thanks to the Stampede. Did just walk in towards Nicky Cool though. Does have the Arcane Rune available. They want to see if they can try and get this fight going. They catch out Solo as well. Out comes the Ravage, seeing if they can get on top of anyone. They just don't have the damage. The Ravage and nothing happens. Now we're trying to see this fight work out. They're getting a lot of these members coming forward and walking in towards a lot of these different heroes. The kill shot though takes down the Nagasara, and Chiro Jr. will stun the rest of his teammates thanks to that Cursed Crown, and now Notice is here as well. The Centaur War Runner wants to try and avenge his buddies. The first Ravage of the game doesn't really work out for much. They know exactly where Nicky Cool went. Been able to find the Queen of Pain and see if she can try and take this out to stop onto the TP away. So unfortunately for Queasy, it was a nice little attempt, but it was thwarted by the center.
Just getting a little bit too deep. I was really surprised that they would continue to dive there, considering, you know, again, no Sonic Wave. Yeah, you had the Dagon, but it's not the damage that you needed to be able to contest up against that. And now you've also got a Blink Dagger unnoticed as well. So they choose to stick around thinking, you know what, no Metamorphosis, we can take this fight. I'd be sorely mistaken.
Yeah, it really did kind of start to scratch my head when they hit the Ravage, and it didn't feel like they did anything. It was kind of just like a Ravage, and they went, okay, cool. Now what?
Needs to be Ravage into Sonic Wave, into... I mean, just Drow being there as well would have been the difference, but that's not what Shigetsu is focused on at this point of the game. He's only 600 gold away from his Aghanim Scepter, so absolutely could look to change at that stage, but for now, it's just continuing to play his, you know, regular farm-heavy style.
God, I love it.
Which is a good insurance policy for when those ganks don't go their way for the side of Runa team.
True.
So, nice little
I like what
injection
we
of
were talking
gold
about.
going back the way of Cyber Geese. Chira Jr. gets feared away directly out of his Wukong's command. He wants to see if he can try and fight, but unfortunately for him, too many claws going into his face. And ooh. Right.
Well, problems is okay, no problems. Chiro Jr.'s got a few though. I mean, he's nearly built up into the BKB, so at least he's going to be able to stand his ground a lot more reliably, but could still get pushed out of the Wukongs off the back of a Sonic Wave. Alright, here we go. Drow's got Ags up. Tide has Ravage. Tide has Blink Dagger. Go time is now.
It's walking a bit. How are they supposed to contest you? I think they can. I mean, maybe Nodus can try and jump in and see if they can do some sneakies, but without Chiro Jr. having this BKB, I don't see anything happening.
It's far more important to just secure his own scaling, which, I mean, he has caught up a little bit, which is nice, compared to the Queen of Pain. He's not where this net worth is coming from. It's really just banking on TA 2000 to be able to get the job done.
That's been the issue that we've seen here from Chira with his Monkey King, is it really does feel like that sometimes in a lot of the games that we've watched with Cyber Goose, it just feels like with the Monkey King, he does kind of focus a little bit too much on being that ganking hero rather than getting those early couple of items and then being able to use that to gank across the map. So you're gonna have to play catch up this time around here and really rely on TA 2000, but they've got another couple of minutes before they can start thinking about a fight with Shigetsu having this Aegis of the Immortal.
Really like the Ghost Scepter purchase that Alberca's got queued up as well. I mean, he just wants to get in the thick of things. They're nowhere near going a Nullifier or anything like that. And he's going to be able to continuously use the Anchor Smash, even in that ethereal form. So a lot of damage reduction with none of the downsides.
Especially now that he has Dead in the Water as well. Just being able to blink in Dead in the Water someone and then just pop that Ghost Scepter and run around, and how they're supposed to deal with him. Once he comes out of it, will they have the damage to take him down? So Tormentors are up and available. On the bottom side of the map though, you can see that TA 2000 is just constantly trying to push out these waves. I think it's going to be another couple of items until he is going to be more than ready to try and fight. Alright, Chiraju...
Tower is under attack.
Okay. Alright.
Not willing to pop the Sonic Wave that time. Probably wouldn't have killed him, to be fair, but... This is the sort of ballsy play that you need to be making though, right? Like, you need to be shoving out lanes. You need to be forcing them to stop just getting objectives for free. They had an idea that they weren't in the Tormentor area because of a observe ward placed down there previously by problems.
Shigetsu? There's nobody land. He's by himself. There is nobody here. They are leaving him. This is two deaths.
Aegis,
they're coming.
No, they're not.
No, they're not. He's just dead twice. That's a massive blunder by Runa Team and Shigetsu. Now they're going to leave out for the Tormentors. That was... that's a punishment. That's a big punishment. It looks like it potentially could have been a big call coming in from TA 2000 with the tips that were coming in there as well. And they found out Shigetsu. They get 2 kills on him. And they get the entire Tormentor. And now they get to gank towards the bottom side of the map as well.
Indeed, or at the very least just fix the lanes nice and easily, which seems like will be the case for Chira Jr. Got his BKB picked up now, and at level 12, again, not the worst. Only 1 level behind the Queen of Pain at this stage versus the 2 or 3 that he was previously. Yeah, like, that is just overconfidence coming off the back of an Aegis. If a tier 1 tower was still there, totally understand it from Drow Ranger, right? But it was just no way for the rest of his team to be able to join in. It's not like they had Stampede to potentially provide the reinforcements.
Especially because I believe that Alberca either didn't have a TP or was still on cooldown. And if he's not within touching distance to be able to respond to that, to at least be able to respond to the second life, it's just, you have no right to be where you were. And big punish though from the Geese, Cyber Goose. Now this kicked them into gear here for Runa Team. So it looks like they are posturing up to get themselves a full 5-man smoke. And looking to see if they can get a team fight going. Ravage at the ready. Amplified damage rune as well here on Nikki Cool.
They see problems.
Deal with the mid lane.
Backing off. Not the target that you want, but you're just hoping that he's going to lead you to someone else. And he does, kind of, sort of. Gush in range.
He's buying so much time, man.
Yep.
It's just all this time they're not hitting creeps. They're not pushing for an objective. She gets to just walking around them. You're definitely happy with that if you're the side of Cyber Goose. All the meanwhile, Shiro Jr. has been able to hit creeps. He's slowly starting to catch up to everybody here. Same thing with Notice. He's got a full BKB now as well. TA2000 getting close towards that Skadi.
I mean, the thing with Shiro Jr. is he just has no farming items, right? Like, not even the Maelstrom. He opted to go for the BKB, just assuming that there would be team fights coming sooner rather than later, and it really has hindered him in terms of his ability to keep up with the rest of these other cores. So, let's see if he's able to pick that one up shortly. He's not too far away, only about 600 gold, so could be the case that he's able to yoink that one in pretty quickly. Depends what his priority is, right? Going for that, or just being a bit more of this utility style and just getting on top of the Drow Ranger and staying there. But you'd have to imagine that now that Noticed has his own Blink Dagger, that's something that he can be responsible for.
Yeah. Really get up in her face, pop that blade mail, just stand on top of her, just have all of this armor and just stare her in the face and see what she can do. Force her to reposition, force her to pop these BKBs early. Just have the Ags though, so the hypothermia can be a bit of a problem for the Centaur, but the way the game is starting to pan out now, they're really starting to get those catch-up mechanics coming in here for Cyber Goose, whereas for the side of Runa team, they took a lot of these outer towers and now they just haven't really done much for the last couple of minutes. Outside of that blunder from Shigetsu in the top side of the map, there really hasn't been much to write home about here for Runa team.
Might just be the case of wanting BKBs, you know, like you've just got Song of the Siren upgraded with the Aghanim Shard. Not too much yet to come for the Tide Hunter. He's gone for a Shiva's Guard, which, you know, I guess pretty decent against the Dazzle, considering he's got the Guardian Greaves, he's got the Shallow Wave, of course. I don't know, though. It still does feel like they should be in a more commanding position just because of how relatively weak this Monkey King has been, but he's not anymore. Like, this is the basic stuff that he needs to be able to really be a threat in a lot of these team fights.
Problems got caught out being a nuisance in the jungle, trying to get some vision up, trying to figure out some safe and not so safe places. And, he got found out there by the Dark Willow. So Skadi's at the ready now for Mr. TA2000. Has this final ulti orb coming his way, so this is where he's able to be a little bit more annoying for Alberca.
Interested to see what he gets at level 20 for his talent. You know, does he go the Conjure Image duration just to play a little bit more of this rat style, feeling like they need the Monkey King to be a legitimate core, just create some more space? Or does he go the stats and being like, right, we want to do something right here, right now?
Yeah. Have to wait and see what he wants to do. Smoke's up now, though. Shigetsu, he's up here on the high ground. Doesn't have that BKB just yet. They just walk in. Blink on top of the Drow Ranger. So much damage. She's certainly dead. The Gale Force will be able to bring her back into the clutches of the Cyber Geese. And again, being able to find out this Drow Ranger completely on her own is just a big kill now for the side of Cyber Goose. So fixing these lanes is what they'll be able to do. Got like, what?
Can't really...
A couple of minutes until the Tormentor's back up? 3-4 minutes?
Yeah, through 4 minutes, I believe. Can't really blame Shigetsu about that one in particular, right? Like, he was farming in a safe-ish place. They just didn't realize the ward position that they had that was basically covering the fact that all of Runa team was away from them. So as soon as they see a high-priority target like the Drow Ranger, sometimes you might think, well, are they standing behind him? I do need to be a little bit concerned, but they knew. They knew that the entire Runa team were just completely away from that Drow.
2000 has walked towards the bottom here. Nikki Cool does blink in. Song of the Siren has to reset. They've used the Song of the Siren now. The Gale Force, is it going to hold anybody back? That was a nice little stun there. They were able to at least catch out the Naga Siren, so they will get till the end. For one, they don't get the Queen of Pain of Nikki Cool, so they at least get something out of this, but this is where it's starting to balloon back out here for Cyber Goose. Getting their stranglehold back on this map here, Matt, and it is very hard for Runa team to try and find the right place to go. Could have potentially missed their window here with Shiro Jr. starting to creep back up the net worth.
Well, so he's even able to just one-shot creep waves now, much more effectively now that he's got a few more of these items, level 15. So, yeah, Roshan roaming around. We got the Tree Dance cast range it's just about finding this drow, right? Like, she does have the BKB out for her, though, so Alberca, something to consider. They found her.
Oh, they just found her in the back line here. This is just before she gets off her BKB, but now they're going to try and chase her down with the Stampede as well. The Hypothermia is doing a good job of just keeping them at bay for now. So notice, we'll be able to walk away from this. Again, we're looking to try and see how this fight goes. Everybody sploosh out these ultimate abilities, and nobody's really died just yet. Now the Boundless Strike goes forward. Massive Hoostomp comes in there from Notice once again. This Centaur is doing so much work for the Cyber Geese.
Buyback.
They will get the buyback here from Nicky Cool. They go in towards the shallow grave here for Chira Jr. trying to see if he can keep this fight going and stay alive. Does go into the mischief. Doesn't dodge out the final bits of damage. On the backside here, we've got the Drow standing here all alone, stunned up to a tree, but they aren't able to get past the big beef and boys on the front line for Runa team. Again, the Gale Force is keeping them at bay for now. They want to try and re-engage here with Notice, but doing such a good job for Nicky Cool to just keep this Notice away from anybody with this Blink Dagger. TA2000 though is getting very, very careful, trying to make sure that he goes into the right position, seeing if he can stand and fight, but it's not going to be enough for them. The Runa team have been able to hold on for just long enough and take down these cores. The fact that Alberca didn't die, the big buyback from Nicky Cool to keep this fight going, meant that Runa team were able to hold on.
Gonna try and get himself away, maybe get the kill onto the Tide Hunter. Won't be the case. No TP to be able to even get away from this aggression, and you just see the impact of that Drow Ranger being able to just sit back on the back lines, completely unopposed to the Terrorblade. She just rips through him.
Yeah, I thought they were able to get the kill there, but it was, I believe it was a double 4-staff to be able to get him out of dodge there. No, it's just a single 4-staff and just speedy boots to get out of there. Drow Ranger being found in the back with the Boundless Strike, getting on top from Chira Jr. And there was just a lot of stuff that went on. There was a lot of ultimates that got used, by multiple people. And there was almost nobody that died, but just having to overcommit to try and get on top of the Drow Ranger, not being able to get the kill on Shigetsu, meant that they just stayed far too long, and then the Hypothermia stacks just built up. Like, looking at this, they walk in, TA2000 finds everybody, they go directly onto the Drow. They pop everything, but the fact that TA2000 got hit by the Ravage meant that they didn't have that extra bit of physical burst damage, and as soon as she turns around with this, 800 HP, it's a bit of a hard fight. But now they're going to go in. Noticed is able to snatch the Aegis, so it's a good enough time for them to be able to go through that. Shingetsu isn't able to get that BKB off during the Song of the Siren, and now they will be able to walk through once again, coming forward, seeing if they try and take down Nicky Cool. Oh, the shackle shot there from Problems. Latches into the tree. I was too busy walking through the replay with everybody in Twitch chat that I forgot to look at the real game.
I was like, well, hold on a minute. They take a Roshan and no one's taken the Aegis. There was even a Song of the Siren used there, but still, no one on Runa team able to pick it up in time. Yeah, very well worth the tip for Noticed. Not necessarily the MVP so far this game, but very impactful. And that is a dieback that you know about from this Queen of Pain. A huge portion of their damage is gone now, so very surprised if they didn't look to try and commit up onto this high ground, which they do, especially with that Roshan's banner, not just the Aegis that they were able to claim.
I was going to say, Notice seemed to walk out with everything here, and having the Roche banner means that it is just going to be push city for these creeps. They're able to walk in and just do everything they can to this melee barracks, and that is a full lane. They're going to go directly in on the Drow. They're going to try and throw the fear out. TA2000 though, he's able to walk away from Alberca. He does get leashed up as well himself thanks to the Lotus Orb, so he has to be very, very careful for this, but a lot of those crack and shell stacks means that it is very easy for him to just tank out TA2000 for now. And so a lane of racks is what they get here for Cyber Goose, and they can't get any more because of these tier 2 towers, so they're just going to walk away.
They are going to walk away. I wonder, I guess Crop's coming up in 10 seconds. All of their vision is on the Runa team side of the map, right? And this is obviously the most clear, hold on, surely they deward it, thing to be walking past, but they're just leaving it up here, even with a gem on till the end. Walks past one of those clear high ground observer wards, and they haven't removed it. They're going to go past, actually they're probably not even going to see this observer ward to the left hand side of the Ancients, but it's expired anyway. But yeah, all of the vision essentially that's been placed down is just in super aggressive spots on the Runa team side of the map.
And just enables them to be able to play this aggressive style that they want to. That's why they're trying to smoke up here as well. They see that the gem is out. And about if they can try and see ya.
No buyback.
That was Queasy.
The old death summary say.
I want to see if they can pressure this tier 2 tower here, Daniel. They've gotten into such a good position where they've been able to really wrangle this game back, and TA2000 is becoming the man on the map.
Oh, for sure. It just comes down to like. So he did go the conjure image duration as well. So I feel like that's just so much more versatile, right? One, for continuously sieging. Two, you don't need to use it just to like rat in a losing situation, right? You can just say, be, like you said, the man on the map. Like, you're always having to contend against these freaking TB illusions, and you don't have any instant ways to be able to get rid of them outside of the Quap Dagon.
Alright, they're looking to try and fight here on the left-hand side. Notice goes in, gets a blink cool stomp. Now they have to be careful of the backlines. Go directly under Solo. He loses his life straight away. TA2000 though turns back around. Big Sunder there onto the Tide Hunter. And they're going to try and get the reset button here from till the end. So they at least keep the Nagasaran at bay for now. BKB is still available for a lot of these other heroes, and Nagasaran goes down. Once again, notice getting very, very low here. Has to be careful of the hypothermia stacks. They're going to go into the back. A good shackle. Shackle there on the Drow and the Dark Willow in the background. And bang goes the balance strike, taking the Dark Willow out of this map. TA2000 though has to be careful. Notice wants to try and get on top of Shingetsu. Isn't able to take down the Drow Ranger. Now with a few more of these buybacks, TA2000 he's getting oh so low. How long till he has this? Sunder up and available 4 seconds, and he goes in from Nicky Cooley. Wants to get this fight going. They take him down. So they lose TA2000, and Chira Jr. isn't able to stand and fight and take down the Naga, but they do lose the Drow in the backline. As you said, thank you for problems. And he's been able to take more of this damage. They go back in towards the backlines here between Notice as well as till the end. And not really many of these calls are left available for all this damage. And it is mainly just the wet noodles that try and have the fight at the end and see who comes out on top. But massive fight there for the Cyber Geese.
I want to just have a look at the Drow death, right? Like at the very end, it was a power shot. It was just all of that pure damage coming through, and a few unfortunate hits into the Centaur blade mail that end up taking her out. Power of that power shot, man. Like 550 damage, half of it magic, half of it pure towards the very end. I mean, that is pretty hard to have to contend into. And even just going the level 15 talent with a power shot reduction, it really does amp up in the middle of these team fights with all the illusions how effective it's going to be. The drop off is nowhere near as severe as what it used to be.
Well, have a look at it here. You can see Notice starts out on the Dark Willow, and they're not able to convert that straight away. But the fact that TA2000 is able to get off that first Sunder means that he's just able to reset the fight. They did use a lot of the BKBs.
Yeah,
to try
that's
and
the big
keep it
thing.
going.
That's the big thing that I was seeing. Like, I was clicking through at this point. Drow still hasn't used the BKB. So, you know, they're going in. They're still able to get the kill somehow onto Alberca off the back of all of this. And a great shackle on the sidelines to kind of take them out, get the quick kill onto the Dark Willow. And only now does the BKB get used. So it was really good patience coming through from Shigetsu so that doesn't happen. But still, despite all of this, you're still able to contribute towards the latter end of the fight. You can come through with problems and, yeah, able to get that kill onto the Drow Ranger. It's just such a clutch blink shackle that he's able to get like 3 separate times in that team fight and get away with the gem.
Yeah, I think that was the biggest thing for me from problems, was just being able to constantly find the Drow. Like, not so much about the damage that he was doing. Obviously, he got the kill on her thanks to the power shot, but it was more so the fact that he was just getting himself in positions in such a narrow corridor on that left-hand side of the map to just constantly keep getting these shackles going, and there was never really a good opportunity for Shigetsu to get into that fight, and that just meant that it was basically a 4 versus 5 just off the back of a lot of the CC coming in from problems. So big showing here for them.
It's going to become even harder moving forward as well, right? Because now he's level 20. He's got a longer shackle shot duration, and he's about 200 gold away from the Scythe of Vice. So blink, Scythe of Vice, get a power shot in, shackle after the fact. It's just way too much damage that they're going to have to contend with. So BKB or not, Drow Ranger has some damage issues coming, and I wonder if they're going to show it all.
They found out Shigetsu. They are trying to do as much damage as they possibly
It's a
can.
good
They freshly
song.
picked up Ag. Scepter has been able to keep Shingetsu alive. But the BKSBs have been used. Now the Nullify going directly in onto the Titan. Let's see if they can get through the Ethereal. They're going to get the Hoostomp coming out, and he at least gets himself away. Has to Ravage to stay alive because he doesn't have buyback. So Alberca, no Ravage! They get him anyways. Oh, the snipe from Problems. Give him the tips, give him the high fives, give him the whatever he wants. So 100 seconds now with no Tidehunter. To be fair, it was no Ravage either. Takes those auras off the field. Let it go. Notice goes into the background. She gets to the all he has is the Shadow Blade, and it doesn't matter. It's too much damage. And the Cyber Geese have been able to pull this game back from what looked like a very dominant start for the side of Runa team. It is all about now looking at the Cyber Gooses and seeing how they come into this game and really show why these guys are a very good contender in this Eastern European qualifier, and also showing why that potentially they are down
Another
so
shot.
early on. There's a lot of damage there up against Nikki Cool. Has to pop the BKB here on the Queen of Pain. So the rule of thumb in Eastern Europe is do not GG until your Ancient does die. That's what we're going to get here from the Runa team. It is also back against the wall kind of stuff. Lose this game, you are out of the tournament. And you can just see right now that the Cyber Geese, they are focusing directly on this Ancient. We've got 30 seconds left until we have 2 more enemies back to the side of Runa team. Nikki Cool goes down. In comes the Nullifier and the Hoofstop. That's another hero dead without buyback. And it is the GGs get called. And it's just going to be TA2000 hitting the Ancient and making sure of this one. But there is no doubt in my mind that the Cyber Geese have leveled up here in this lower bracket. It was dicey, very, very dicey to get themselves into a position like that, and they got themselves out of it just as quickly as they went into it.
yeah, I think one move though, you can't really doubt them too much based on the fact that their players, they have experience within them, right? For Quantum was they were just like, you know, the open qualifier stack. You know, if there was a team playing against them, Aurora lose that second game because it was like a stack that hadn't really had the same motions throughout the year, hadn't really crafted their identity. Sorry, they did struggle a little bit, but Aurora should have lost that second game. They are very, very lucky to have won that game. So the fact that that even happened does again motivate me to thinking maybe there is a chance we could go to 3 games.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, watching a lot of Quantum today as well in the series that we covered, that was definitely the sentiment that we had, was just those finer bits of polish just weren't there. And, you know, potentially as we get a little bit deeper, maybe that's what we're looking for some of these teams to put towards Aurora if they're not extremely polished as they need to be to try and close out this qualifier. It is only 1 slot. Like, to be fair, they do have 2 lives being in a double elimination bracket, but if they slip up in one series, much like we saw Cyber Goose on day number 1, then things can start to get spicy for them if they start to not get everything going their way and being extremely clean. So that's what we can hope and pray for. But a draft's on our screen here, T-Gov. We're seeing basically the same stuff that we've seen all throughout the tournament so far. No real big surprises for me. I think the big surprise that I've seen is mainly just the TA love has kind of petered off a little bit.
Yeah, it's one of those heroes where it has an incredibly high win rate in competitions it gets picked in. But to first pick it, you do show your hand very early on. Like, you know it's going to be in carry, you know what build it's going to do. Like, everything that you expect from a TA, it's like, it's not as if there's versatility in the hero. So I think that alone, when teams get really good and not scared of the hero, they don't care about it as much. Sure, maybe in the second phase they'll regret it, but I think, yeah, I like the fact that we aren't seeing it first phase ban. Like, it is beatable. You just need to have a really good game plan.
It seems like teams are really trying to move towards that. I'm glad that we're seeing a bit more Tusker coming through in this region as well. I was talking to Matt about it, I believe, yesterday. It's just one of those, I feel like, really skill expressive heroes, and being able to see like a really top tier mechanical Tusk is a joy to behold. Much like Rubik's, I feel like, is kind of just those heroes that position 4s kind of hover around quite a lot. And obviously, you know, having Miro being able to float around, he's one of the guys that I think of when I think of a hero like Tusk.
Yeah, Tusk is a really kind of beautiful map playing hero, because once you get an early lead, you're always reading the mini map. You see an opportunity to TP to the side lane, run down the river, you get a hero, you pick them off, you can snowball stun them, hold the punch for the BKB TP, someone else comes in to make that play, you get a kill. Like, it really is just so, you know, oppressive throughout the entire game. And yeah, I'm a big fan of watching Tusk. The sad thing for Tusk is when you don't have like a stamp on the game, you do just kind of become I will wait for a snowball save at some point and maybe I'll turn around and fight. It's not as explosive as other heroes, but yeah, I like watching the hero, especially paired with heroes like Death Prophet. You know, Death Prophet, it's all about the big siphon, stand your ground. You throw a snowball into the mix, maybe a Naga song, and this Death Prophet, Ags BKB, close to unkillable when we enter the mid game.
Yeah, especially when you're going up against heroes from one move so far that they don't really have that crazy a burst damage for something like a Death Prophet. And if she's able to, as you said, stand her ground, get a lot of these soul siphons going out, then she can be a very disruptive hero. But Terrorblade comes out now for one move. We're seeing a lot more of him be able to make through a lot of these different drafts. And I didn't even look at the fact that Darkseer had made it through this far. I believe he was almost 100% contested throughout the entirety of this tournament so far.
I can check that. I do not have my Dota buff open. It's amateur hour over here. You know, this delay really. I didn't open up any notes. I was more just.
He's
more
all
excited.
at sea. Doesn't have no man around. Has to cast with an Australian. Doesn't know what's going on. His tabs are everywhere.
Will he be here? Will he not? Oh. Okay, he's the 5th most. There we go. I was like, I'm pretty sure he wasn't 100%. That's why. But yeah, he's very, very, very good, of course. And especially again, like you said, why is TA not getting first phase banned? Well, to pick a TA, you need to ban a Darkseer. Do I want to ban a Darkseer every game just to play TA? Like, there's like layers to the draft that means heroes kind of come in and out of favor. But yeah, Aurora, so much aggression, right? Darkseer, Death Prophet. This is like an Eastern European classic that goes back so many years, right? You have the Surge to give the Death Prophet the entry to the fight. You then have the Iron Shell for additional damage because she kind of gets into melee range, right? Based on the Siphon. Like, yeah. All of their heroes so explosive, and I'm a little worried for one move. You already mentioned it, the fact that they don't have burst damage. Their damage against Aurora comes over time, right? You want the Terrorblade to eventually get like a Skadi. You want the Tidehunter to have like Vlad's +1 to be able to stand his ground. The Willow maybe buys a Vessel, or probably the Prophet, sorry, but still, it's like they all need items. And Darkseer, Death Prophet, Tusk, they just need levels. So that already is a big fear. When one team wants levels, they often do better than the team that needs items.
Especially because it feels like they've just got so, like, it feels like the Darkseer just enables so many more of their other heroes as well. Like, even with the Naga Siren as well, just being able to have a lot of these different synergies across this this draft really kind of puts them in a good spot, and really looking to try and shore up a few of those issues here for one move. They're going to get rid of the pesky little long-ranged heroes because, again, they don't really have anybody that can jump on the back lines really right now. They've kind of got a Tidehunter with a Blink Dagger, but that, you know, potentially might not even be in the build for them. So they're trying to not have this kind of full 5-0 draft, I feel like, coming in from Aurora.
You cast one move yesterday, right?
5 seconds.
Yes.
Yeah, against Namiga, yeah. Did they have this many water bottles behind them? Like, what is this?
Oh yeah, it's like a
unhealthy-
whole stack of random things that are just in there. I believe also, what was one of the other teams as well? They had a random assortment of not only water bottles, but it was like energy drinks and all
Oh my
kinds of weird
God,
random
yeah.
stuff. Like you can
Eyesight
see there
just
behind
moved out the way,
eyesight.
yeah.
Are they
Yeah.
bananas?
Yeah, they are. They're stocked up. Oof.
You're gonna
I mean, fair
stay
play.
fed and hydrated, I guess, in these
I mean,
long tournaments.
The manager wants to prove themselves, clearly. Like, they're really overperforming.
10 seconds.
My salary is justified. I brought 300 water bottles to the closed qualifiers, guys, and 7 bananas.
Yeah. Trying to negotiate a bit of that TI pay cut, you know? It's like, look at my performance, one move management. Look, I'm doing great.
Give you an extra
Don't look at the
couple
Dota,
percent.
though. Yeah. What do they
we
need, though?
here for Aurora?
Yeah. Carry. A Nightfall carry. Pick a litter. You see Tidehunter in your lane. You pick Ursa.
Yeah.
Look at that little cheeky smile as well from me. Like, yes, I got my Ursa. Ooh, okay.
Okay.
Make the ultimate
Alright.
So, funny enough, I actually just played a ranked game with Difference about an hour ago, and he did last pick Necrophos, and we did win. So, my guy has been cooking in the pub, and he had just brought it straight away into the into his official within what, 12 hours? 1 hour, sorry. That's how time works.
Yeah, that's a pretty tight turnaround for you know, picking pubs into the pro game, especially game number 1 against a team like Aurora. I appreciate the gonads to be able to come into it and do that. They still are kind of lacking a bit of their problems they had before. No burst damage still coming out from the Necrophos. They have a lot of sustain of them being able to stay around with the Nature's Prophet plus the Tidehunter as well as the Necro. So
10 seconds.
maybe that enables them to try and out-sustain the Death Prophet, but I mean, still the questions for me is how you're supposed to kill Kiyotaka if he has even a half-decent start to this game.
Yeah, I think the nice thing with the Necrophos is you provide a brick wall to deal with the Death Prophet, right? A big problem, and why Death Prophet is very good in the mid lane, is when you go up against Embers and heroes that don't really protect your tower too efficiently, you just lose it. And now your map state's kind of screwed because you're just following a Death Roth around the map and she does everything she wants. So Necroforce, with the supports behind of a Prophet and a Willow, you kill her once, maybe twice. That will buy enough time for everyone else to feel like they can enter the game. But that was like the question, like, can they deal with the Death Prophet and also shut down an Ursa and shut down every other kind of problem that Aurora's bringing to the game? So at least now it's like if they execute on the early rotations, they do have a solution, but it comes down to like their own performance that doing it. They have the heroes, they just now need to find a way to just outplay Aurora.
Yeah, and that's where, kind of looking at a game like this where you're hoping for a team to out-execute a team that is, on paper, a much higher skilled team. So that's where, you start to look at these closed qualifier games where you're starting to get towards, I feel like the mid part of a lot of these closed qualifiers is really where you start to separate the teams that are going to make a challenge for the title and teams that are kind of just being able to make their way through those open qualifiers and kind of challenge for a couple of these maps, because it is really comes down to execution for a lot of these different teams as we go forward, because the meta is starting to develop, meta is starting to figure out its own things. So we're going to be jumping into game number 1 here of Aurora versus One Move. No, not a moving company. Yes, they are an esports team, and they're here to see if they can try and make it through the Eastern Europe closed qualifiers. Aurora, though, I think for me, after echoing a sentiment of watching them play yesterday, I think for me this is kind of crunch time for them to figure their stuff out, really try and make sure that things are looking nice and clean going into these last couple of days of the closed qualifier.
Yeah, it kind of helps as well when you get to play Aurora in like the early phase of the tournament, because they are seed 1. If you are One Move, let's say they are to lose the series, right? They're going to go into the lower bracket, playing against the best team. If they turn this like learning lesson, this moment where maybe they haven't scrimmed them, right? This is like the start of a make your run. So that's the beauty of double elim. You can never really count out a team. It's more on the team to show their maturity and ability to learn no matter what, win or loss.
Let the countdown begin.
All right. It's not about losing, it's about learning for a lot of these teams, well, especially playing up against. At
some point, it's about winning. But for now, we can be PMA.
I'm trying to be positive here, T. All right. I'm trying to bring something. All right.
The smokes in the early game, it's always the same thing, so I don't mind going on a tangent. I hate the phrase trust the process. That's like the biggest excuse I hear from any team. It's like they lose a tournament, it's like trust the process. Like, brother, it's your 7th qualifier. Mate, the process was out the window in qualifier number 2. Like, come on, get good.
Yeah,
that's unrelated. Yeah,
that's a big thing in sports. My current my sports team that I've barracked for since I was like a very small child, that is definitely a phrase that our current coach, who should be out the door, is using, is saying, trust the process, guys. No, fix it. It's been 5 years in a row, okay? The process is over.
Yeah, exactly. The process is allowed to live. I respect it, of course, but at some point, you got to chill out. But anyway, we started the game. We expect to see aggression, of course, in pretty much all lanes. I feel like Tusk darts it, always has kill potential. Ursa and Naga Siren. If you step up in the wrong place, you are going to get chased down the lane. So the side lanes are going to hopefully be where the action's at.
Yeah, a whole lot more aggression than what we've seen over some of the series that Dan and I have had. It's been relatively slow starts for us, so I'm hoping to see we get a little bit more of this kill threat going. And I think, kind of circling back to what I was saying, to feeling like it's crunch time for Aurora to kind of tighten things up. I feel like if they become the aggressors and really just kind of put the pedal to the metal, that kind of shakes out any of the nerves that they potentially could have had from yesterday. I just see how these first couple of minutes
Aurora. Whoopsie. My bad. This synergy's real good for our first ever cast.
That's how it works, mate.
Yeah. No, it's fine. I can feel it. I feel that little elbow in the side. It's like, hey, mate, I was talking about Aurora. Alright. I got you.
Got him. All right, so it's a good start already here for difference on this Necro. He started out nice and well here in this middle lane. 10-1 up against this, the 8-1 now of Kiyotaka. BB3 and Mira. Let's throw hands a little bit.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if either of them were to die at level 1. I think, of course, at level 2, when Tusk gets the shards, and you can look for the kill. But already Gilgit having to TP out on the top lane with the Shadow Realm. He has a salve available. It's not as if he's going to be starved. He's going to return to the lane very quickly.
It shouldn't be too bad for a lot of these side lanes. I guess the question is, At what point do you feel comfortable leaving Toronto Tokyo down here if you're Mira up against the Nature's Prophet and the Terrorblade to try and alleviate a bit of the pressure in that mid lane, try and get the Death Prophet off to a good start?
It's always going to be the race to Vanguard with that one. As soon as the Darkseid picks up the item, he can then play behind the tower. Even if he is to die, it's going to be multiple heroes rotating in on him, eating up some of those valuable teleports in the early game. So as soon as the Darkseid gets to that item, we expect to see Mira on the Tusk be very, very active. Interesting enough, actually, one move the top lane, it's just always been in front of their tower for now. They've finally had access to the pool camp. Actually, it spawns at 3 minutes. So yeah, Headhunter is relishing the fact that Ursa has none of the lane to actually chase him down to build up the Fury swipes on.
So you can see they're at least trying to attempt to go uncorrupted, and they're going to try again here as well. The Gush is going to come forward, but this is a TP up here in the top lane from BB3. Nightfall though, getting very, very low here on the Ursa. Doesn't get the clicks on to corrupted, and now it's going to be Panto who's going to get chased down here by BB3 as well. The blood grenade, and finally the Gush. That's another kill for corrupted.
Yeah, I mean, lane position was massive advantage to one move, and for Aurora they had access to the pool camp. They didn't go for it. They opted to go for a bit of a fight, and that fight just didn't work out. Nature's Prophet, the reason why we see it in what feels like every other game, again probably statistically that's incorrect, but doesn't matter, we're casting, don't fact check me, is because of that global presence early on. Especially with a Sprout being leveled, you always have impact any lane you go to. It's not like you're throwing down some treant and awkwardly trying to click them. It's just explosive damage, and yeah,
and I feel like it has had such an emphasis in a lot of these different fights. Toronto Tokyo, oh, the shards just bought enough time for Toronto Tokyo to be able to get away from the Terrorblade.
Yeah, it was good damage. That damage, he yet to get Vanguard, right? So this is the window where you can apply the pressure. Keep going. They're poking each other mid.
Everything that he wants to. They did almost run down eyesight, but with BB3 being able to make the rotation back towards the bottom side meant that Mira and Toronto Tokyo couldn't get that connection. And Mira now trying to win the fight here against BB3 with the reflection as well. Needs a few more clicks with the tag team, and it's just not going to work out. So eyesight gets a kill on this bottom side as well, and Aurora starting 0-3. Not a good start for them.
No, they're often the team that we praise for being like the lane winners, the aggression of Mira and Nightfall. And I could list all 5 players to be honest, but like they are so good at their laning prowess. To see them down on CS, down on kills already, is a very good sign for one move.
I have seen this tale before though.
Okay.
A lot of these close qualifiers is you start hot and sometimes you make a few iffy decisions.
It happens. Yeah. We are talking about a consistent top 8 finishing team on the side of Aurora versus they live within the qualifier one move, right? It's a night and day difference in regards to the season's results.
See if they can continue this hot start or if there will be some issues in the mid game here. Been seeing a really good start to this laning phase, especially now as they're going towards Nightfall. The first crown goes down on the Ursa, but just ran out of lane to try and take down the Ursa.
Yeah, missed the route, so that was a bit of a struggle. But again, critically, Nightfall is feeling the pressure. Often when Aurora is doing well, it's the fact that he is left by himself and free farming to then enable supports to make moves on the map. The fact that at 6 minutes, Panto is dragging a creep wave and trying to do something, he gets siped as well, sent back to base. It's like a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, it's obviously not the start that they'd wanted here for Aurora, but it just feels like it's kind of compacting in and of itself. You know, they're trying to overplay their hand to try and claw back this early lead. You know, as you said, Panto just being able to kind of pull this awkward creep wave, trying to give Nightfall any semblance of bit of freedom in that top lane. And it's really just starting to work into the hands of one move. So Toronto Tokyo finally has that Vanguard finished up now on the Darkseid. So
instantly behind the tower.
Mira to make those rotations.
Like the
Kiyotaka is here as well, trying to use that first use of the exorcism.
Is under attack.
They don't defend towers
guess the one positive of Nightfall going down and then on him.
Are fortified.
We're gonna see if they can try and hold this tier 1 tower here, and Panthers walked in, been able to leave just a little bit there with the wand, but eventually does go down. They want to see if they can try and take down Corrupted though. Nightfall with the TP back in is able to get a little bit of respite back. Grip though is the one that gets stuck inside of these ice shards here from Mira. So without the Shadow Realm, I'd imagine Grip is going to be the next one. Oh, that's a nice little use of the GG branch, but it's not going to be enough for Nightfall. He's able to get another kill.
I actually just feel so wrong. You calling him Grip. I know that's what he's tagged up as, but he's Gilga. You know, I used to coach him on Hellburst smashes with, you know, Misery, Stormstormer.
Matt was saying the exact same thing to me. He's like, he's not Grip, he's Gilga.
Gilga. Yeah, exactly.
I'm just reading off the screen, guys.
I get that. I get that. I'm just looking at him. Of course, actually, technically.
My boy, look how they butchered my boy.
Yeah, exactly. I also butchered the players on the team, but it's fine. I meant the listing. Oh, that sounded terrible out of context. Anyway,
Yeah,
moving on. Segue, please. Oh, play-by-play. Take us to a new conversation. Thank you very much.
All right, let's start talking about your favorite foods. No, we'll keep talking about this this mid-tier one because...
Oh, I was right. Phew, we're in the clear. All right. No, I panicked.
Sometimes you just freak out. At least you didn't say he was chicken fingering the illusions. That's what said today.
Oh,
yeah.
Wonderful. Well,
Yeah,
again,
so-
at least he said chicken. That's normalizes it a little bit. That keeps it within the vein of Dota.
But again, Dota out of context. Dota definitely could put you on a watch list somewhere.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah, okay. Mid, no extra for 17 seconds. And with the scythe, you don't want to put yourself into any vulnerable set of HP.
There's a fight towards the top side. Mira does cop a Shadow Urn, and now with difference walking forward, does have the Reaper's Scythe. Not within kill range just yet. Mira goes for the punch up in the air. Wants to see if he can try and dodge a bit more of this damage, but they eventually get it done. And another stack for the Necro.
Yeah, it's good to get the early stacks, right? Because especially as the game progresses, when Mira picks up a Blink Dagger, the likelihood of Scythe connecting on the kill is going to dwindle, especially when Mira hits the snowball saves, right? You just snowball, boom, Scythe does no damage. Thank you very much, you wasted your ultimate. So that's something to keep note of. In the early game, a lot easier to use this. As it progresses, you need to respect the positioning of the Tusk.
100% can become a bit of a problem for them. We've got 2 stacks so far, so 2 uses, 2 stacks feels quite nice. They're going to go in towards the back part of this tier 1. Pop the Exorcism for it, but Toronto Tokyo not connecting there on the vacuum. So they just have to walk in towards these big old stacks up in the triangle. Try and pressure this tier 1 tower as well.
Doing a little bit of
The stacks. I want to try and get the kill here onto Corrupted.
Yes. Oh. That 0.1 second, very, very close. Yeah?
Radiant should look to
Taking all the early towers, right? Bottom towers taken quite early on, mid falls, and bringing the creep wave into hit pop. They want to try and progress the map. They are punishing the fact that Tide, Hairblade, and Necrophos are very, very greedy cores, right? Like, a Tide wants a pipe, a Terrorblade wants a Manta +1, a Necrophos wants... He's got Boots of Travel. He's looking at Radiance, right? It's not as if there's any cheap items coming into play here. You find Toronto Tokyo with a Ravage as well. Cypher caught up for 7 seconds.
They can take him down. That's a big scalp to take. Now with Kiyotaka does have another Soul Siphon to be able to try and play around with here.
He doesn't
Yeah, no. It's the Scythe that gets the 3rd stack, and difference claims another on Kiyotaka.
I panicked for a second. I looked at him. It was like, he used the spell, lost mana. He had one, but he didn't use it for a second. I'm like, all right, brother, we're going to press this or what? And then, all right. We're in the clear. He used the Scythe. DP goes down 2 big core kills, and yeah, one move just ensuring that they keep themselves present in the game, right? Even though Aurora are the ones making all the moves, taking the early towers, one move was all right, sure, you might be taking our objectives, but we'll farm, we'll get the odd kill here and there, but we're not going to like buckle under the pressure. We're not going to overreact to try and defend every tower there. They seem to be conceding the map quite nicely to ensure that they take a good move soon after. And that's
Yeah, I think that's
commendable Dota at the moment.
Yeah, step in the right direction for one move, right? Obviously, they're in the alpha bracket for a reason. They're able to win their first series here coming into this closed qualifier. But now they're going up against the big dogs, and if they want to have the chance of getting towards the international, they need to take down some big scalps. So Coming to move around the map now is different. Trying to see if he can put a little bit more pressure back onto Nightfall. There's quite a lot of stacks here for the side of Aurora as well that have been found out. So Gilgia's been able to find out Kanto here. We're going to see if he can try and win the fight of the support duo. Fearfuck has made their way over as well. Going into the Shadow Realm is the Dark Willow. And it's just a disengage for now.
Yeah, well, I can't really kill the Naga Siren just because Mirror Image soaks up all of the Bedlam damage.
He's trying to take this big stack. At least Kiyotaka gets some of them, but being able to remove quite a lot of that is a good start here for one move to just be able to kind of slow down Nightfall much more than he already has been.
Yes, Battle Fury. 14 minutes. And he's ready. Like the fact that he had 2 deaths in lane, he had immense pressure, constant ganks, the 3 tier 1 towers falling, and the fact that he didn't continue dying after the laning pressure. He's gonna be pretty happy. 6,400 net worth. Very quickly will now overtake the Necrophos and be able to contest the complete free farm Terrorblade.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the Battle Fury online already here for Nightfall. It's going to enable him, especially if there's going to be a lot more of this emphasis put on the other sides of the map. You can just see that Kiyotaka and the gang really will try and pull up and put their emphasis on the other side. Nightfall, though, is getting stuck in some trees. Cut away from that. He gets the surge coming in from Toronto Tokyo. They're going to turn back around with the Ravage here. Does not have the Enrage, has to chop through another tree, but with that Spirit Vessel as well as the Reflection now, Nightfall is most likely going to lose his life. They eventually get it done there thanks to the Gush. Another Reaper side takes down Toronto Tokyo. BB3, he's going to lose his life on the side thanks to Mira, but again, there's just so many members from one move that are here and ready to take the tower and take the lives of the Aurora members.
Top tower is fallen.
I don't really know what Nightfall was doing. Not going to try and analyze it too much. I think everyone in Twitch chat also sees it. He picked up a Battle Fury. His game was a bit rough, and he opted to instantly, with Battle Fury, go, you know what? I'm going to call my Darkseer top and try and run down a Tide Hunter. It's okay, but normally you need to have like some type of advantage, right? When the lane goes even, there's always going to be kiting, especially because great positioning from the Nature's Prophet, also holding his own on top, which kind of put this just a bit more distance between Nightfall and the Ursa, and the Tide Hunter, sorry. But yeah, to commit so quickly onto a hero that in an even game isn't the easiest to kill, even though you are an Ursa, giving one move even greater entry to this game, and a good reaction as well. Willow, Terrorblade also turning up to help get the killing blow on the hero.
Essentially just getting a false sense of security with the fact that they had that tier 1 tower down, right? You know, just being like, okay, well, and they can't have those TP rotations, but with Corrupted sitting in the tree line, meant that it was going to be all too hard for Aurora to go. So Cursed Crown now on Toronto Tokyo. Gilgi is going to see if he can do anything. Okay. Exorcism is popped here, trying to catch up to difference, but he just walks out and says, see you later to Kiyotaka. Okay.
Some scary
Axe is available now for the DP though, so big increase to her damage.
Yep. The Axe is just nice with the fact that you don't always, like, yes, you can use Exo, but having the spirits also get applied to your spells, it feels nice. You can skirmish without relying on the ultimate. But critically, the items from one move, they're coming out in full force. You've got a Radiance about to be complete on the Necrophos. Of course, you've had the Vessel for some time on Prophet. Manta is complete on Terrorblade. Yules is complete on Willow. Pipe is complete on Titan. Like, every hero on one move is like entertaining the idea of, hey, you want to go smoke? You want to go kill them? You know, compare that to Aurora. Just isn't really that kind of sync of itemization at the moment. Like, the Ursa might get a Blink Dagger. You just mentioned the death of having Aghanims, but everyone else is still hoping to get towards their next item. So we'll see if one move can find a fight here to capitalize on the fact that all 5 of their heroes are ready to go in instantly into Roshan. Okay, using the Gush, Negative Armor on the Roshan with the meta. They do not want to allow Ursa and the Tusk, great Roshan takers, to get into the pit first. So yeah, nice little read.
Yep. Being able to utilize a lot of the sustain that they have as well as the team with the Necrophos as well as the Nature's Prophet. So nice little early Roche here, 17 in about 18 minutes now, be able to get that. So we're going to go on to Eyesight, so he will be able to be their sieger for the next 5 minutes. see what kind of map pressure they're going to be able to pick out here. And this has been kind of one of the things that I've been seeing throughout these closed qualifiers. Is the difference between some of these teams is really just kind of identifying when you have that that item timing and really being able to abuse it, especially in comparison to teams that just haven't hit theirs just yet. We'll see if one move can really start to abuse that. They've done a good job so far by taking Roche. Just now being able to put that back into map pressure.
Nice little tip there from Mira. He respects the fact that the Terrorblade was trying to get the Centaur stop on the TP. Always cool when you try to play with the jungle there. Didn't work out this time, but he tried.
Real respect, real. Tokyo, he found out, does have a pipe of his own now with the Reaper's Scythe on top. Oh, they don't get the stack, but they get the kill. So just as good. And Difference will continue to keep this early game rolling for the Necro first, getting very, very close to that Aghanim shard as well.
He's kind of owning. Doesn't really care, he's running through the map, and is he ever really going to die? I think until Nullify comes out on Ursa. Necrophos is close to unkillable.
Radiant's bottom tower is in danger.
Of course, there is the option of finding him by himself, 5 heroes killing him, sure, but in the team fight, it is unlikely. It's corrupted. Throws his body in the front of all of Aurora and picks up a blitz in.
Double blink comes out from both of these members of Aurora, so they're doing a lot of damage here to Corrupted. Kiyotaka wants to continue this fight, wants to keep going and pressing his advantage that he has so far on the Death Prophet. TP coming out here from Difference. They will be able to get away. Kill gear, Mira, 1 second on the sword.
So close. Yep.
Very close.
Cooldown was what's stopping him there, but yeah. Some discipline getting showed though from one move. Often I think some teams in that position, they'd see their Titan getting pressure. It's like, you know what, they're clumped up. There is a Ravage opportunity, but they opt to just full disengage. Let him die. They run away. We'll see if they can now turn this into something. You have one team with a big ultimate on cooldown, the other team having Ravages available. Of course, Mira does get the shards, or the shard for his shards from the Tormentor. But because of his skill build, going for maxing Snowball to play on the tempo of the game, the saves required, how critical it is, he doesn't have the max shards to really utilize it, but that's fine. Max Snowball is very, very good this game.
Yeah, but a little nice to get it on Panto, but Tormentor give us Tormentor take it away.
Using the meta actually, just straight away from mid tower. I'm sure they did try to kill off the Ursa, but this is an entire game built around timings, right? Is Wall available? Is Exorcism available? That's the side of Aurora, and then maybe even Song, right? So that's 3 big spells. And then for one move, it's like, do you have a Scythe? Do you have Meta? Do you have Ravage? It is really a battle of wits and where they want to take the fight, how they want to take it. So if you waste your spell, the other team's going to have so many available.
And I think also trying to get as much out of each one of those spell usages, as you just said as well, right? You know, if you misuse it, then there's just such a big opportunity for either team to be able to take back the map. So we'll see if they're able to utilize it here for one move. They're doing a good job at pressuring this tier 2 tower. Trying to close off a bit more of the map here for Nightfall, who is building towards his next couple of items. That Blink Dagger already built up here for the Ursa. So only really one lane left to go here for one move. They want to try and head towards that dire off lane, so they can start knocking on the front door. I'd imagine would be the next Aegis, with only 1:50 left on this one.
Yeah, at this stage of the game, it's take the tier 2, reset, take bomb tower, and you kind of want the game to breathe for a little bit. You don't want to kind of create this tempo that's too quick for you, because at any minute, if you play too quickly, you start running around the map without respecting your vision, not dewarding correctly, etc., then you are going to fall victim to the fighting. We mentioned it during the draft, right? They have the Naga Siren in the Dark Zone. At any minute, if you're out of position, that's going to be a Song into a 3-4-man vacuum into a wall. Heroes will get deleted. So in the back of one move's mind, they need to make sure that if they ever do feel like they are the aggressors of the game, they still need good positioning. The comeback potential in Aurora is very, very strong.
Yeah, a lot of teamfight potential coming in from Aurora. with a lot of good execution. I'm going to try and go on Nightfall again on the bottom side. Gilgir will just blow out the Bramble Maze. And as soon as Nightfall notices Titan is there, he's going to dip. They're looking to see if they can try and get a kill here. They do. They get it on difference. So big little spike there for the side of Aurora. Use the Exorcism for that as well. So that's sort of pick off there for Aurora, keeping themselves in it.
Yeah, massive kill. Because the Necrophos doesn't have any form of dispel, the Death Prophet, if you ever get the silence pre-Ghost Shroud, you're going to be dying. The positioning of the Necrophos needs to be a little bit more defensive. Right? He can't farm out all by himself. There is this like bait of the Nightfall. It's like, oh, you see him, oh, let's go kill him, right? But you need to just make sure we're on the same page. Respect to Aurora, they are a very, very good team. If they see a window of opportunity, even though their early game has been very underwhelming, they aren't going to allow that to affect their kind of their mid-game execution.
Especially for them as well. Not making this a 2-0 will be a failure of today.
I'll be honest, boss. I do want to see Aurora in the lower bracket. Let's be real. All right, like they're meant to qualify. I fully expect them to qualify, but it would be hilarious for them to go like have one bad day and then go, you know what? We cannot mess around anymore and just obliterate everyone through the lower bracket, right? Like it would be hilarious. Again, we're talking about
it's like the lower bracket power up.
Yeah.
That would be fun to watch.
Especially because like no eliminations on the line. Like maybe Aurora with no elimination, you know, their players are maybe a little bit, a smidge more relaxed. Just a smidge. I think up to like 5%. You put them in the lower bracket, they are not relaxed at all. Yeah. Keeping them to the Prophet. Song to save them for now, but it's a little whittle song, not a big one. Of course, Naga only has 1 point in the ultimate.
So now let's get away here for Mira. Essentially going to try and go for a fight. Oh, difference has gone in. That's a little bit too deep on the Necrophos. Now it's going to be a full-blown fight. BKB's being popped for both these teams. Now trying to get on top of the Necrophos. Big wall that comes forward. Once again, Mira goes in. They take down the Necro. So Overextension comes in, number one, from one move. Massive Ravage hits in from Corrupted, though. Now they're able to turn around for one side. Just be able to take down Kiyotaka. They aren't able to stand and fight against the big old Terror Blade. And Mira will snowball in and jump out with the Blink Dagger. So, Aurora able to punish a little bit of the overaggression there from one move, but Kiyotaka losing his life is not how they wanted to end that fight, but still a good fight nonetheless.
Yeah, killing the Necrophos, right? They killed him in the top lane, that beautiful pickoff inside their own jungle. They bait him in a little bit deeper, and Mira, with the Essence Ring, is able to get that additional burst of HP, doesn't care about the Scythe, and yeah, we're going to see the replay here. The song, it kind of feels like, you know what, that's a dead Tusk. Look at the Necrophos. He just uses a shard. He repositions. He thinks, all right, boys, we have an entry to the fight. But yeah, like I said, they keep him alive, and now they're not ready. They're terribly. Look at the minimap. He only just entered the dire jungle to now get to the high ground, and it's sure they get a return on Death Prophet, but it's all because the Necrophos got a little bit too baited, and it is kind of the theme, at least for the last 3 minutes of gameplay. One move, dying top on the Necrophos. Now dying in the jungle because he's overextending. He cannot take this lead and, you know, throw it away for his team. If he just calms down a little bit, stabilizes his own game, they can see how Aurora can't fight. When Terrorblade turned up, everyone on Aurora ran away, right? Like, the game isn't that complicated for them, unless they make it for themselves.
Mira.
Hey, TP, he's chilling. Yep.
Has no way to snowball through on that one for Mira, so wasn't able to stop the Shadow Realm TP. But yeah, I completely agree with you, right? Like it kind of feels like that difference is kind of overplaying his hand just ever so slightly. And if they just pull back, just as you said, just a couple of percent, it is very hard for Aurora to actually keep those fights going. Yes, they've got a couple of BKBs that are up now for their cause, but all it takes is a Terrorblade to kind of rock up, press that meta button, and it'll be very hard for them to stand and fight.
Yeah, exactly. See, yeah, I was just double checking as well with the Tusk. Did he get the Dormant Courier to then go for the Essence Ring? So I think that's my favorite combination at the moment for initiating supports. When you get the additional, you know, buff up on the HP from the Essence Ring, it kind of makes a difference. You go from like 240 HP to like, I think it's like 310 or something. It really is.
Yeah, it looks like he's got the base one.
Yeah. It is very nice when you any bit of HP is very critical.
He did have the greater healing Lotus as well in that previous fight for Mira, so it was just
nice,
a good bait all in. So
Very good.
Warriors of the wolf.
now it's slowed down a little bit here for the side of one move. Obviously, they've most likely understood that the over-aggression is starting to get them to lose a few more of these fights and just trying to pull this game back a little bit. And to be fair, not really too many of these objectives left on the map for them, with Roche down as well as the Tormentor. So can't only really have this tier 2 tower to try to build towards here. Just need to make sure that they don't lose any more of this map control back to Aurora as they continue to try and claw back into this game.
They're pretty ready to fight them. Like, click around the area and they'll wipe them out. So he's now got a Basher. You've got the Crimson the Pipe, of course, he's had that for multiple fights on Darkseid, but the fact that your Earth has the Basher it's a big enough time to go for a kill.
Scanning for enemies.
The real question is, will they find a team? Yeah, will they find anyone? Or, okay, they just go Roshan.
Roche just spawning now that Aurora, they're going to be able to sneak a nice little early one here and be able to get this second Roche at 27 minutes.
That's going to feel so bad for one move. Roshan was really... Okay, maybe. Anybody something? Ah, BKB.
Oh, pops the BKB. Now he's going to try and TP out. They have the snowball. Oh, he moves them forward. I don't know if that was intentional, but the fact that the Treants moved just far enough in front of Gilgear meant that the snowball didn't cancel his TP.
That's very, very good. Let's assume he did it. That's our job. Incredible micro from the Nature's Prophet. It's always a fun one, right? It's like when you go back in like the history of Dota, like how many Dota players have actually been spun in a way just because the caster perceived it to be like a great play instead of it actually being told, you know.
I could imagine that there would be so many different individual plays or potential things. Like the one that comes to mind is the Ana buyback thing where he goes and set, like, he obviously intentionally did it, but he was just like, yeah, I was just selling stuff to hope. And now we're seeing Corrupt and hoping to see if he can get away from Nightfall here. Hasn't got any bashes just yet. Let's turn around with the Rabbit, so we're going to go back in onto the right? He's going to go back in with the Essence Ringers over Kiyotaka in the back lines, trying to take down a few more of these heroes. They're just going to song and disengage. He has gone forward. They don't have the big AP just yet here for Nightfall. He's going to get chopped down by the Reaper's Sight. So the second life is going to be available now for the Ursa. Seeing how much damage they can do though. He wants to blink away. Looks like they want to try and keep this fight going. Has to re-engage now by getting back in on top in Kiyotaka. He's going to lose his life to the Terrorblade. A little bit of a disconnect there from Kiyotaka and Nightfall. Nightfall wanted to get out. Kiyotaka stayed and fought. Didn't really have a good way of getting out either, to be fair.
And at no point was the Terrorblade pressured, right? They're jumping onto the Tidehunter once again with the Ursa. He'd already used the BKB, you know, in a different engagement, so that wasn't available. And then Terrorblade just walks up and goes, oh, lads, you've got this front line already secured, no pressure to the back line. Then just A-click down the entire fight, and
Nightfall really jumping Tidehunter, bash at least.
Okay, he got one bash, but it was at the same time where his Blubber procced and he forced stuff.
Yeah.
Look, this is not a fight though, right? Like, again, look at the mini map. Look at the Darkseid. He just entered the triangle. He's rocking up late. Not saying that Toronto Tokyo is late. It's more, if anything, Nightfall went too early, right? That's probably the better way of describing that one. One move, they're playing as a team. They're always present, and the Necrophos nearly dies, but he uses the shard to get away from some additional right clicks, get another burst of heal. But imagine if Aurora just were together. Imagine if they made a jump as 5. It really could be different, and as time progresses, the Terrorblade is going to get close to untouchable. He has the butterfly complete. We just saw, of course, they did take the Tormentor during the replay. But damn.
Yeah, just as you said, just needing just that little bit of extra team coordination coming in from Aurora, and you know, potentially maybe the lower bracket is kicking the butt that they're going to need. Toronto Tokyo trying to run away here. Nightfall's going to try and just buy a bit of space with his body. Gilgear will just Shadow Realm the 2P away. So we've seen that plenty of times, and it's forcing a bit of these movements coming out of Aurora. But yeah, it really does feel like that. That's
a fun graph. That's really good. It's like yep, see ya, back to us.
It's like, difficult thing. Okay, we're starting to lose. All right, another team fight goes Aurora's way. Okay, back the other way, guys. All right, see you later.
at least for Nightfall, he is going to have an MKB for the next fight. So in his mind, it's like, I can now jump the Terrorblade because I have the damage. The problem there, it's like when he jumps, he needs his Darkseid to wall and the Tusk to be with him. If you don't jump in conjunction with your team, there will be a Hurricane Pike disengage from Terrorblade, but you are going to die. One move though, they find the Tusk and...
He is in trouble, isn't able to get away from the Reaper's Scythe that time around, and isn't able to snowball himself out of there, just thanks to the Terror in the Deep. In the back lines though, Kiyotaka is just pick a BTP. Alright. Popped the XL as well, so that is just running in the fountain.
Yeah, but he popped... I also just had MKB delivered on the correct mid tier 2. Mira dies at the tier 1. Sure. Maybe I didn't really pay attention to where Death Prophet was, but either way, it's wild to see that he also had to use the EXO in some capacity there. One move.
He was down in the towards the Radiant tier 1. He was fighting far away. It was a 1v4.
Oh, nice. Well, technically, you could argue he did win because he lived, right? Do you want to try?
I mean, who's being the positive guy now? You know,
no,
that's a pretty good spin on it, T. All right, I'll give you that one.
The problem is when I cast, I obviously hold teams to like the standards of what they've done in the year, right? So me watching Aurora play like this, I'm just shocked, right? Because Aurora on LAN, they're like so disciplined, breaking stuff. Sure, they have like the meme moments of like a TP out or Kiyotaka, blah blah blah, right? But fundamentally, they are a strong team that makes their way. Watching them here, I'm like, they just don't look like the team that was on LAN. Right? That's the reason why I'm kind of shocked. But then they're gonna make some like insane play in 10 minutes time, win the game, and it's like Aurora, you know. But it's like the journey there is just it's a bit weird. Oh, there you go. There's a Will of Death. Yeah. So it begins, I guess.
It was just the very quick overpower bash into Gilgear. Unfortunately, couldn't react to that one. But yeah, I agree with you. I mean, you know, when you cover these teams throughout the entirety of the year, and especially a team like Aurora, and you know you've covered them quite a lot over the year, and especially when they're getting top 8s, like you kind of expect them to come into a closed qualifier and kind of dunk on some kids and then walk home with the TI spot, right?
Especially because there's no
serving up is not exactly that.
Yeah, there's no BB, there's no Spirit, there's no Paravision, right? It's like there really isn't like a contender other than maybe the new Na'Vi that in my mind should even be close. So the fact that I watched a 64-minute game against Quantum yesterday where Aurora could have lost it, we're watching a 35-minute game now where one move, they have all the cards to be able to take this game. It's like, whew, it's really given me hope that there is upset potential inside the region, especially because coming into the qualifier, I'm not gonna lie, I sat here and went, I can't wait to work Aurora wins the qualifier event. You know, it's kind of it's the equivalent to, you know, Nigma and when they have to play, you know, their qualifier in different tournament in a different, you know, setup. It's like, all right, here we go, boys. But no, this is great. I'm all down for this. And Shiva's of course picked up on the Necrophos as I've been blabbing for about a minute or two.
And I enjoy that as well. I enjoy when there's upset potential and be able to actually go into a day of casting and not have it basically pre-written for you. I'm also very excited to see Aurora at their best as well, because that is some top tier Dota, so hopefully we get a little bit of both. I know beggars can't be choosers, but we're here trying to choose. All right, so big smoke coming out here for one move. I want to see if they can try and win this next team fight. Full Hex available now for Corrupted as well.
Yeah. Don't forget, Nature Prophets did pick up the Dagon, so you can kill the illusion from the Darkseid of the Terrorblade. So they found a way to counter the Darkseid, at least in this next fight.
Corrupted. Looking at the angle to see if he can try and find anybody here. Wants to try and see if he can take down Kiyotaka before the exorcism comes in. But smoke already here from Aurora. There's going to be the Hex on the background here as well. See if we can take down Panther. Gets a nice little bit away with the mirror image. And Reaper's Scythe not really going to do much though. Kiyotaka's just going to go TP back to that tier 3 tower. Wants to get in the better positioning here thanks to his BKB. Everybody's just disengaging. BKBs galore for everybody here on Aurora. That's a big terrorize there. Hits on a Kiyotaka. They want to see if they can take down the Death Prophet. Sexism is really starting to run low. They get the Hex out as well, but now they just turn back around and Knife absolutely deletes the Tide Hunter. Corrupted was there, but he is no more. Kiyotaka once again is able to blink back to the tier 3 tower, and Aurora doing a beautiful job with this team fight to disengage. Panther will hit the song. They'll get a bit of regen off the back of it as well, see if they can take down Gilgear, but he will just go up in the air thanks to the Yule. So Aurora waiting out to see if they have to re-engage, but at least they come out of that without losing anybody.
Whoa, so many little things that went wrong for one move there, right? They get the initiation, they see the Naga sign, but then the Scythe doesn't connect. And then after that, the fight progresses to the right-hand side, and Terrorblade, he sticks to the mid lane. He doesn't follow his team, which you lose so much damage. Therefore, he could have maybe died if the Terrorblade was able to join over, but yeah, Aurora kiting back away from that fight. Lucky to not lose the Naga Siren to the Scythe, and then capitalizing it nicely, getting the Tide kill with the Ursa. The spells all have been used for one move. They need to go back to reset. 40 seconds for Meta, 80 seconds for Ravage. And Roshan, it is going to be up soon. One move could be upset if it's a quick spawn.
It was a relatively quick spawn last time, so
Yeah, it's going to be... The spells will be back up. I've just checked the timer. They're in the clear. They survived. But that is the mistake that Aurora capitalized. Get Roshan, and the game's back in their favor.
Dire's bottom
The jump needs to be better for one move in the next time. Aurora will punish you when you don't execute on your fight.
yeah, it just has to be clean and concise, right? Like if you're blink Xing someone, you need to get that kill straight away, especially if Difference is going to commit their entire body for that as well, trying to get these very precise kills. So they're not clean. There's a lot of kite potential here from Aurora, obviously being able to surge, get everybody to reset. They've got the Song and the Siren to reset as well. They've got blink daggers on both their mid laner and their safe laner. So there's lots of avenues here for Aurora to continue to keep resetting those fights, and especially if the Terrorblade's not in the vicinity just yet. Wait and see now. Both teams are just kind of keeping an eye on the map. Or it should be up in a couple of seconds, guys. And it is here now, so they are well aware of it if they are one move. There was a scan that came out on the Radiant side there. Able to catch out a few of these members, so at least now Aurora will understand that the Roche is up as well. So everybody's ready and raring to go with all of their ultimates and all their abilities. Let's see who executes the best in this fight. The waves are relatively pushed up now for the side of Aurora, so they do have to be careful of that. Panto's trying their best to push this one out, but Mira, he's the one that's caught out. Reaper Scythe down as well. Does have buyback on the Tusk though. Look at this forward position coming in here from one move. Kiyotaka is going to try and be the body in the front. See if we can try and take a little bit of this pressure away as well. Looking to see what Nightfall's able to do. He's able to get this quick assassination. They want to try and go forward here onto Gilbert. He gets very, very low, goes up in the air. Gets the buyback a little bit more time. Now they're going to have the buyback coming out here from Mira. So they will lose both of their supports. Both of them buyback. So Gilgear will be able to buy a little bit more time. No big B on the Ursa though. This is big for this next fight. Exorcisms popped here by Kiyotaka, walking in onto Difference. Does pop that Ghost Shroud as well. He's going to sit inside the ethereal form. In the BKB, TP away, they get the bash. That's what you need here from Nightfall. Now they've overcommitted. They get all the saves in the snowball as well. They will be able to walk back in. Will Panto. Panto's going to have to turn off that song in just a moment. The big wall comes down as well. The vacuum on top of it and keep all of these illusions in place. Corrupted though, still trying to stand tall in front of Aurora. They will start to disengage. They're losing a lot of their life thanks to all of this damage from Kiyotaka. Takes down Corrupted there on the Tide Hunter as well, but it's eyesight. Turns around, takes down Mira. The vacuum cancels the TP there on the Terrorblade. Kiyotaka's standing and fighting, but look at all the damage that comes in from the TP. The bash comes in. Well, the Thunder was almost there for Nightfall, but he's able to get away from that cast animation, and he will eventually look for more as well. And one move. Yes, they kill Kiyotaka, but it's Nightfall who survives, and they take down the big cause. The only remaining member is Gilgear.
getting so close to winning the fight, but then critical spells are just not getting in, right? The fact that the Titan jumps in, the snowball's already in play, he then ravages, so it's not like the snowball's dodging the ravage, he just used ravage, and that then goes kind of wrong. And then Terrorblade, he goes to sunder a full HP Ursa. He's about to turn around, clutch up the fight, doesn't matter if he missed ravage, I'm gonna kill the Ursa. Guess what? He gets the bash. Terrorblade, boom, you're now dead as well. And yeah, you see here, it's like he's already, I believe, yeah, he's already snowballed. So the Titan Hunter has critical information of, I can't ravage them. But in the heat of the fight, in the moment, he commits, and it's just not a good place for one move to engage in there. Under the wall already, they're having to try and like move to the left-hand side, corrupted. He can't get out, but yeah, one move. If they were a little bit cleaner in the engagement, these fights would be going their way, and the vacuum cancelling the TP. You're going to see it here. Maybe slow motion, maybe not, we'll see, but one bash. Ah. See ya. The bash is all that matters, right?
The animation, yeah.
Or it's like he gets bashed, and then he's like, then he has to turn around. Like, if he doesn't get bashed, he turns. He's gonna sunder no matter what. Like, basically, in that moment, it's like all that matters is, does a bash occur from any point on Terrorblade? If no bash happens, Terrorblade will sunder you. He didn't actually cancel the animation. It's kind of pre-animation. He bashed him, but still, it's the fact he bashed saved his own life. Good old RNG clutch moment there,
yeah. Sometimes make your own luck. Nightfall being able to play around that entire fight really well. And this is what you were talking about, right? Where this is just kind of what we're expecting from Aurora, them to kind of just clutch up and just play those fights just a little bit better than what Wild Move are. And unfortunately for them, sometimes a little bit of a rush of blood from Corrupted hitting that Ravage onto absolutely nobody. I mean, seeing Kiyotaka and Nightfall kind of holding hands in the trees, like, it's a pretty juicy Ravage target. Like, I don't blame him for that, but you know, Muriel was one step ahead.
The value of Snowball, it's always, I mean, you said it during the draft, you like watching in Tusk because of the ability to kind of showcase your skill, right? And here it is. Snowball saves, constant pressure. He has a BKB to ensure that he can stand his ground. Yeah, I'm a big fan of going Blink BKB. It means you're never affected by a random Bramble Maze or Ravage or anything like that. You know you're going to make that save if you want to make it.
Also going towards a Nullifier as well on Mira. So I like that. They obviously need a Nullifier. And if he's able to build it, then frees up the space for Nightfall.
Nightfall builders let me kill Terrorblade, which then means he really doesn't touch the Necrophos. So yeah, I like the fact that someone else is kind of picking up the pieces for also having to respect Terrorblade. Once Nightfall did have the refresher, he picked it up after the kill on the Terrorblade. So post ages, 2 BKBs, 2 enrages. Very hard to kill.
Very hard to kill.
Yeah. And a bit
doing a good job at least killing Kiyotaka in a lot of these fights.
Sure, but that's like the MO though for Aurora. It's like Kiyotaka is so like in your face as a player that killing him often means it's a good fight for Aurora. Because eventually you'll kill him. So you got to go through a Shiva's BKB, you know, quad siphon Death Prophet, and then Toronto Turkey's going to hit a 3-4 man vacuum. Ursa's going to kill a hero for free with a Blissful Blade, right? Like at this stage of the game, you need to find a way to not fall for the bait, right? It's you need clean kills, not the I got me a Kiyotaka.
They fall for the Kiyotaka bait. Bait every time. We'll see if they can continue to play like this for Aurora. They are definitely in the driver's seat now, 45 minutes into the game. Whereas One Move, they're the ones that need to have these very clean fights to try and get this game going. I feel like, fortunately for Difference, just a couple of those fights in the mid game where he got caught out. What was it in the top lane and then towards the dire jungle as well. Felt like those 2 deaths were so pivotal for his game, really just slowing down and not enabling him to snowball like he was starting to at the beginning of the game.
Up top, if he shows in the wave, Nightfall, he's hunting. They're smoked up. He doesn't even show in the wave. He's just gonna bump into them. First bash, yeah, just Abyssal and dead.
Yeah, it just seems like it's all coming up Aurora here, and it's taken them the long way around to get this, but Seems like this is still the expected outcome for this game number 1.
One move when they respawn. Oh, okay, being on the Death Prophet. Okay, he also wants to try and kill the Terrorblade.
He's got a lot of attack speed in combination with the Ags. Like,
He is cooking.
he also has the Hurricane Pike as well, so...
No more.
Alright. He got the alert version of Outward Self as well, so...
Is under attack.
Big right-click build here from the Death Prophet. I like to see it from Kiyotaka. They're going to go forward. Kind of Kiyotaka them up for those in the back line here. Uses the Missile Blade there onto Eyesight. Gets this under at least, but now with the Terrorblade's going to go down. Nightfall's just been able to delete him in the back lines. And Eyesight is gone now for 90 seconds. Corrupted is going to be very, very low as well. And it looks like one move. They have eventually lost everything here in the 47th minute. They have no Terrorblade for 82 seconds. They do have buyback out on Corrupted as well, but up in the air goes a couple more of these heroes. Nightfall with the double kill and the godlike spray that he's 4 dead. Let's get to make it 5. The G's have been dropped, and this time around, Aurora get it done in 47 minutes. I mean, if you're an Aurora fan, a win's a win, but at the end of the day, you're expecting this to be a little quicker here for you. And unfortunately, for one move, T, they fumbled the bag. They got a little overzealous, and they weren't able to close that one out.
Radiant's turn to battle.
stomping matches. It is just refreshing that this is a region where 10, 15 teams can battle out in an open qualifier, and any of them could get to the closed, and then the ones in the closed are still able to show up in important moments. Of course, the lack of experience is hurting one move. They probably should have won game one with some critical changes to some some team fights, but yeah, that is just the
A lot of teams are also boot camping for this as well. It's not like this. And 4 and 2 on the chicken fingers, so same win rate across both of them, just one picked twice as much as the other, which I think is kind of reflecting what we've seen as well. There has not been a load of the people going for the big snake, but sometimes it just looks really good, especially if they can't really kill it off too easily. Willow, meanwhile, coming out. We did see Gilgit going for the other facet on Willow last time, which was interesting.
Yeah, the facet is, I don't know if it's respected and or even good on the Shattering Crown. So I played a lot of Willow 5, right? And I take the Shattering Crown myself because when you apply Curse Crown to someone, it's like 35% of your damage gets applied once it procs the stun, and then it's like 15% of other units right clicks on your team. So like, it kind of does in essence sound good, where you put a stun on someone, everyone's hitting them, and then once the stun procs, anyone close to them, especially with the AoE talent, then also takes a burst of damage and a stun. But you don't, like, I'm yet to cast a game where I'm like, oh my god, the damage from, it's like, I'm yet to see like that really come into play. But of course the reason why you wouldn't take the throwing shade facet is because you need to be in the realm to do the damage, and it's just a different playstyle. When you take the AoE stun one, it's just, you just throw it out there and you don't overthink it. It's just boom,
you're
done.
being a bit
Life
more
goes on.
backline as well versus the
exactly.
throwing shade where you're getting in people's faces. Couldn't do that last game, so had to switch up. Smart move. But we're going to see Omni Knight coming out. This is a hero which I was kind of anticipating to see a bit more of, but they did give it a cheeky little nerf right before these qualifiers started, which broke my heart. I don't mind Omni Knight being OP for a few weeks, like we can handle it, but he was very, very good.
I sit on the other side on that one, actually. I think Omni Knight it low-key makes the game boring when he's in meta, because he does things that no other hero can like truly do to that level, right? Like debuff immunity, running around, pure damage. Like when he's viable and can actually kill stuff, like I don't mind if he's a support, sure. If you want to AFK in the tree line and press some spells to keep someone alive, go to town. But when you're a core, using all of these defensive capabilities in an offensive way, that is very scary to deal with. And that's why one move picked Centaur, so they can run away from their problems and never go near him.
Hooray. Not sure that's the strategy, but Death Prophet comes out, which makes a Centaur pick even better in my opinion. You pop out them scary ghosts, you just get yourself out of there, or potentially get yourself in there and just blow her up. That's the other flip side of Stampede, is that it's also a good spell for just getting all your spells off on the right target as quickly as possible, because that's what movement allows you to do.
One move just don't have damage though, right? Like as much as we're saying survivability, right? Stampede to run away, Oracle with his entire toolkit to keep someone alive. They don't have damage right now. The next two picks need to do that, because Aurora, if it is a carry Omni and a mid Death Prophet, expect a Radiance and maybe like a Blink on the Omni. You've got a Ags and a BKB on your Death Prophet. They're going to get into the middle of every fight, be really aggressive. And we spoke about how Stampede had value to run away from your problems. Disruptor, come back. Yeah, I mean, Lena's a good shout in regards to bringing some damage in for sure, but Aurora's lineup is... With this draft, it feels like I'm expecting the 25-30 minute stomp of they are seed 1 of the qualifier. That's what I'm feeling when they have these heroes.
Yeah, and it's a good draft as well. I mean, Disruptor is one of my favorite answers to Centaur Warrior as well. Everybody runs away, one person doesn't, or you get down that kinetic field, things become a problem. Morphling's going to be the pick though for one move here. Not sure how I'm feeling about this Morphling hero, to be honest with you. Like, yeah, it does give you that damage. Like, yeah, it's going to kind of be a problem. They don't have like any real answer to it. But also the pace at which Aura wants to play this game is just not something this Morphling can match unless he has an incredible lane.
Yeah. That's why you ban out the Enigma, right? You ban out a couple off laners that ensure that Morphling doesn't have a good lane, and at least for one move, the Morphling is like, get him to 3-4 items, it's his game to play, right? We saw how Death Prophet kind of struggled in the previous game against the Terrorblade. You know, he did die a couple of times. Of course, there was other ways in which they can win the fight, so it didn't really matter if the Death Prophet was to go down. And Morphling kind of creates that same problem for a Death Prophet. Early on, Death Prophet thrives. Mid to late game, you're just food for the Morphling, right? And can one move even keep their map? That, again, I agree with you. Is there enough map state for Morphling to find his items? And for them, at least, it's going to come from the mid lane. And yeah, I like the Lena ban from Aurora. You called for it earlier, but Lena, you just play on range from the Death Prophet mid. You never really die to her. You push the wave quick enough that you can kind of defend your tower.
Yeah, I actually wanted to carry, but I guess mid it could work as well for them.
Oh, fair enough.
I'll just be honest with everybody there that I wasn't anticipating the Lena ban at all. I thought it was their carry pick, but they go for Morphling instead. We'll see how it works out for them.
Very honest today, calling out that you had some technical problems doing all this.
No, I didn't have any tech problems. No, it was a local orphanage on fire. I had to jump in the Ferrari and go sort it out, you know.
God,
go rescue them.
Really good of you.
Yeah.
And you donated the Ferrari after driving there, right? Because you obviously have a spare at home.
Yeah, one of the Ferraris, I should have said.
Yeah. Do you do that as well, where you drive your Ferrari to shop and then once it's done, it's like, that's your one use, you got to get a new one or what?
Yeah, you don't.
One car, one trip.
I don't like driving a car with any mileage on it. It just, the moment it ticks up, it's just like, what are we really doing here, guys?
More than 10 miles, it's way too much.
Yeah.
And that was us role-playing a pro player on their incredible salaries.
Post TI winning.
Yeah, post TI 8, TI 9 winnings. Hog. I'm trying to think what the mid pick is.
10 seconds remain.
They really wanted to. They could technically go back for the Necrophos as well, because the laning was good enough where the Death Prophet didn't like dominate the mid, and that's all I think I care about from this last pick from one move is a hero that won't just get dominated by Death Prophet, keep tower alive. Yeah, it's just difficult because you have Oracle Shaman as your support duos. Like, both supports like to live behind cores. They don't really break the map. They react really well. They need levels. They don't really kill on lane. So everything's just awkward at the moment for one move. Where if they're outpaced, their draft doesn't allow them to recover until they have a lot of items. And okay, Sure,
Shrag,
that is.
okay.
Yeah, I don't mind it, right? It's an old school matchup to the Death Prophet, right? If Death Prophet wants to commit to you, you just have a ton of spells to throw back. And now Oracle has purpose, right? If Leshrac goes for like Kaya Blink Dagger, or even like the Atos and Kaya whatever, your Oracle just plays behind it. No matter what itemization path the Leshrac follows, it's aggressive. So now Oracle feels like, you know what, guys? If the game's good at 11 minutes, I have a job to follow. Lycan. Ooh, that's mean.
You did not like that pick.
No, I like it because it's naughty. You know, I just feel bad for one. It's like, ooh,
right.
yeah. I like the pick.
It was a cringe in the other direction.
Yeah. Sorry. Thanks for correcting me there, just in case someone thought like, the reason why it's gross is like we've already mentioned how one move they struggle because the supports are going to be potentially XP starved. The Morphling doesn't make moves on the map. The Centaur doesn't make moves on the map. It's only the Leshrac. And now you have a Lycan who is going to set incredible pace by Helm of the Overlord, followed behind a Omni Knight jumping around, a Death Prophet. It's like Aurora's lineup is really just OP post laning phase, and for one move, everything is on Leshrac. Can he break open some early kills? Can he give life to the game so items can come kicking in? It's survival for one move. If they survive, sure, their draft is going to be really cool to play out at like 25-30 minutes, but they just need to survive that long.
They do indeed, yeah. Can they get there? You're going to need a bit of thriving in the lane as well. You're going to need to have these lanes go pretty well for you. But I would say that, like, they don't look bad. Oracle Morphling is sort of like just a survive lane. Shaman and Centaur, I can see that doing some work. I can see them getting some clicks in, especially on the Nightfall Omni Knight carry. Gonna be pretty hype. Omni carry, by the way, is this where we anticipated the hero? I mean, is this where you anticipated the hero go? It wasn't where I thought it was gonna go.
In what, the carry on Omni, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of did. I think Nightfall, he likes to play Doom carry, Abba carry, Omni carry.
Dawn.
I think, yeah, Dawn carry as well. Like he likes to play the minute 5 to 6. I'm enabled by being stronger than the offlaner and can't be killed by the offlaner. Therefore, map is broken by supports, right? I think this logic is really strong for Aurora and why they often thrive in a lot of their games. So yeah, as soon as I see Omni, I am kind of expecting it on him now.
I also feel like we've been told time and time again how vocal Nightfall is, how he likes to kind of control the pace of the game, not just be like, oh, when I am strong, this is what we're going to do, but actually throughout the game, this is what we're going to do. Comes online like earlier than a traditional carry is definitely going to allow him to do that and be that captainship. So I'm excited to see this one. This is really cool from Aurora here. A bit of a flex up, but yeah, I mean, they're going to play at some pace. Overall, I mean, obviously I'm expecting Aurora to win this one, but if I was like looking at this blind, who was who? I'll be honest, I'm probably saying one move. I'm not brave enough to go for the Omni carry, even though I love it with all my heart. Okay. They got no stuns on their cores though, T-Gov. That's always a little bit scary for me.
Yeah, no. I see that. Support's coming clutch though, for sure, with the Willow and the Disruptor, but no, I do agree with you in the sense of if this was a 25 minutes of even farm, everyone's like towers are taken evenly, Roshan's have been like not contested yet. I am leaning to one move because of course, like and Death Prophet, they kind of fall out of the game a little bit. But the fact that Death Prophet, her current itemization path with Aghanims, we just saw Kiyotaka go for an MKB in the last game. He has Hurricane Pike and BKB. Yeah. He can then threaten the Morphling. He wants to go Butterfly. So it's not as if this is a Death Prophet, an old school patch where it's like Yules and I'm only utility. Like this is a right-clicking Death Prophet. And maybe there is a lot more late game potential than we kind of expect based on 7.39 version of the heroes.
Gilgear being a little bit ran up by 3 heroes here, but Corrupted comes in, 2-man stun to make sure they'll secure this bounty rune, but they are not giving up this chase here on Aurora. They want to try and get Gilgear here, and with the right clicks coming through, Blood Grenade coming out as well. It's looking like it will be the end. See you later, Mr. Grip. First blood going towards Nightfall. Why is he called Grip, by the way? We had, do we know this?
I don't know why pro players want to change their names. Like they build up like a history and like a career around a name, and they randomly just pivot. I have no idea. Maybe it's
why do you change your head? Why do you change your your dress? Yeah. Sorry, dude, that was unintentional. My bad,
brother. All right, Jesus. Why are you bald, brother?
Yeah.
Why my hairline's not good, all right?
So often, T.
Or sorry, why
do you
does your
change your
microphone not
beard
work,
style?
Nomad, huh? Why couldn't you cast game 1?
Yeah, no.
I'm going to say that because production's here, so now they feel. Oh, sorry. Anyway, what were you saying?
I was just saying it's, you know, it's a change up, new year, new me. Things aren't going the way you want. Yeah, switch up the name, and it's
think
the
that's
only
the
thing
only
they've got.
reason,
It's the
yeah.
only thing which
Yeah.
shows to the public on their faces on the webcams and in tournaments.
As must be.
Pick a lane, boss. Which one do you want to talk about first?
Oh, this is Patrick's job. Patrick, take us to a lane. Or just stay on this one if you want to talk about this one. Man, every time I do this. Every goddamn time. There is actually a fight going on, Patrick. Gilgir is actually almost dead. And one more right click is going to get him gone.
Has been killed.
Well, he knew he's playing around with us, but that's another death onto Gilgir here in the top lane. This is to be expected. Nightfall, Panto, Disruptor, Omni Knight. Yeah, I mean, I said that they've got a strong lane in the Shaman and Centaur, but you give away First Blood, and all of a sudden, it's kind of going down the toilet.
And wait,
Wow.
hold on. He
Hold on, indeed.
He left the lane and just got edict down. Yeah, that's a
Okay.
a lot of damage. Yeah. Ooh, nice play though, at least to recover a bit of that mid pacing. Right, the Lycan sends a wolf to deny the. So even though Kiyotaka gets top water rune, he does trade his life for it, and yeah. But Leshrac, no mana now due to the knife. He might have to take a trip back to base after this creep wave. Which is not what you expect when a mid laner gets a solo kill, to see him then walking back to lane. Base, sorry.
Yeah, that is a Lycan effect, isn't it?
What's a little mini waveform about? That was okay. Top lane, probably.
Yeah, it's going to be another kill going the way of the Omni Knight. Nightfall living through that one, getting the turnaround. Hammer of Purity plus Purification. It is so much healing. This hero never seems to die. Payoff.
Utilize the weakness of the Oracle to get a couple more denies and
Yeah.
just
They've
remind
got some, like, good burst potential, I guess, at level 3. Purifying Flames, Fortune's End, Waveform. Like, it'll hurt,
But if you go in and you get Bramble Maze and there's a Howl, potentially a Howl if you level it, of course, right? But yeah, like when you pick Oracle, you are just playing for block hard camp, pull small camp, and just everyone's happy with levels and farm. If you kill the enemy, it's because they've made a misplay, but not because your hero innately has a timing to get the kill.
Glory. Continue.
Of course, that might change if it was a different carry instead of morphing, right? Like if you had like a troll or something, then or like a juggernaut, some like weird combination to play on with the root. But with this current matchup, they're happy just hitting creeps, getting levels, and trying to find an answer to the inevitable Helmwolf Dominator that will be coming out on Toronto Tokyo.
And that's a unit they're not going to be able to deal with too easily, and it's going to absorb a lot of the pressure from the Leshrac, helping to soak up these edicts in the fight as yeah, constant aggression is corrupted up here in the top lane. The volleys being thrown either way here, but nobody getting really low enough to be upset. All in all, a pretty quiet laning phase other than that kill at mid. And the constant trading up at the top side. No, now Corrupted and Gilgir have kind of accepted their fate and are playing a lot more carefully. Not really getting too up into the business of Aurora. They're out there going on to Corrupted here. Panto, he's got the glimpse whenever he wants to throw it down here, and in it comes with the Purification. They'll get the kill.
The mirror just rocks up with TP. Oh, thank you very much. I get the kill and off I go.
Well, comes to the top lane, gets a kill, leaves. Toronto Tokyo, he's absolutely fine by himself. The Oracle offers no kill threat onto him, really.
And we see Gilgit like trying to grab a wave. He obviously did this earlier in the laning phase because the value of glimpse. When you're a position 4 trying to grab a wave, you get glimpsed. You're too far from the wave, it de-aggroes and kind of the purpose falls apart. But the fact that his first attempt at wave pulling was at minute 5.
On Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka tries to go the X and gets caught out by Gilgit. And that's going to be a kill on Kiyotaka once again.
Yeah, very, very good move. It's like the only lane that can truly kill him, right? It's around the Leshrac. As soon as the hero got picked in the draft, it really felt like that was everything one move needed, right? It's like the guy that can bring the damage, the guy that can fix the passive nature of the side lanes. And yeah, different so far. 2-0, 2 kills on the Prophet. Also, I think 2-0 on the pauses, but that's another story.
Well, look at that.
DT's not having a wonderful time, but you know, it was the last pick Leshrac, right? So this is clearly something which Difference wanted to play into. And yeah, the first death was a little bit maybe just miscalculating the value of Spirit Siphon into the damage of Edict with Misanthropy.
The difference is,
Invisibility.
the main thing is I'm just intrigued to know like what is his implementation, right? And Lycan getting poked in the bot lane, but Kiyotaka's here with an ultimate and a root Willow, and they're both dead.
Yeah, Kiyotaka just kind of rocked up and just ate them all. Just the ghost just came in and took them out so easily. Didn't look close at all. He's got some shamans and some. Okay, this time it's come on to Nightfall though, so both carries taking a fall here. Nice rotations from Difference. He is trying to be exactly that in this game. So far, so good for the Leshrac. Very impressed with this so far.
And going back to the point about his items, the normal build is like Atos and Kaya to provide a bit more lockdown. You eventually go for like Gleipnir down the line, but it's your own control to set yourself up. A pub build is going for Blink Dagger, and then you just jump on anyone you see and kill them off. Because you have the Oracle, you don't really need the tankiness of the Atos. I'm intrigued with like, will he go for the Blink Dagger? Will he try and be super high pacing, or will he just stay traditional and continue playing the build that we often see? They are wrapping around.
Well, looking like we might have quite a big fight up in the top lane if Aurora want to take it. Without Exorcism, I would be surprised if they did. The one thing the Leshrac does sort of miss with this build is the ability to really push and take towers, but the difference he can make is huge. As Mira gets taken down,
Radiant's middle tower is
Edict
under
just
attack.
eats through these heroes, especially this Willow who's trying to get inside the Shadow Realm and sneak away, but that's just not going to happen.
There
Okay,
is
he's gonna go
little
Atos.
for Radiant's middle tower.
Anthem looking for a glimpse. Gets the glimpse.
They'll go for the shackle here, but Nightfall's there to take it off with Repel, and now they'll turn around and just bring down this Shaman with ease once again. It's another death for Gilgir up in the top lane. 3 deaths within the first 8 minutes of the game. That is less than ideal. You know what I really want to see this game, T?
No, but go on.
Omni-Wall.
Fair play. That's you know what?
Sounds
Didn't
fun.
think about it, and that, yeah, that sounds good. Hammer of Purities and whatnot getting thrown around from a wolf. Yeah. But wouldn't you prefer to see Kiyotaka become a melee Death Prophet and make all of his crazy plays, but as a wolf? A wolf with spirits.
Yeah, true. Spirit Siphon's just permanently on you. You just cannot escape. Maybe you need to refresh it.
Wait, isn't that one of the facets for Lycan? It's really bad. Spirit wolves, where you don't get to micro them and they just follow you.
Yeah.
Yep, it is. Oh,
It was
you can
like,
create
really, really good at the start, and then
true.
and
Well,
they
oh yeah, it was
dumped it.
actually. Yeah. It was like the harpoon build or something. You just go for
yeah,
full right click. But now they're just bad. Yeah, good shout though. It actually was pretty good for a brief period.
Tempest of battle.
but it was just that the wolves gave you like extra damage, and then Feral Impulse gives you bonus damage, and then it's just like okay, guess he just does loads of damage now. Mira, try smoking up. Is that a smoke? Oh no, it's not. It's the Kobold Cup. My bad.
glimpse. You're dead.
Yep, dragging Oracle back into the middle of everybody and taking him down. Nightfall will get that kill.
For forgiveness.
This stage of the game, I was going to go, okay, let's check the morphling, right? The whole point of the Leshrac and the way that one move need to play is to buy time, but he's 3,800 net worth. He's only got a Falcon Blade to his name, and if he was at like 4,500 net worth at the moment, maybe sporting like a Yasha, looking towards that, I'd be like, you know what? The game is looking bad, but there's hope. But they're going to need to make some really, really big moves on one move. The morphling is on full mode recovery. Losing his mid tower, of course, losing the bot tower, soon to be top. So much gold is going the way of Aurora just through the economy of breaking the early objectives, and exactly what they did in the previous game as well. With the Death Prophet, they were able to just whittle down the tower so quickly. That's contradiction of words, but that's fine.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And the Exo ready to go, and empowered Exism as well with Spirit Collector, so you gotta respect it. You can't really approach Aurora right now. They are far too strong. And the Morphling is nowhere near fighting fit. Leshrac, he's strong, but he's gonna need at least a false promise behind him if he wants to go and fight, and they're just gonna take these Ancient Stacks now on the side of Aurora.
He changed the build as well. He didn't go for the Atos, he went for the Kaya. He kind of realized that he can't be a playmaker that might get a kill. He needs to be the mid laner that really secures a bit more of a fight in the Corrupted. Every time he shows himself on the lane, it feels like he's just getting smashed by an Omni Knight or glimpsed by a Disruptor. It's rough and interesting. They're actually smoking behind the Leshrac.
They certainly are. What do they want to get done here? I'm a little concerned because the Oracle's not with him. He's just hit his 6 and he is nowhere nearby. I don't want to see them playing Leshrac and Oracle. It's such a strong combination. The Leshrac to just run in and have that safety net.
Radiant should look to their
Nightfall does get seen. Hex comes out. Stampede, Snakes, everything being thrown at Nightfall here, and they will be able to bring him down without much question.
top tower is in
Omni Knight has fallen. The enemy carry dead. But this isn't one of those games where killing Nightfall is going to feel like it's getting them this big momentum changing thing in this game, because you've kind of got 3 cores which are all sharing the limelight on Aurora, so it's going to have to be a move across, now kill off Toronto Tokyo, then maybe look for Kiyotaka again. Like, it's not going to feel great unless you can constantly, oh my god, everything is being thrown to the Leshrac. They find him in the trees. Bye-bye difference. That is his first death of the game, and it is a big one. And now Eyesight as well, not looking too happy. Guild Gear, is there anything he can do here? I mean, he's got his stuns available. Eyesight, though, it might have just said, I'm absolutely fine, guys. Don't worry about me. That's certainly what it's looking like.
Just walk it off, boss. Walk it off. And the value of positioning there. They see the Leshrac and they just throw everything down, get the kill, and the hero with the tempo. The streak falls, and you're 100% right. Killing off an Omni Knight in the top lane, it's going to feel okay, but the fact that Death Prophet is about to complete Aghanims, the Lycan is about to complete Helm of the Overlord. These are the timings that we're really scared to see from Aurora, and there's been nothing truly to stop them. DP. Ever powerful with another glimpse from Shaman.
Name the high ground. Leshrac's respawned and coming over here with the Oracle behind him, but nah.
I mean, can't fight
Shaman
into the
gets
Omni,
out.
right? Like, if the fact that Leshrac is your big hero for one move, all Omni has to do is press repel on any hero Lesh goes on. Now Leshrac has to disengage from the fight. It really is quite a problem for one move. Let's
Honestly,
try and find a way to move away from. Sorry, gone.
I don't see how Leshrac disengages from a fight. It's kind of feeling like once he's in, he's kind of in.
True. That's probably why he's looking towards the Bloodstone, right? He wants to just stand in the middle and press all buttons and see what happens.
Only 60% magic resist on repel, so he's still doing something. It's not going to be a lot,
okay.
but
Silver lining. I rate it.
yep.
dire are scanning.
Morphling still trying to farm up into this game, but he is so poor. We said he needed a good game, and that has just not materialized thus far. Too much pressure coming out from Toronto, Tokyo, and Mirror. Okay. A pause, then go.
The battle seeks resolution. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Spirit Vessel going to be on the cards for Mira next. That's going to be a kind of preemptive answer to this Bloodstone already. You kind of know what he's going to do anyways. Also very good against the, well, kind of good against the Oracle, if he's used Fortune's End already.
There is little
Snakes just gets thrown down in the middle lane here, so they want to take this tier 1 tower at the very least. Panto, TP's in, not sure about this, so he just immediately drops everything onto Grip to make sure that he himself can't be targeted. And Gil, well, suddenly finding himself without any friends, without any moves to make. Comes up the high ground, glimpsed on back here, tries to get back across the creep wave. I mean, he's already kind of taken the tower here, so I don't think he's too mad about this.
Especially when you die that many times in laning. Ooh, Centaur, hold up. Welcome to the fight.
Yeah, okay, all right. Well, down goes Mirror, I suppose. Difference in BB3
They have a glimpse if they can get the vision.
Yeah, trying to get themselves out. Oh my god, that was close. BB3 does get caught though. He gets grabbed back into the middle of everything, but
Hey, have some
pretty quick
belief.
going down this
have
river.
some belief.
Whee! Water sliding away to safety.
He doesn't have teleport, but he does place the ward, so he has the Duke advantage. They go left, he goes
Dude, he's
right.
done him.
Yeah,
He's absolutely cooked them.
You cast a curse him into survival.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
great. Why are you tipping him? You're proving that he's now alive and still in the area. Don't tip the Oracle there.
It's good. It's good. It kind of implies that he's escaped and is in safe lands, when in reality he's actually behind enemy lines and still very much at risk. Smart. Now he's going to randomly find the Omni Knight here. Wonder if Omni's going to notice anything's wrong. I'm very invested in BB's story here.
Yep. I mean, he's gone on a beautiful journey.
Yeah, and he might have
He
just made
found
it out.
himself. Yeah, he has.
He can't believe it. I mean, this is during the night as well. He does not have much vision down in the slightest other than in the top side. So this was just like a blind run through the enemy side of the map. And indeed, he did get that sentry down as well, which Nightfall may well be suspicious of.
Don't forget, he also did place the Observer in the top to be able to survive, right? So, yep. The Oracle.
He is a deep sea diver, this Oracle.
It is in his name to understand what's going to be happening, so impressive.
Talking about worst name awards, I feel like Oracle may well be up there with BB3PX. Here we go. They're going to commit a lot to this. Then comes a shapeshifter. They're trying to blow up difference here, but they haven't really kept him controlled inside this silence. But Oracle, he's right behind him. He's going to throw out the Fortune's End and the False Promise very, very early onto the Oracle to try and keep him alive. As Kiyotaka down to the backlines. Morphling corrupted. They actually find someone along with the snakes. Dr. Tokyo still chasing onto this Morphling. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage without his creeps in range to attack though. So this is a huge win here for the side of one move. What more can they get? I mean, not a whole lot, but I don't think they need to. Okay, Corrupted, he does get dragged back into the middle of everybody. It is with the blade mail upon him. Nightfall doesn't really give a damn. They'll bring him down regardless, so they get something for it.
If you are one move, even though you lose Centaur is the type of offlaner that trading your life for a kill will always feel fine, right? Because your toolkit, like with Blink, eventually Crimson Blade Mail, like you're kind of done. Like any other item, it's a luxury. You might get an Axe, you might get a Lotus, whatever. But yeah, I think one move, especially with the pressure that Aurora could be applying right now, like the Lyca with the Helm of the Overlord, they took the bottom tier 2, but it hasn't progressed for, you know, more map play, right? So yeah, weirdly content that this game is slowly stabilizing for Formula. Of course, the inevitable Roshan take from Aurora, the post-Aegis, what can they do? That is going to be the real test for one move. The window in which Aurora should be truly breaking this game with their draft is going to be the next 5-minute window with the pickup of this Aegis. If they can find us a way to survive this, then we may have a game on our hands. Look at the net worth, the Lesh, the Morphling, they just overtook net profit, right? They are, I mean, sure, Roshan now can delete that, but the point still stands. They are creating games for them. That was a Morphling that was the bottom of the cores after the late phase, right? A very starved Morphling is finding his way very, very slowly into the game.
He was kind of given a chance by this fight here. Can he escape Taco? Big injection of gold. Able to farm now safely for a bit. There's difference running into this though. Toronto Tokyo able to dodge out the stun. Really being super annoying in this one, but Mira is dead on the back line. So they'll start off with a kill into a support and in come the Cavalry Aurora. They'll TP in using the gate. Nightfall is here and difference just going to get absolutely rocked by this Omni Knight. Repellers upon him. A couple more hits will be required, but difference will fall as Toronto Tokyo takes out the supports. It's a great fight for Aurora. They take out 3 with ease.
Out in no man's land, and Aurora, they were just ready. We're mentioning that this is their window to fight and kind of one move, put themselves on a platter. It's like, please, whatever you'd like, good sirs, we are here for you.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Is there anything that Aurora would be waiting on? I'm looking at, not really. It really feels like anytime they want to be aggressive, they can. There's not like a hero or item that they're truly waiting for. Of course, in regards to map progression, there's only 2 towers left before they get to the high ground, and the question is, does Aurora think they're strong enough to want to go to the high ground in the first Aegis? Is this the type of game where they'll farm, they'll pick off to the first Aegis, get the second Aegis, and know to try and close out the game cleanly? These are questions that we don't have the answers to. This is on Aurora and what they want to show us in the next minute or two.
Yep. I'm a little surprised that Kiritaku was the one to take up the Aegis. I know he's been having the most trouble in the game in terms of staying alive, but also light switch hero with the Exorcism, so...
That has changed with the fact that they rush the Aghanims. As much as you do play on Exo, having Aghanims does give you like a second lease of life on the hero outside the ultimate and corrupted. It's getting put into just with the summons at the moment, not overcommitting as of yet.
Dragon is not leaving them alone, but will now go down. And Eyesight gets that kill, which is 250 gold. It's pretty much a hero kill as VP needs to get himself away with the Stampede. Will be able to do so. And a nice TP out from Centaur as well. Gets him to safety. Eyesight not going to be left behind either. They do get out of here pretty easily, but they are leaving their tier 2 tower pretty much for dead. At this point in the game, an Exorcism for just a tier 2 tower is really not the end of the world. I think they'll take it, especially with this Aegis in the hands of the Death Prophet and that ghoulish grip. They might even look for something when the Exo is down. It's going to be a pretty good opportunity to go. Like, sure, the Aghanims does work. I completely agree. It's a perfect item for the hero to be more effective across the game. But it is also a big ultimate which you could potentially look to exploit. They will need a better opening than just running at them with Exo down, though. We'll see if Aurora gets them in. Oh, no. Oh, Electrack, very quick, though. I still have the ulti going. Bloodstone comes off, but it doesn't seem to make a difference because Panto didn't just stay in range of the Leshrac because he's not an idiot. It means the Leshrac doesn't really get to lifesteal if anybody, so he is going to die. Nice kill here onto difference, and that's just going to diffuse anything. And then look at this! The Shaman going in, Ripple Flash coming out as well, and Panto's just going to get solo kill by the Shaman, who's now going to TP himself away, and he makes it out as well. Gil Gear God.
651 gold and a solo kill. Like, his game's, not been the best, but suddenly we're already looking at a Shaman to get to level 12, and you got to take every little victory. We've been constantly saying that, and do anything that you can during the Aegis. You lose the Leshrac, then you kill a Disruptor. Okay, it's not
sure
great.
About this smoke though.
Yeah, I would prefer to see the Morphling farm for the butterfly than spend 30 seconds running around, but
like running around, maybe you find a Lycan and force a shapeshift out of him. I think that's like the best they can hope for in this. I could be wrong. Maybe they'll kill him. Maybe I'm underestimating
they're
the
getting
damage.
scouted by a wolf. The wolf is on the Morphling.
Yeah.
So the Tokyo knows they're coming.
He's just gonna leave. So this whole thing's just been a big old waste of time for Mr. Morphling, who's knows that there's there is stunning spell. He just decided not to use it.
Tower is under attack.
Now BBE escapes. All right. Well, at least they get out okay.
Okay, they're going into the illusion. Killed the illusion.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
In one move, they really are playing with fire here. They're like running right up into Aurora, an Aurora that has glimpse and all this chase down potential, and then they get out, but they're smoking up again. Of course, it is a little bit naive to think that Morphling can suddenly farm the whole component of Butterfly, right? But At this point, he'd be moved 500 gold away. They find him.
Reaction there from Kiyotaka, getting off the BKB, but is it going to make a difference? Morphling's got the damage, but he actually waveforms really far away. That's going to allow Kiyotaka to get back to his team and go for the reset hit. Difference throws in the damage, but they've got the repel out onto Kiyotaka. The DP still absolutely fine. Difference got to be a little bit careful about going too deep. Oh my god, Gilgear, he wants him. Gilgear going in deep. Gilgear goes for the grab, but gets terrorized back, but it doesn't matter. Eyesight does not get caught by that terrorize. And now he moves in looking for more. This Morphling may well have just become the Giga Hero of the game. Jumping in, looking for more, repelling himself up as well with the... Oh no, he gets jumped by Nightfall. All of a sudden, mirrors on him as well, and there goes your Morphling. Oh my goodness, it was looking like he was about to do it all. And then he just gets completely stomped on.
The Oracle just was not able to follow up the aggression of the Morphling, right? They jump the Death Prophet, she gets a disengage, he then waveforms to the right hand side, doesn't kill the DP. Elon kind of makes the fight just so much more of a longer one than required. And on top of that, he jumps, what, 2-3 waveforms later. Where's the Oracle? You can't keep up with how mobile he is. One thing to note that we haven't mentioned, of course, is Morphling taking the Omni Knight, you get the repel on your carry. So Morphling, when he does get to Butterfly, Satanic, and Daedalus, all these items, it's going to be so scary for Aurora to play into a Morphling that is getting a free, BKB in essence. So execution just not helping one move there. It feels like the first game, like one little change to the way they take the fight, and then they're making the big moments, and they're having these successful engagements, but not working out as of yet. Also, I'm pretty sure he managed to dodge the terrorize. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, he did. I was trying to figure out what it was, whether it just narrowly missed him, whether he manted it. Didn't quite see in the fight, but yeah, the timing matched up with the cooldown of the manta.
Okay. A future hyping scenario will be when Centaur picks up Ags. You grab the Leshrac, and then you have Disco Pony Leshrac with Pulse Novas and Diabolic Edicts and everything just going thrown around.
The double man horse combo, very strong. He's gonna... No, he's gone. Gonna say he's gonna make it back to the fountain, but who knows if he dies anyway. But yeah, absolutely getting squashed here.
What weathermancery is this?
Nightfall does so much damage at this point in the game.
Do you have Butterfly on Morphling? We are yet to see Aurora have to try and tackle the high ground.
Radiant's bottom tower
High ground
is under attack.
with their heroes. It's somewhat scripted, right? It's DP with Exo or the summons from the Lycan.
Unlucky find.
Nice sight hiding in the trees. They're trying to set up a trap here on the Watcher. I like the idea. However, going to be a difficult one to execute. I noticed that something's weird here as the wolf gets killed by the creep wave over on the top side. So they found out the Centaur corrupted. Get chased here by Toronto Tokyo. Let's take of course doesn't care at all about the blade mail. We'll just be able to kill him off. Two-man start coming out here. BKB's there. They'll need a little bit more to finish off Mirror, but they'll get it. But different teams just being right-clicked to death. Where is the Oracle? Is he nearby? No, he is not.
No.
He died earlier. Already used False Promise, so that doesn't matter though. They don't chase that far on the left track. A little bit cautious, and Difference will just leave. So I could give them the tip and says, well, thanks for trying to save me, buddy. I appreciate it.
You have to give credit to one move though, that they are,
For enemies.
even under the threat of Aurora's heroes, they're going to such aggressive positions, and at some point it might be the kill that gives them life in the game, or they die and whatever, Aurora wins game 2, right? But the fact that they're still trying to go for these really small percentage chance plays, and maybe this one's different, right? Because it's like Centaur getting jumped first and you're just trying to get a kill you can, right? But they're not just instantly TPing out, just running away from the fight. And the target throws down the Exo, goes towards Roshan.
Kiyotaka can pretty much solo this if he wants to. But Nightfall going to get involved in the action as well, just to speed things up a bit.
It was an arcane rune ultimate, right? So We'll be up very quickly. They have a smoke if they want to on one move, and you have to. I mean, okay, Kiyotaka's showing that he's used Exo in the mid lane. I was like, maybe you have to assume it's on cooldown, right? But he's like, hi guys, I used the ult for this one.
Yeah, that is true.
The Wolves and Toronto Tokyo, they're getting so much vision throughout this entire game. Multiple ganks have been broken due to the vision from the Alpha Wolves. Even just knowing that they're in a position, and Centaur draws the line for his team. 4 heroes are smoked, Morphling still mid.
Yeah, Panto pinged it. Attack the Morphling.
Going back to grab
Lovely
him.
new pings.
Disrupt is actually, what, 50 gold from an Aghanims. He's already been hitting some stellar static storms, and now if you static storm a Morphling, pre-BKB, pre-anything, it's cheerio, boss. You're out of here.
Absolutely, and they may just find Mirror here. Mirror pretty low after going for the Tormentor and will be cleaned up pretty easily. So, you know, as is tradition, you die for the shard, whether it's by the Tormentor or whether it's by something else. About 80% likely to die before or after receiving a shard from the Tormentor. That is a real statistic.
Yeah, so where'd you get that one from? From Tokyo?
Statistics.nomad. Hot new website.
Great job.
Thank you. Difference is just straight up dead. Okay. It's way too deep there. Like, yeah, the Oracle exists, but it doesn't have global range on False Promise, unfortunately, for you. And even if you did use it, I don't think it's going to make any difference. Yeah, that'd be cool.
25 talent. No, shard. My God. Just be bonkers.
I think global range, but it has a travel time similar to how Fortune's End has a travel time. That's what I'd be up to. It'd be really fun.
Yeah, you balancing it with travel time, it becomes close to maybe being acceptable. Just global full stop. I'm like, yep, okay.
Like, I'm actually sad. The only thing we have close to like global with big travel time is Skyra, which is also very fun.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Oh, cause massive, sorry. Yeah.
Anyway, up the high ground we go. Another day, another exorcism coming on down. That's that arcane ring going to work. We've got ourselves a Roshan's banner to aid in this one as well. Look at positioning from Aura here. They're a million miles away from Kiyotaka, smoked up. So if they do try to jump the back lines, well, might be in for a rude surprise. Everybody out there. Watch, this is how you go high ground, guys. Oh my God, they're jumping on the back. They're jumping even further back. Nightfall senses something is wrong. There's a cart out, but nobody's in it. Get in the cart! Get in the cart! Oh my God, he can't get in the cart. I'm not sure they know how this works, but it's just turning incredibly awkward, incredibly quickly. They need to leave right now. Eyesight trying to just salvage something from this fight, but it is just not good at all. So I try to get up to the high ground, but Kiyotaka is not leaving them alone. Like, you can bludge it down into Kiyotaka all you like. It's not going to make a blind bit of difference. Eyesight now completely alone. Oracle's going to buy back and see if he can do something here, but this is just an absolute train wreck of engagement here for one move. And Aurora wastes no time in taking advantage of that, going up the high ground, taking these buildings.
Look, like I said, look, buybacks. What defense can they have, right? Shaman, sure, might buyback just for the fun of it, but that's right. This is a inevitable mega creeps for the side of Aurora and a clean game 2 to close out the series to progress them to another round of the upper bracket.
Also awkward though, like that to know. He tried to get him inside the little cart, couldn't manage it.
Got stunning sword, couldn't manage it, yeah.
Anyway, Eyesight beaten down now as well. Does have the waveform to get back and gets healed up by B3PX. So he might get to make one more stand here, but Mega Creeps are out. Looking very, very unlikely. Find a target here. Stampede being used as well. not looking clean. They're running and not even catching this Aegis hero. And by the way, if they do kill her off, she's going to have another exorcism on the second life. So that's it. Killing on the Panto. Pretty big news. And also Static Storm kind of fluffed. So not bad here. But now they're jumping onto Corrupted once again. Corrupted pulls out that little cart, tries to go for a little run, but he's just dead as well. Mira going to buy back into this one. They are wanting to end this game here, Aurora. They might just be able to. Difference trying to fight up. Kiyotaka gets one. He's got a BKB of his own as Toronto Tokyo has taken down everybody. Kiyotaka finally going to die for a second time here. And again, another buyback. They are just not done with them. Rick's going to fall and GG is called, and that will be the series. Aurora takes it 2-0 over one move. Oh, he's done the cart. Yay.
A much better game too from Aurora there. Even from laning phase, how they're moving on the map. Sure, there's a couple moments where one move get a kill or two, but you could feel that it was Aurora's game, right? Every death led to someone else stepping up. Panto and his Disruptor